to Something to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard. Well, you know.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
Well, I'm great. I can do that too, you know.
I like it. Yeah. I got to tell you, I had a good time this past week. But before we talk about this past week, let's talk about this week. Shout out to Conan and Disco Inferno for having me on their podcast, Keeping It 100. Check it out this week. It's over at Podcast One. You're going to dig what they're doing over there. They don't give a shit, man. They are pulling all kinds of punches. You will laugh. You'll dig it. Check it out. Keeping It 100.
And thunk it.
Who'd have thunk it, right? You're getting along with Conan. What's going on, man? You were telling me this.
Not only getting along with him. I actually like Conan now that I've actually spoken to him and that we talk and, have a relationship. He's actually like Conan.
Well, so there you go. You never know in wrestling. Never say never. And how about this for never say never? I want to shout out Roger from the 2300 Arena for his hospitality this past weekend. I got to take Bruce to the old ECW Arena for the very first time. Bruce, whether you were a fan or not, it had to be kind of cool to see one of the more famous buildings in wrestling history. What did you think?
I thought that it was a whole lot cleaner than I expected it to be. It was nice to actually walk in, no matter what my feelings are on ECW and everything else, man. It's history. And it was great. It was nice to go in. And they rolled out the red carpet for us, and shout out to them as well. Thanks for doing that for us. Appreciate it.
Speaking of red carpet, man, we got VIP treatment from Tom and the crew at TLA in Philly. Such an awesome facility and even better staff. We had a great time. The Blue Meanie joined us for our live show this past weekend, and he told the most hilarious story about Mick Foley and maybe the potential cause of that JBL incident back at One Night Stand. Meanie is just an awesome guy, and it was pretty cool to meet Mrs. Meanie too. But I came away from it thinking, Bruce, he's way too nice of a guy to be in the wrestling business, right?
Well, yeah, and how about him telling the story when we were in the dressing room about that moment when he got the call from me? I had forgotten that, but that was kind of surreal. That changed his life for him to come and work at the WWF at the time and him taking care of his grandmother. Yeah, Blue Meanie, Brian Heffron, great guy, wonderful human being.
And the crowd was just awesome. It's probably the most fun I've had at a live show. The crowd really got our humor. It was a blast. I've always thought that Philly fans were some of the most fun wrestling fans around, and they proved it this past weekend for us. Maybe not so much for Battleground, but hey, maybe we put on a better show. What'd you think, Bruce?
Well, they got a new chant, STW, STW. STW. I loved the Philly crowd. I explained why I loved the Philadelphia crowd because of their passion, and they showed it to us last Sunday. And hey, from brother love back to the city of brotherly love. Thank you again.
All right, Bruce, so let's get into it. SummerSlam 2000 won the poll this week, and I've got to tell you, I'm a little disappointed. I was really hoping that 1997 or 90 would win. 97 is one of my very favorite years in wrestling to cover and just talk about and freestyle. But 1990 is what I grew up on. So I was really hoping one of those would win. And I thought it might be fun to bust on you for 1995, but the people have spoken. They wanted SummerSlam 2000, and it's no wonder business was at an all-time high here. It's pretty impressive what you guys were accomplishing in 2000. And what's most interesting to me is a lot of people say, oh, wrestling was hotter than ever, but that's not really the case. WCW is on its way to its biggest losses ever. ECW is on national TV, but they're about to lose that deal. They're kind of both circling the drain, and the WWF is coming out on top. Is 2000 one of the most crucial years in wrestling history, in your opinion, Bruce?
The word would probably be pivotal. And it was a time that one company took a right while the other one took a left and kind of went down a dead-end highway, so to speak. So it was a point in time where the audience made a choice and they were choosing the WWF at the time.
Well, let's set the stage for this pay-per-view. We're coming off Fully Loaded, which was in July of 2000, of course. And as we said, it's an interesting time in the WWF. You know, business is great, But Stone Cold Steve Austin is their biggest star, and he's on the sidelines with an injury. So the WWF is very much trying to figure out where everyone fits in the interim. Fully Loaded was a show that featured what they called a triple main event. And the way they did this is 3 established top-tier guys against 3 relatively new guys on top. Of course, the established guys got the win. We saw The Rock go over Chris Benoit, Triple H got the W over Chris Jericho, and The Undertaker was victorious against Kurt Angle. But even though they lost, all the losers come away looking pretty strong. And Bruce, this is a big deal, especially at this time in the career for guys like Kurt Angle, Chris Jericho, and Chris Benoit, is it not?
It is, and it's simply an opportunity for them to step out and step up into the spotlight. And by putting them, as you said, with Rock and with Undertaker and with Triple H, it enables the spotlight to be put on them. And they shined, and they were able to step up and hang with all of those guys. So definitely it helped them out big time.
Wade Keller had this to say in The Torch. More important to the WWF is how Jericho and Benoit fared and what the perception of them was after the pay-per-view. Triple H and Jericho had a match of the year candidate. Jericho has raised his stock by, rising to the occasion. He knew he had his critics within the company who were waiting to see him show signs of a serious personality. While Angle is at a point in his career where he can be entertaining as a goofball comedic character, the time had come for Jericho to move into a money-drawing position. He did that with his performance on Sunday night. Now, of course, they're referencing Fully Loaded here. Bruce, do you think Jericho already had his critics by this point? He's written about it in his book that he felt like he didn't get off to the best start. There's lots of rumor and innuendo that Vince McMahon crawled his ass in the locker room one day in front of everyone, and it just wasn't really a honeymoon at first for Jericho in the WWF. What can you say about the way people in the office felt about him in the summer of 2000?
In the summer of 2000, I think everyone saw Chris Jericho as a guy that was stepping up and a guy that could be one of the next big megastars, because without a doubt, yes, Jericho, when he first came in, he had a lot of people that looked at him when he got there saying, oh my God, he's so small. Is he really going to fit in here? Will he be able to hang with our guys? He doesn't fit, on the Rock stuff that they did from the very first interview. You're talking about last time I saw you were in the ring, some guy named Juventud. Didn't help Jericho at all. And I think that he had his critics, and Chris had an uphill battle. But I do believe that Chris Jericho, Chris Benoit, those two in particular, their in-ring work, their solid performance every single night is what got them noticed. Kurt Angle, for me, Kurt Angle had it all almost from day one. So I do take a bit of exception to the comedic relief of Kurt Angle. I think Kurt Angle had it all, was an entertaining son of a bitch, and could do everything in the ring.
Do you think Vince McMahon saw him as being a money player from day one? Kurt Angle, I mean. I
think without a doubt, positively, yes.
Wade really heaped the praise on Triple H after that show. He said, meanwhile, Triple H is getting praise heaped on him from many circles for continuing his streak of excellent pay-per-view main events. Be it Mick Foley, The Rock, or Chris Jericho, he has been not just a steady main eventer, but now a borderline spectacular main eventer. He still isn't flashy, but he is so consistently smart in everything he does in the ring that even without the high spots of a Hardy Boys match, he captures the emotions of fans from bell to bell. It is a 180-degree turnaround for him, too, because 3 years ago, the rap on him was that he was too methodical and calculated in his moves, and thus lulled fans into being passive towards his matches. That is no longer the case. I find this interesting because so many people listening to this remember that stretch when the common thinking amongst wrestling fans was that Triple H was boring and not entertaining, and I don't think all of them think of that as being 96, 97, so much as they think of that being mid-2000s. But at this point, he had certainly earned the praise of the Wade Keller types. When do you remember Vince McMahon starting to see Triple H as the guy? Not just, hey, he'll do, but he is up here competing with The Rock and Stone Cold at that really tippy top level.
The first time that Triple H won the title was probably the first time that Vince really saw him step up and felt that he's going to be a top guy. And as I've said before, Vince didn't always think that Hunter was going to be a top guy, felt that he was a mid-card performer at best. But there was that period in the late 90s in Vince's eyes that he did step up. And I don't think Vince ever saw him as that plodding, boring, what Wade Keller and Dave Meltzer and those types felt. I think that this was now a time where Hunter, you saw what they saw now was a consistency.
Right.
They saw a consistency in his work and the fact that he could go out night after night and pay-per-view after pay-per-view and consistently deliver one of the best matches on the card.
Let me ask you this, and people get mad at me when I do this sometimes, but I can't help myself. What was your favorite Triple H match around this time? Do you remember? Does one really stick out from like 98?
Yeah, him and Jericho. Well, during this time, him and Jericho. I thought that Chris Jericho and Triple H, and during this time, I felt that Hunter really helped make Jericho and take him to the next level.
I recommend, if you're looking for a specific match to see from Triple H in 2000, you go watch the Royal Rumble 2000. He had a phenomenal match with Mick Foley. It was a street fight at MSG. Outstanding. I think probably one of the more fun matches of his career. We'll talk a lot more about Triple H here. Let's keep it moving for now. Around this time, it's put out in the mainstream media that the USA Network is actually appealing in court, of course, a decision that would allow the WWF to move from USA to TNN. And that move is supposed to go down on September 25th, and they're trying to go to court in August for this to kind of stop it. Now, of course, the rumor and innuendo, and I want you to clear this up because I don't know when we'll talk about it again, is that USA had the opportunity to match the offer from Viacom, and they didn't match the money, and they tried to keep you guys and lock you down based on a technicality. Now, Wade Keller reports that no one really expected USA to win this because they weren't matching the money, and it was a technicality, and that was kind of the common thinking. But Wade freestyles that they're doing this and trying to drag it through court to try to hurt advertising sales in the switch any which way they can. Is that what you guys believe? And if so, how shitty of this is USA?
I think that we did feel that it was, they didn't, in our viewpoint. They did not do what the contract said, and we were free and clear to go and negotiate with anybody else, and we were free and clear to go with TNN at the time. So I'll give you Vince's response to USA saying, hey, no, and trying to sue and do whatever it is they tried to do. Grab your best hold. And he was extremely confident that there was absolutely no way that they were going to be able to block us from going to TNN. And at that point, frankly, it was principle.
Right.
Vince was moving. He was pissed off, and he was moving.
Well, and I think, well, first of all, before we move on, was grab your best hold of Vinceism we're just now learning for the first time?
Yeah, that's a Vinceism.
I love that. Grab your best hold. It feels like, after being such a good partner for USA for all these years, now that you guys have kind of blown up, I guess maybe they would say you're a shitty partner for trying to leave them after they've had you on for so long and been a good partner to you when business was down. And now that it's blown up, you guys are playing the, hey, we got a better deal hand. But it's also kind of shitty of USA for them to have, been with you this long and then try to throw down. It's funny that it still worked out for them to come back. It's interesting that people always say, oh, they'll never be back in the WWE whenever a talent leaves. But I mean, even with the fucking cable company, that whole best for business deal with Vince McMahon, that shit's a shoot, is it not?
It is. And it's all business. That's all it is. It was an opportunity to go somewhere else and make more money. And it was something that USA felt that they didn't need to pay at that time. So move on.
As a part of these court documents, it comes out around this time. I'm going to read this directly from the Torch. Last week, a previously undisclosed part of the WWF's TV deal with Viacom was revealed. Viacom has invested $30 million in WWFE. The investment comes in the form of approximately 2.3 million newly issued shares of Class A common stock at $13 per share, or about 3% of all outstanding shares and 14.3% stake overall in the company. So Vince negotiates a pretty good deal here with not only the television rights, but saying, hey, you've got to buy some stock. Is this the first time you remember a deal like this going down on Vince's watch, where he's using a partner like this and kind of forcing their hand for them to buy some stock like this?
Well, it was just a financial deal, and it was another creative way to get them to invest in the company. If they have stock in the company, they're vested in the company. So they want to see it do well, and they're going to do everything on their part to help us, because obviously they want their investment to pay dividends. So it was also the first opportunity that we had after going public really to do something like that. I dare say that Vince would have done a similar deal with USA Universal at the time as well.
Now, of course, you know, Mel is running CBS and Viacom and all that at the time, and this is a new partner for you guys. Do you remember any sort of conversation about what Mel and Vince and their meetings may have been like? It feels like these are two really big personalities that a lot of people would like to be a fly on the wall for.
No, Viacom was extremely excited to have us as a partner. You know, we were doing the UPN deal, we were doing the TNN deal. So it was an opportunity to be on broadcast television. And that was a huge deal for us at the time. Yes, it was UPN. Yes, it was considered whatever the fifth or sixth network, but it was still broadcast. So it was a huge deal for us, and they rolled out the red carpet, at least in the beginning.
And this is at a time, you know, when the WWE is getting a lot of scrutiny, which we're going to get into in a little bit, based on the content. And so there's a lot of political heat. But Viacom is kind of the perfect partner, because Mel had built CBS Radio around Howard Stern. And so because he had been one of the biggest advocates for Howard Stern, he got that while this audience may not be, I don't know, the most disconcerting with their taste about what was acceptable, they were people who were interested and who were loyal and who had money to spend. And he was fine with that for radio, so he's proving that he's fine with that here for television. Keller reported, talking about money here, that Benoit was earning about what he was earning in WCW, or maybe slightly better, but that the rest of the Radicals were likely working more dates for less money. And he specifically cites that Saturn is the most disgruntled, and Wade reports that he had bonded the least with McMahon, writing this specifically. Saturn is considered to be strange and not worth a ton of effort to push, although the WWF has not given up on him, as evidenced by pairing him with Terry Runnels. He has some back problems that might be slowing him down. He puts hot packs on his back before his matches just to keep his back loose. What's real and what's rumor and innuendo? How did Vince McMahon feel about Perry Saturn? And did you ever get any sort of wind of those guys being unhappy with the deal they made to leave WCW and come over to the WWF?
Well, Perry Saturn was one of the guys of the four Radicals, was probably number two in the initial negotiations of who we were most interested in. Benoit being first and Saturn being second, Eddie third, and Malenko fourth. So there was an attempt to do something with Perry because we felt that there was a big upside to Perry. However, as we got into it, there just was a disconnect with the audience and Perry Saturn. And I think that Vince kind of, there wasn't. To answer your question, there was not a great connection between Perry Saturn and Vince McMahon. And Perry is a difficult guy to kind of get to know. He's a little different, but if you take the time to get to know him, he's somewhat interesting. But yeah, maybe there wasn't so much the relationship there as there was with the other guys, in particular Eddie Guerrero and Benoit, sticking out more than the other two.
It's odd to me that Keller reports this here, because this would be fresh off of Perry Saturn winning the European title at Fully Loaded. He won it from Eddie Guerrero. It's worth mentioning. But as he's writing this, and as this appears in his sheet, he's carrying gold. Would that have been something that there was maybe a whisper campaign backstage that Saturn's unhappy and somebody thinks, well, let's give him a belt. Maybe, he'll be happy if we give him, if it feels like we're giving him a push? Or does that type of conversation even exist?
I don't think that. I think that that's basically either Perry or just the boys themselves kind of talking about that, and maybe within, as far as in the office and that nature, no. I don't remember anything of that sort at that time.
Well, let's get deep into the rumor and innuendo. I was challenged this week that I could say that at least 20 times, and I think I can do 25. So I'm on my way. Hit me a couple times, Bruce.
With rumor and innuendo, I don't do rumor and innuendo, but if you do rumor and innuendo, then by God, you go over to brucepritchard.com and you get yourself a really nice rumor and innuendo t-shirt.
I tell you what, my new favorite shirt over there is. Throw it in your Google machine and go to brucepritchard.com, but there you will see the Google machine throws you. Fashioned after the old machine masks from the WWF, we have a Google machine mask shirt, and instead of the Google logo at the bottom, we have a multicolored something to wrestle logo at the bottom, patterned just like the Google deal. You're going to like it. You're going to like,
what a maneuver.
What a maneuver. How about that? The old school WWF ring. We've got the blue ring skirts, the red, white, and blue ropes, a little bit of a toupee above it. What a maneuver. STF and W, hashtag BTFBB with a pair of shears. And of course, Hey Pal, all the new shirts, grab them right now over at brucepritchard.com. And when you pick up a shirt, there's rumor and innuendo that you actually give them a call. Isn't that right, Bruce?
I definitely do. Sometimes it takes me a little bit longer than usual, but when you go to brucepritchard.com and you get one of our shirts, I personally will call you just to say thank you, because I used to be over, and well,
So here's some more rumor and innuendo. I think I'm well on track now. Wade reported, quote, Big Show arrived back in the WWF looking good physically, but there are questions about his cardio conditioning at this point. Big Show didn't endear himself to management when he dozed off during the production meeting, either at Raw or the pay-per-view. He dozed off during a meeting around WrestleMania earlier this year, too. He tried to earn brownie points by going to the meeting, but actually wound up doing more damage than good by nodding off during it. He didn't impress management by leaving the pay-per-view on Sunday early, rather than staying around and studying the two main events and discussing what worked and what didn't work with others backstage who were glued to the monitors. Do you remember Show having heat for any of this? We've talked about, him having some heat for not being in the best shape, but falling asleep during a meeting, does that ring a bell?
Big Show had his moments. Let's just say that. And there were times that Big Show would try to endear himself to everyone, and sometimes he would do more harm than good in his effort. But Show did not come back in the best cardio shape. He was not really working as hard as he could have to improve. If you want to improve, you watch the best. And leaving early, doing things like that, don't endear yourself. It doesn't endear yourself to the office. It doesn't endear yourself to the other talent. Because if you want to learn, you want to sit there and you want to watch and see what everybody on top is doing right and what they're doing wrong. And learn every single night. I still watch every match and wait till the end. I've been doing this crap for 44 years, but I still love it too. So that's the only way you're going to learn.
Keller says that one of his co-workers, one of the boys, told Keller he refuses, talking about Big Show, he refuses to take responsibility for his actions. Did the office feel like that was the case at one point, that Big Show was maybe immature and just giving a lot of excuses?
The Big Show was immature at that time, and he felt that he was a giant and felt that he just simply had to show up and be a giant.
Right.
And that was enough. And we needed more. We needed a working giant. We wanted a giant and an attraction that wanted to be on top and be willing to do whatever it took to get there.
We're going to talk about him a little later. But I'm always curious when stories like this get out. Wade reported that at one of the Raw production meetings, Lillian Garcia spoke up and didn't think that Trish Stratus should be involved in a strap match on Raw because she had some bruises from her Sunday match. And afterwards, apparently, somebody chewed her out and said something like, "You should stick to, oh, say, can you see?" and she began crying. So Shane sees this, takes her aside, and tells her that it's foolish to speak out like this, and that it's not unusual or unexpected that somebody who performs in the WWF would have some sort of marks after a match. Of course, Trish steps up and makes it clear to management she didn't complain and didn't put Lily up to speaking up on her behalf. Do you remember this? Any thoughts about, we've heard lots of stories about, or rumor and innuendo about Lily and kind of not always being the apple of the eye from the management side. Do you remember this particular incident?
I remember this particular incident vividly. And the actual, since it's been out there, the actual quote was that Lillian had to rub salve on Trish's back. And it was Lillian speaking up, trying to be a good person, which Lillian is. She's a very nice lady. And she was speaking up, trying to be a good person, not understanding the room.
Right.
And as you know, you got to know your audience and you got to know your room. And to speak up like that in a room full of agents that had wrestled before and guys that had done the things that they had done before prior to this, for a ring announcer who had never taken a bump, who had never been in the ring and done any of these things, to speak up and say, oh, well, you know, I had to rub salve on Trish's back and she shouldn't be in there. Not her place. And it was just speaking out of school. So I'm sure that more than one person probably said something to Lillian about not your place. You shouldn't bring that kind of thing up in a meeting like that. You should pretty much stick to what your job is, which is ring announcing and singing Oh Say Can You See, and focus on that and let the talent in the ring worry about what they're doing in the ring. If Trish has a problem with it, then Trish should speak up, not you.
Hypothetically speaking, if Vince McMahon would have been the one to hear that, react, and give the advice, what might that sound like?
Go sing the Star Spangled Banner.
I was disappointed.
No. Hey, pal.
I was disappointing until you slipped in the little pitch. Here's some more rumor and innuendo. I'm on my way to 25. While Rock dresses among the other wrestlers, Triple H often has his own dressing room and spends a lot of time in Vince McMahon's office at the arenas. It gives Rock the image of more of a wrestler's wrestler, and Triple H has earned a bit of a rep as a brown-noser. Triple H, though, spends a number of his hours per week in production meetings working on storylines other than his own, whereas that is not The Rock's area of interest. Is this a fair assessment, or is this the viewpoint of a local minority who calls Wade killer?
I think that is the assessment of a vocal minority. I don't ever remember Triple H having his own locker room back at that time. I don't even remember Triple H having his own locker room when he and Stephanie were married. He still dressed with the boys until he got his bus and all of that. When everybody started getting buses, I don't remember Triple H ever going off and having a dressing room unto himself. Neither did Rock.
Well, let me ask you this. When did the talk, and I need you to give me a straight answer and not your bullshit, polished, shined, homogenized rhetoric.
I'm not giving you a bullshit answer.
Okay. When did someone, not you, when did someone start to say, boy, Triple H is a fucking brown noser. Look at him in there in Vince's office all the goddamn time. Somebody's saying that, and I'm not asking for who. When did it start?
I don't know, because I wasn't a part of the boys and listening to that gossip and that rumor and innuendo. It never got to me because I was in the office. That wouldn't get to me. So to listen to that and to hear that, I never really heard any of that kind of shit until much, much later when he was more involved.
So you started hearing that when? 03? I'm just freestyling.
I'm trying to figure out whenever he came out that he was dating Stephanie.
Okay. Well, I'm sure we'll talk
around
about that at some
frame.
point. It comes out here that a plot line for Walker, Texas Ranger was being filmed where there was an investigation into a wrestler's death when a stunt went wrong. And of course, the rumor is this is based on Owen Hart's death. Do you remember hearing about this and thinking this was just the USA Network trying to stick it to you guys to be a bunch of dicks?
We heard about it. We definitely heard about it. I don't think that it's not a USA production. The show was on the USA Network, but I don't think it was a USA production. We did, I remember, definitely heard about it and probably reached out to say, hey, guys, come on. But to no avail. You
would have been the person tasked with that?
No, I wouldn't have done that, no.
I was going to say, I can't imagine you trying to sweet talk anybody. The WWF...
But Chuck Norris is a karate man, so, he's not a 3-time Black Belt Hall of Famer, but, well,
You know, I heard a rumor that Chuck Norris wears Brother Love underwear.
Who doesn't?
There you go. The WWF hired Donna Goldsmith as Senior Vice President of Consumer Products around this time. She was going to oversee the publications, merchandise, licensing, home video, and retail marketing. This is a big component of the revenue for the company at the time. She's reporting to Stuart Snyder, who is the president and COO, Chief Operations Officer for the company. And Goldsmith had previously worked with the NBA and Swatch Watch and Revlon. So it feels a little weird that she's now in wrestling. Any memories of working with Donna Goldsmith here?
Yeah, never heard of her. Don't know who she is.
Is this real?
I will say that. No, Donna Goldsmith was in charge of merchandising and licensing, as you said, and they wanted to do a Brother Love action figure. So they had called me, they being Jack's Pacific at the time. I called Donna and I said, hey, I'd like to do this. And she says, well, why are you calling me? And who is this Brother Love person that you're talking about?
That's amazing.
So she doesn't know me. I don't know her.
Well, what's awesome is she was with the company from 2000 until 2011. And then she worked for the Super Bowl host committee, Think Geek, and now she's with Tough Mudder. It's always fascinating to me when somebody from outside of wrestling comes into wrestling, because they don't usually have the understanding of, like you being Brother Love. So I knew we'd get a good story in there.
It was simply the fact that she was in charge of licensing, and the whole thing was about the classics. And instead of asking a logical question, it was like, well, who are you and why are you calling me? And I was overseeing creative at the time. But anyway, fuck her.
Wow. Not a big Donna Goldsmith fan.
No.
Are you going to be competing in any Tough Mudders?
No, I'm not in the mud and tough thing.
Hypothetically speaking, do you think Pat Patterson's ever been in a Tough Mudder?
Fuck the mud and tough and fucking douchebag.
So the WWF did something pretty weird here. They get into politics. They actually sent Michael Cole down to the floor of the GOP convention, and The Rock was there speaking, and Linda McMahon even spoke at the luncheon for a few minutes, and she talked a lot about the American dream. Not Dusty Rhodes, but the one...
Yeah, ready to get right into it, baby. Talking about the American dream, if you will, baby. Because everybody wants to live the American dream, baby.
They even ran promos here saying that over 14 million Americans watch WWF programming each week. Would they vote for you? So this is kind of the WWF puffing their chest out that they're not here to be pushed around. And Wade Keller actually kind of took them to task about this 14 million number that they reported. And Vince McMahon calls to correct it and says it's probably closer to 7 or 8 million because many of their fans watch both shows, but still it's a lot of folks. And they're doing all of this, and I'm very fascinated by their interest in politics here, but this is largely in response to the heat you guys were getting from the 500,000 member PTC, or Parent Teacher Council. Is that right, Bruce?
Yes, it is.
So we're going to talk about this a great deal because this is obviously loosely what the right to censor is based around, and we'll come back to that in a minute. But first, there's a report here that Dick Cheney personally called and asked for The Rock to appear. I find that hard to believe. Is that shit for real?
That's what we heard, yeah. We heard that, and I don't know if Dick Cheney himself personally called, but I know Dick Cheney's people called. Everybody was buzzing about that, yeah.
Is it weird to me that I imagine that your Dick Cheney impression would sound remarkably similar to your Jim Ross?
Sassafras. Yeah, we're looking for the Rock. Hey, Dick Cheney calling, and wondering if the Rock would be available, to come on out and maybe give a little speech or two at the convention. Sassafras.
How funny is it that all this time later, Linda is actually in the administration and The Rock is considering running for office? This is 17 years ago, and this is finally really a thing. Well, like, is Michael Cole going to be like Secretary of Defense? What's next for this? I don't know what's going on, where the irony of the people who are involved here, and now they might actually
Cole
really
reported from the front lines in Desert Storm, man.
He's the new Sean Spicer now, right?
Yeah,
when the Rock
he could do it.
When the Rock is there, that's going to be the deal. Jericho got married.
And Brian Gewirtz will be the Rock speechwriter.
Can you imagine how great that would be?
I love that.
I can't wait to see Poontang Pie in a public address. That'll be great.
And I could actually see Brian pitching that to Rock. No, they'll get it. They'll get it. And Rock saying, I think it's my pretty little pony. And no, I think it's a pink pony. Well, no, I think it's pretty little pony. And anyway, that's a whole discussion that Rock and Brian had one day.
Jericho got married over the summer here, and a lot of the boys attended. Do you have any memories about Jericho's wedding or any fun wrestling weddings you can share a story about? Because it feels like wrestlers probably have some pretty interesting weddings.
I wasn't invited to Mr. Jericho's wedding.
Why would you be? Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sorry.
Have you ever been to one? Has anybody ever invited you to a wedding, or do you have to get married before you get to go to one?
I was in the wedding party of Undertaker's second marriage and John Bradshaw Layfield's second marriage. So there. I was actually in the wedding parties, and those are unmentionables that we can never, ever discuss out in the public eye. We can always talk about Shane McMahon's wedding. That counts as no, not Shane McWell. Was it Shane's? Shane McMahon's wedding was crazy. That one was nuts. And then Stephanie and Hunter's wedding is where Michael Hayes got drunk and wanted to sing the bride and groom a special song, only to have the microphone yanked out of his hand by Linda McMahon and then be threatened by Kurt Angle to shut up or he was going to kill him.
Because he talked about almost peeing on Linda, right?
Well, that was on a plane at one point,
yeah.
But you know.
The Rock appeared on The Tonight Show on August 23rd, and this was a huge deal at the time, right, Bruce? I don't think a lot of younger fans can really appreciate what a big deal The Tonight Show used to be. It's still obviously a big deal now, but it was an even bigger deal back then. I'm curious, does the WWF line stuff like this up for The Rock, or is Leno just calling and asking for The Rock like Dick Cheney?
No, actually, Leno called Dick Cheney to ask for The Rock if he knew The Rock. No, of course we're lining it up. At this time, yeah, we have someone that worked with the folks in Hollywood booking agents to get our talent on different shows.
Who was the person in charge of that?
Oh, shit. If you wouldn't ask me her name, I could tell you.
Lisa Wolf?
No,
just
God.
Kidding.
Oh, gee. If you were here, I would slap you.
Killer.
Nice girl. She was out in California, a little flaky, but she did good, man. She could get the celebrity hookups.
Let's talk about Taz. And I guess we should preface this by saying I know we're going to get a lot of heat just because we said his name. So go ahead and start tweeting his ass and tagging Bruce and I in it to stir shit up, because that's what you guys do. Anytime we say his name, I get 4,000 tweets. Backstage at Raw this week, this is straight from the Torch, Bradshaw was sitting around watching the monitor with Perry Saturn as Taz wrestled. When Taz threw a suplex, Bradshaw joked with Saturn that Taz was stealing his move. Taz was said to have had a low-key demeanor this week at TVs, but Tuesday night at the SmackDown tapings, he was bumping like crazy in his match with Val Venus against Rikishi and Eddie Guerrero. In the past, Taz has said he didn't like taking bumps or even running in the ring because it didn't fit his style of wrestling. Now it appears he's going to have to adjust his style, since he just realized that approach wasn't winning him any fans behind the scenes in the WWF. I find this curious, Bruce, that we get this type of information from the Torch, so I'm curious, does Taz really have heat at this point, or is this just Killer burying motherfuckers?
I think it's just killer burying motherfuckers, and I think it's when they look at Taz changing his style, because he had to change his style, being a killer babyface that just doesn't sell anything and goes out and suplexes everybody, dropping them on their head, wasn't a style that was going to work for him.
I love you said
in
that.
This environment.
I love you said that. Let me stop you right there, because this is, you almost did this word for word for me. This is in the torch. Taz had when he first starts with the WWF, Taz had a very narrow list of things he would do and a long list of things he wouldn't do within a match. He would tell people his character doesn't sell, doesn't run, and generally just throws suplexes. The WWF doesn't want Taz to be a killer babyface who never sells. They are trying to market him as a heel, but if he never sells as a heel, fans will cheer him. The key to getting booed is talking a big game, but when the heat is on, backing down like a coward and lying about it later. Taz has been very resistant to that formula. He's very image conscious and apparently believes it would do irreparable harm to his badass human suplex machine if he was to ever beg off or show ass. Because of his height, he may be insecure about showing vulnerabilities in terms of toughness. Members of WWF's management have been surprised by Taz's limitations and attitude thus far and have basically told him he's going to have to adjust to the WWF heel style. The belief is working with a master ring psychologist like Jerry Lawler should help him. Lawler is going to be a huge babyface in their match at SummerSlam, so Taz will have the perfect opportunity to play the type of role that WWF wants him to be at that event. Is this fair and accurate? Because it feels like Keller just said almost word for word what you said.
Well, no, it's not fair and accurate from the standpoint of you're simply taking what was. First time I've used the word simply.
No, it's not. That's the 15th time you have Alzheimer's.
It is not. I didn't use it. I didn't use it today.
Yes, you have.
Very conscious of that.
No, you're not.
Did not. So Taz had a style, and Taz's style worked very well for him in ECW. When Taz came in, first match he worked with Kurt Angle. He continued on. He couldn't be the human suplex machine. And Taz, as a heel, would have to be able to sell. And he couldn't just go and drop everybody on his head. It's a departure for Taz from his character that he was in ECW. So whoever was talking to Wade Keller and giving him this summation of Taz's feeling and what is happening in the WWF at the time is probably just looking at this and probably playing into Taz's paranoia of wanting to get over. Taz is a very image-conscious performer in general. He worked really hard to get where he was in ECW, and he didn't want to lose that. Felt that if he deviated from that he would lose something. That part is true. That's Pete's inertia. But he was extremely open to change. His attitude did not have a bad attitude, at least to me, because I approached him on several of these issues, and he was willing to change. He was willing to work on it. But I think that people look at it and they see what he was. They see that he's being asked to change now. So, of course, the boys are going to rib him. And the boys are going to try and get into his head because they think that's what you do. To mess with somebody backstage. Have fun with him.
Well, the ribbing continued. Keller reported that the ribbing on Taz had taken on a life of its own. At the Madison Square Garden Raw, Chaz Warrington and D'Lo Brown led the charge. Chaz made it known he was adding an extra Z, and he was the first to add an extra Z to his name. Meanwhile, D'Lo wore an orange tank top and walked around backstage with an orange towel over his head, putting people in the Taz mission. Bradshaw was walking around with a bandage on his shin. When people would ask him what happened, he would say he leapfrogged Taz and he hit his shin on Taz's head. The ribbing is said to be a combination of having fun at Taz's expense and trying to send a message to Taz to not take himself so seriously. At this point, Taz is laughing along with the jokes, so it's clear he is bothered by how widespread the mocking and ribbing has become. Other wrestlers don't dislike Taz personally, but they do believe he needs to loosen up and relax and adjust to the WWF style. He tells another story where Taz made some sort of passing comment about a member of the Mean Street Posse growing a goatee that was similar to his, and that he was going to complain to management about it. Apparently this was said in jest, but rather than making fun of himself, it sounds as if there's truth in Taz's jest, because he's developed a reputation for being so protectively paranoid about his look that all of these ribs are now being planned to just mess with his head and get a reaction out of him. Do you remember any of these ribs in particular, or any other fun Taz ribs that you could share with us where a guy was taking himself too seriously and just didn't get the joke right away?
I think that these are funny ribs. I think they're good-natured, funny ribs. As you're reading them, I'm laughing my ass off. And the talent definitely is going to mess with you if you are taking yourself too seriously. I don't remember a time that Taz ever came and said, "Oh, guys are picking on me," or "They're ribbing me too hard." I don't think that Taz took him that serious that it bothered him to that level. And we simply had him change his style because he was going to be a heel. And people that had worked with him prior in ECW maybe had a reputation. I don't know what Taz was like in ECW. I know what he was like when he came to the WWF. And he was open to change, and he didn't have a bad attitude about it.
Right.
At least not to me.
Well, Steve Austin didn't have a bad attitude when he got some great news just a few weeks before SummerSlam. He saw Dr. Lloyd Youngblood, a neurosurgeon at the Methodist Hospital in San Antonio, and this is months after he had surgery to do spinal fusion. He had been at home this entire time and grown bored just being stuck there, but he's hopeful that he'd be able to get to return, and he starts to do cardio in a heavy way, just being hopeful. But he hadn't been evaluated in a couple of months because during the most recent x-ray, there was still significant separation in the vertebrae, so he would not be eligible to take bumps. I mean, that could cause serious damage. So he's still working out. He sees Dr. Youngblood, and he gets the great news that he should be able to return sometime in October. He finds himself 5 days later flying to New York to meet with Vince because it's time to get the band back together. Your top star has been sidelined, and 5 days later, they're getting together in New York. Bruce, do you remember the news? Hey, we're finally getting him back, and we're going to try to put him on that September 25th TNN show, and he should be able to go as far as in-ring by October or Survivor Series at the latest. Do you remember this news in particular and this visit?
Hallelujah. We were excited. We were psyched. We were stoked. Going on a new network. Business was good, and we were getting guys over. You had Rock, and business was great, but the loss of Steve, we felt it because Steve's presence was just... It made a difference. It made a difference in the ratings. It made a difference in the house shows. It made a difference in merchandising. Everything. His presence was felt. So to know that he was going to be able to come back, there was thought of how soon could we get it done, but at the same time, we didn't want to rush it. We wanted to make sure that he was 100% ready to go. But that news was above and beyond.
Regarding the early plan for SummerSlam, Wade wrote that Big Show was scheduled to team with Shane McMahon against Kane and The Undertaker. So that was our original SummerSlam plan. But Big Show was back in the doghouse over not being in shape. Wade wrote, his match at Saturday night's house show in Detroit was the final straw. He teamed with Benoit against Kane and Undertaker and was winded instantly. His performance was classified as embarrassing, according to WWF sources. He was also complaining of back spasms. The WWF, completely unimpressed with his commitment towards taking his job seriously, demoted him to Ohio Valley Wrestling, where he will work small indie shows for Jim Cornette or work out of the Louisville, Kentucky training center under Cornette's guidance. WWF management believes that Big Show has main event potential, but not until his mental age comes close to his actual age. WWF management is down on Show for being, quote, a heavy smoker who eats junk food all the time and doesn't do any cardio workouts. The belief within the company these days is where somebody like Show could get by on awing audience with his size alone are gone. We've talked about this a minute ago, but do you remember hearing about this house show match and that being the final straw? And based on tenure in the company, was it The Undertaker who does this?
There wasn't any final straw. It was a combination of things, and it was the effort over a few weeks with Big Show, where we saw that he came back not in shape. His cardio was horrible. You would get the lip service. I'm eating healthy. I'm eating chicken breasts and dry pasta and salad and vegetables. I quit smoking, and then he would be out by the truck having a smoke with Krispy Kreme donuts. I tell you the Brock Lesnar Big Show Krispy Kreme donut story one day, which is absolutely hilarious.
Oh, no, you can't tease us. Let's do it.
Well, one of these times that Show was on a diet and taking care of himself and eating healthy, Harvey Whippleman walks in with, I think 3 or 4 dozen Krispy Kreme donuts. And Brock stops him and says, "Oh, hey, Krispy Kremes, whose are those for?" He goes, "Oh, man, these are Big Show's." And he's like, "All of them?" He's like, "Yeah, but don't tell anybody." So Brock goes in to every donut and takes a huge bite out of every donut and puts them back in the box. Says, "Go, take them to him now and tell him who did it." So that was the same kind of thing going on here with Big Show. He, would go send out for 4 Big Macs, 40 pieces chicken McNuggets, milkshake, and he just wasn't taking good care of himself. The fear was also, you look at history of giants. Andre died in his mid-40s, and Vince was very concerned that if Show didn't take care of himself, that he would die at a young age. Didn't want that to happen. Really wanted this guy to have a career and for him to be healthy because he's already got 1 strike against him. Wasn't doing it and felt that the only way that Big Show was going to take it seriously is if we sent him back down to OVW, go down there, get your ass in shape. And by getting your ass in shape, it's just not losing weight, but get in ring shape, be able to go, get your cardio better. And when you're right, we'll bring you back. But Vince had just had it. And it wasn't one match, one night, or anything like that. It was a culmination of Show not being able to perform to the level that we were looking for him to perform at.
Well, Keller reports that The Undertaker chewed him out backstage and said something like he had a long way to go before he's any good. And Taker is apparently not happy with him pulling up lame because of back spasms, apparently having a low tolerance for those excuses since he himself has worked through so many injuries. And the word in the Observer is, in the Torch, Force of Habit, quote, "The rap on Big Show in general is that he is immature and he has no heart when it comes to earning his paycheck." That's pretty critical, pretty hardcore. Do you remember anybody going that far with the conversation about Big Show that they would say that he was immature and had no heart about earning his paycheck?
Yeah, Vince McMahon probably had that conversation with him. Undertaker probably had that conversation with him. I wouldn't be surprised if Rock and Triple H had the same conversation with him, but I guarantee you Vince McMahon did.
I found this to be typical of the mainstream opinion of wrestling. Time magazine correspondent Margaret Carlson on the August 13th edition of CNN's Capital Gang was discussing Joseph Lieberman and said regarding Rock, quote, "All I have to say is The Rock keynoting Wednesday night, the white skinhead, hateful wrestling guys, that's the symbol." She went on to say that Rock represents the anti-black WWF. This is hilarious because The Rock's dad is black.
Well, I have this to say about that. Kind of like Dave Silva, fake news.
It comes out here in the Torch that there's a lot of rumor and innuendo from the WCW side that guys are thinking about making a phone call to the WWF, and names are floating out all the time. We start hearing Dallas Page, his buddy Canyon, Marcus Bagwell, and Lex Luger as being those who are most likely to have inquired about working with the WWF. And Wade would report, quote, "One big name WCW wrestler who used to work in the WWF even called Vince McMahon directly, but McMahon redirected his call to Jim Ross, whom McMahon has given the duty of deciding on what roster additions and negotiating deals should happen. Do you remember any of this, and who got redirected from your memory?
We always got calls from guys in WCW, and they all got redirected to Jim Ross. Vince was not going to have any conversation with them, and that was the protocol. You call, go talk to JR. JR is the one that's going to negotiate your deal. If there is anything, he's going to find out what your contractual situation is, if we can even talk to you. So if anybody called at any level, they were going to be redirected to JR. So that during this time, there were a lot of guys calling.
Well, and there's a lot of guys calling for a variety of reasons, one of which is this AOL Time Warner merger. It's the talk of the company, and a lot of the guys are nervous. How was that news received by you guys in the WWF office? Did you realize, hey, they're going to come calling now? This is great news for us. What was the rap? What did you guys think about the AOL Time Warner merger?
No one had any idea what the hell was going to happen to the wrestling company, because Ted Turner, it was a passion project for Ted Turner. The wrestling company was. AOL Time Warner, they had no loyalty to wrestling. There was no ties to wrestling. To them, it was simply an entry on a balance sheet. So, I know I said it again. Sorry. It was the unknown. It was the great unknown. The talent and everyone there in the office had no idea what the hell was going to happen. So they're checking out their options. What can I do and where can I go? We didn't really know how AOL was going to treat WCW at the time until they really got in. And when we found out that Ted was out, more on the outs, then we thought their days are probably limited.
I wanted to ask about this because you guys ran a promo for this in the middle of the show, but it was Radio WWF, and it was reported that this was just a one-time broadcast to hype SummerSlam, and it wasn't going to be a weekly show. It was going to air on Saturday night on the Westwood One radio network, and this is in a variety of markets across the country. Michael Cole was the host, and he had a list of guests: Mick Foley, Eddie Guerrero, Chyna, Too Cool, Trish Stratus, and lots of call-in folks, The Rock and others. And there was talk that if this went well, they might do this for future pay-per-views. Do you remember how this comes about? It feels like something that Vince McMahon wouldn't have necessarily thought he needed to do in 2000. So who put a bug in his ear about radio?
Jim Ross loved radio. Jim had a successful radio show in Atlanta, and when Jim came on board in the early 90s, we had actually done some things with WWF radio back during that time, with Jim Ross doing it. Vince did it for a while. But at this particular time, Michael Cole came from radio. Michael Cole came from CBS radio. But I believe it was Brad Saul who was with Westwood One and who would later develop Web Talk Radio, where I did my first podcast. And John Layfield had a podcast on there as well, that came to us with the opportunity to try and create a WWF radio network. So this was just another toe in the water of the radio world to see if there was really anything to it.
Let's talk about the McMahons. Keller would write that one wrestler told him Shane has always played his real self on TV, and the real Stephanie is a cross between her original wholesome character and the current on-air persona. He goes on to say that both of the kids, despite being the son and daughter of the owners, don't generate any heat for themselves. They don't act privileged or bulletproof, and he thinks that their family dynamic is very strong and healthy with themselves and with their parents. They're kind of the first family of wrestling, so there is this fascination of what that dynamic looks like, and of course these days there's lots of rumor and innuendo about the siblings. Was this a fair assessment at the time, and when do you remember some of this maybe changing, if it ever did?
Fair and accurate. I think that I don't know that it really ever did change. When Shane left, I wasn't there, so I don't know what that dynamic was at that time when Shane left the company. But for the most part, that dynamic never really changed.
Well, here's what I mean, I guess. You know, let's zero in on this one. The real Stephanie is a cross between her original wholesome character and her current on-air persona. The rumor and innuendo is that Stephanie, if you work for her, is a fucking bitch. Now, I've met Stephanie in real life, and she's awesome, but I don't work for her. But I've heard multiple people say that she is a nightmare to work for. And that's what's out there. That's the narrative from people who've worked with her and written books or done podcasts or whatever. When do you think she kind of came into her own, and did the business change her, or was that what she was supposed to do in that position? Because as we've said before, there are what we've called on this show before, people who have jobs in the quote unquote heat position. Did she have a job in the heat position, and that's what changed?
Stephanie did have a job in the heat position, and not only that, she got put into a job in the heat position at an extremely young age.
Right.
And got put into a position of responsibility and heat that maybe she wasn't ready for, and she thought she had to act a certain way. I believe that deep down, and you talk about the family dynamic, they're a great family. They really and truly are.
Sure. I mean, we don't want to bury that at all. I guess in terms of the Stephanie deal, do you think that happened when she was put into, you know, the head of creative, or can you pinpoint when maybe people started to feel differently about her?
I think when she got put into the head of creative. I mean, and once her responsibilities broadened and she had to manage more and more people and just gain more and more responsibility, I think that she felt the weight of the world on her shoulders.
Right.
It's not easy, man. I did it when I was 24 years old, and it's overwhelming. I was way immature and not ready for it. So I can relate to that. It sucks. It's a tough deal.
And as much as you may have thought you were at one point, you're not a McMahon. So the pressure for her has got to be even more enormous, because people expect her to act and look and think and behave a certain way. And she's
not just a McMahon, daddy's little girl.
Right.
So throw the woman in the man's business.
Right.
And your last name's McMahon. So it's a tough road, and it is what it is.
Well, I think you've backpedaled enough to defend yourself now. Let's talk about Just Joe. We've never talked about him before on the show. I don't know when we'll talk about him again. He's working house show loops here prior to SummerSlam. And when I said his name, you started laughing. What do you remember, and what can you tell us about Just Joe?
His name was mentioned on our podcast. Joey Legend was a part of the Canadian clique of Edge and Christian and Val Venus in that Toronto Canadian group. And you are correct, Conrad. I don't think we will ever talk about Just Joe again on this podcast. A decent worker, nothing special. And Vince, when he met him, everybody was trying to come up with a name for him. And it was the kiss of death when Vince just said, Just Joe. So you just want to call him Joe? No, I want to call him Just Joe. So his name's Joe. No, Just Joe. So we're going to call him Just Joe. Yes. He'll introduce himself. How you doing? Just Joe. So your name's Joe? No, Just Joe. Okay, kids, I have now filled you in on Just Joe. He did some vignettes. I think he worked a couple of matches and had a payday case.
Hypothetically speaking, what would Jim Cornette think of that name?
What the fuck is his name? His name is Joe. Oh, God damn it, Corny. It's Just Joe. That's what I fucking said. His name is Joe. Just Joe. Joe. Just Joe. He's a goddamn wrestler wearing wrestling boots. What the fuck? He's a goddamn WWF superstar. So he's Just Joe. Exactly. Something like that.
Oh, it's so fun.
Motherfucker!
Thank you. I mean, that's the way all those segments have to end. So here's the deal. SummerSlam 2000, we're finally here. The headline from the Torch the week after SummerSlam, WWF delivers knockout show. Wade would write that WWF may not be planning pay-per-view main events 6 months ahead like they used to, but SummerSlam is evidence that long-term planning might be slightly overrated. The WWF product is clicking on enough cylinders right now to be drawing better TV ratings, pay-per-view buy rates, merchandise sales, and house show gates than at any time in its history. It's no accident that the WWF is putting on a better streak of shows than at any time in its history also. The in-ring product, while not consistently spectacular, is almost always solid, with enough spectacular moments to make each show must-see for most pay-per-view customers. And Wade even said that many were touting SummerSlam as the show of the year. What did you think of that characterization of business at the time and of SummerSlam?
I feel that the characterization of business at the time is accurate. I didn't think that this show held up for me.
No, I would agree.
On an overall basis. I didn't think that it was... I didn't end it going, wow, what a great show. I just remembered moments.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, I'll be honest, I had to look this up when I saw that this is what won the poll. I wasn't really sure, what all happened here. I guess before we get to the actual show, we should mention that you guys, man, y'all pulled out all the stops promoting this that week. And I think this is one of the reasons you guys were so successful. You had so much crossover opportunity here. Tons of appearances on mainstream television. Like Mick Foley was on Fox News. He was on there talking about backyard wrestling, but of course it was an opportunity to promote the WWF. Stephanie McMahon was on the Chet Kopic show, and that's a syndicated radio show. They talked about, everything from Phil Mushnick to growing up with Vince McMahon, and of course the pay-per-view. And there was a
go
ahead.
Chet Kopic was ring announcer at WrestleMania 2 in Chicago.
Oh, so there you go.
From Chicago, great guy, and I used him from time to time to do play-by-play as well. I really wanted to hire him instead of Tony Schiavone to come in and do play-by-play, but his ties to Chicago and the sports world wouldn't allow it.
Well, I'm sure Tony Schiavone is glad that you weren't able to make that deal.
Okay.
There was even a countdown to SummerSlam series of features on MTV. They had Al Snow, Mick Foley, lots of folks there. Jericho, Angle, Edge, Taz, Christian. So they're really doing everything they can, including having The Rock do some stuff for Saturday Night Live and Star Trek Voyager. So there's lots of opportunity to do crossover stuff here. And everybody wants to be a part of it. I mean, this is the hot deal. You've got Raven showing up backstage, just hanging out before his ECW contract's up to show that he's in good shape and let people know when his contract's up. And William Regal's doing the same thing. Mona, who would become Molly Holly, she's showing up and just saying, hey, I'm here, I'm available. This is the hottest time in the history of the company. Everybody wants in. Is that fair to say, Bruce?
Yeah, Randy Savage even called and recommended Mona.
How cool.
Molly Holly.
Hypothetically, what did that sound like?
Hey, brother, I know, you never know what's gonna happen. Yeah, well, Mona, you might have seen her before. She's, a good girl, and I think she deserves a break. So if there's anything you could do for her, give her a little look-see, yeah. And maybe you guys could use her, yeah. Dig it!
Who does Macho Man make that call to?
He might have made that phone call to me.
Oh, I mean...
It was a short conversation, and it was literally about that long. How you doing? And bam. He called for Mona.
I just didn't know if he had Stephanie's number. The WWFE released figures for the first quarter ending July 28th, 2000, and they showed their net revenues were up 34% to $101.9 million. Process that. Net revenues were up 34% from 99 for that first quarter. 101.9 million. Oh gosh, let's get into it. Yeah, I watched this pay-per-view today for the first time in 17 years. I know I watched it when it first happened, but today's the first time I've seen it. And what stood out to me mostly when I first fired this up is I was not ready for this opening package. It's the little film by Freddie Fellini. I assume this is a rib. We see Freddie Blassie there and lots of other character actors. I'm not exactly sure what the hell's going on, but it's pretty artsy-fartsy. This feels like something Vince McMahon would have loved. Am I right?
It was opera-ish almost. It was a beautiful David Sahadi production that brought the ethos of the drama and the athleticism that was the WWF.
So Vince loved it?
Yes.
What is a Freddie Fellini? Is that a nod to somebody?
I don't know what the hell a Freddie Fellini is.
What's Blassie's shoot last name?
Is that what it is?
I don't know. I'm asking.
I thought it was Blassie.
I feel like we're doing Who's On First again with Just Joe right now. This is like our version of Just Joe. No, it's his real name is Freddie Blassie.
Yeah.
So what the fuck what the fuck is a Fellini?
I don't know. Maybe it's just been something Sahadi came up with.
All right, listen. Let's just pretend. Just do what you always do. When I ask you a question and you don't know the answer, don't say the booking committee or I don't know. That's the other show. Just make something up like you normally do. So let's try again. So Bruce, they do this opening package here, and I don't really understand. It's kind of artsy-fartsy. I mean, it's got Freddie Blassie and some other character actors in here. But it says a film by Freddie Fellini. Is that a rib? What is a Freddie? Who's Freddie Fellini?
Freddie Fellini, sir, is Vince McMahon's gardener of the Fellini Brothers Landscape Company out of Greenwich, Connecticut. And Mr. Fellini one time made the suggestion to Mr. McMahon about why don't you do a show open like an old opera movie, like an old-timey silent talkie. No, actually, a non-talkie, sir.
I love
Freddie
it.
Fellini of the Fellini Brothers Landscaping.
Well, shout out to him because the Hardys have stolen his gimmick with that whole gardener thing. Hey, so let's talk about this pay-per-view set. This is something that a lot of fans talk about online. They miss these old pay-per-view sets and how they were all different for each pay-per-view. Now we get the same HD set, which is packed with technology and probably way, way, way more expensive. But it is kind of uniform. We get the same thing every time. Raw, SmackDown, pay-per-view. But people liked these, and this is an interesting set. We've never really talked about it before, and I know you don't like talking about money when it goes to a performer. Give me an idea of what you think a pay-per-view set was costing back in 2000. Just freestyle.
The piece of shit one that we had here at SummerSlam?
Well, you know, even the pyro here, this is kind of next level pyro. It feels like this would have been a significant line item. Do you remember what you guys would budget for pyro or pay-per-view sets or how all that was derived?
I didn't do budgets, but it probably about $100,000 all in for each set.
And
you got to remember that a lot of those elements of each set were
recycled.
Utilized
Yeah.
for different sets throughout the year.
Sure.
So they weren't just it's not like a one-time line item. It was something that was built that could be utilized. It's funny you bring that up because I thought that the set sucked for this show.
No, it did suck, but it was so different. It made me think about all the sets through the years that didn't suck and that we hadn't really talked about that much on the show. So I didn't think this one was necessarily spectacular, but you know, I know they're very conscious of what things cost now. And I couldn't help but notice when that pyro's going off, well, that was not cheap. What do you think a pyro budget for a pay-per-view was back in the day?
30 grand, 50 grand.
Isn't that amazing? It's amazing to me that, you know, I know people who worked WrestleMania and featured matches, they didn't make 50 grand. And the fucking fireworks did.
Oh, fireworks.
Well, I'm just saying, how many people in the crowd bought tickets to see fireworks?
You'd be surprised.
Well, I never bought a ticket to an ECW show to see fireworks. I'm just throwing that out.
Because they didn't have them.
Well, I didn't need them.
They couldn't afford them. They had fireworks in the back.
Well, they were sparking up, that's for sure. The thing that stands out to me, too, when I watch this, I mean, it just really jumps off the screen at you, is the remarkable number of signs. I mean, even compared to today, it was just signomania in the crowd here. When do you remember that becoming silly? Was that like 97, 98?
Austin 316.
So you think towards the end of 96 is when it started to get out of hand?
Yes.
Do you remember anybody in the office particularly disliking it? Because it feels like somebody, maybe it's production or somebody on the television side, would say, it looks like shit. I want to see the people, not all these fucking dollar Office Depot signs.
Yeah, Vince, there was a time that I think Vince, Kevin Dunn, and a lot of people didn't like it because it was distracting during the show when people would hold up their signs and either block people's views or all you're looking at is signs instead of looking at the match. And it just became distracting, or it would block cameras. That's the only reason that they hated them, because of that. I remember a time in the business when we used to make signs. And I'm talking about, I go way back to when I was like 12 years old, and Paul Bosch had a bunch of signs made up with make Dillon wrestle for J.J. Dillon when he was managing the Mongolian Stomper. And a couple of us kids would walk around the ring with the signs, and the business has come a long way since then.
No, it absolutely has. Let's talk about, what we're really here to talk about, and that's the matches. Right to Censor is out first. We've got Steven Richards tagging with the Good Father and Val Buchanan to take on Rikishi and Too Cool. First, let's just go performer by performer. This is the most featured role that Stevie Richards ever had in wrestling, just based on the height of wrestling at the time, and this being significant TV time for him. Would you agree with that?
Probably so, yeah. For Stevie, and he was the spokesman for the group. He looked the part. And, yeah, I guess you could say that, definitely.
So talk me through Stevie Richards and why, in your opinion, he didn't have a longer run in the company. Because he was here in a few different incarnations, and it feels like he never really, curried the favor of Vince McMahon. Did Vince not get him? Was somebody not a fan of his? Of course, he had a brief little stint in WCW, but towards the end of his ECW run, he was getting a pretty sizable push there. So there were certain fans who had been conditioned to think that he could have been a pretty significant player, but it feels like he was always just kind of lost in the shuffle in the WWF.
He might have been a significant player in the bingo hall, but when you get into the larger waters, there's just a lot more fish in that ocean that you either have to be extra special. And I don't think that Stevie had that special it factor to set him apart from everybody. I think that the right to censor, this gimmick, was something that he could kind of sink his teeth into. People could believe. And it worked for him, but I don't think that Stevie was unique enough to stand out from the crowd.
Well, let's talk about Bull Buchanan. We haven't talked about him much on the show before here. We talked about him briefly in our John Cena episode, which is available in the archives. But do you got any good Bull Buchanan stories?
God damn, he's Bull Buchanan. He's fucking badass. Bull Buchanan was one of Corny's guys from OVW that Jim had recommended, a big, just nasty, young bruiser. He was a big guy, had good size, and he was decent in the ring. But he didn't have a whole lot of personality, so you really had to mask Bull. You had to surround him with props. We thought putting him with this group would give him the ability to maybe grow and be able to spin out of it at some point, but he didn't have the personality to stand on his own right now.
Well, obviously Stevie Richards is the spokesman here, and this is giving him an opportunity to shine. Bull had kind of been lost in the shuffle a little bit, but Godfather was over like Rover, and now you make him the good father. Who booked this shit? Whose idea was this? Why did you guys want to get away from Hose?
We had Hose.
You
There were
did.
Hose in this match.
Yeah, there were Hose, and we'll get there, but it feels like this is one of the more over characters based on crowd reaction. Is it just, hey, let's freshen him up? Whose idea is that?
Well, not only freshen him up, but if you're going to make him a heel, then you take all of those things away from him that made him cool. And it was exactly what the PTC, the Parent Teacher Council, what they were yelling and screaming all about was how bad we were. We had a pimp with Hose talking about lighting the blunt up, fire one up for your pimp daddy and all this crap. So take that away from him and put him in that role of the asshole talking about everything that's wrong with the WWF and with America at that time. It was a good role for him.
They take on Rikishi and Too Cool. I'm sure we're going to talk about Rikishi in long form at some point. He is one of the more interesting WWF careers that I think is kind of underrated and would make for a really interesting podcast just because there's so many twists and turns along the way. But Too Cool is somebody we haven't really talked a whole lot about. We've briefly touched on Brian Christopher in the past, but I think Scotty 2 Hotty is probably the more underrated of the group. I don't know why he doesn't necessarily get his due, but man, everything he does in this match gets over. The worm gets over. His work is solid. When he starts clapping his hands over his head, which seems like such an old school move, the whole crowd does it. They have their support. How fucking over was Too Cool here?
They were over. That whole group was. It was Rikishi and the dancing and the colorful outfits, everything about them. That time and the timing of the gimmick, it simply worked. You talk about Scotty 2 Hotty. Here was a kid that was working independence. He had come in for us, and he had been an enhancement talent. On the show that Pat and I went to go and see Terra Rising outside of Boston, Massachusetts.
Tell everybody who Terra Rising is, the independent wrestler Terra Rising.
Yes. Pat and I went to go see this kid, and at the show, we saw Scotty. And we had seen Scotty come in and do enhancement work, but Scott was one of the featured performers of this show. And he looked great. He looked like a little Shawn Michaels in that environment. So we came back and said, well, shit, why don't we try something with Scotty? And brought him in and tried to, started to feature him. And this team at the right time, right place, took off. And it's nice to see young guys that were busting their ass so many years ago to finally get a break and hit it big. And I thought that Scotty did a great job and was one of those young talents that was able to flourish and really realize his dream here.
The finish comes, which I thought was kind of fun, when he sets up the worm and then actually gets super kicked for his troubles by Stevie Richards. And Richards gets the pin, which the fans boo, and Ross classified as an upset. I didn't really understand this rating. I thought the crowd was really, really hot for this. Wade Killer gave it a 1.5 stars. He did note that even the heel commentator Waller was siding against the RTC.
PTC.
Well, that's the Parent Teacher Council, but your group is called the RTC. I don't know if you remember. Gotcha. So let's talk about the hose. So if you haven't watched this in a while, you might be surprised to know that there's two hoes here, and they actually come out with Rikishi, since he's now the good father. Stevie Richards took them to task because they're doing this show in North Carolina, the quote-unquote Bible Belt of America. And so for some reason, they're not cheering RTC, and instead they're cheering the hoes. And the hoes actually get involved when the good father is on the floor, and he pushes them down by their face. The rumor and innuendo is that one of these ladies would go on to be Victoria the women's champion. She was brought in by Rick Bassman. And the other lady, according to the rumor and innuendo, is a lady named Frosty, who is a full-time dancer that Rick Bassman thought he could get a gig here. So what strip club did you find Frosty at? And how difficult was it to talk a female wrestler who's probably going to be a Hall of Famer into being a hoe?
Well, first of all, Lisa was not a female wrestler at the time. She was in training.
Got it. Just a hoe.
Huh?
Just a hoe. Got it.
Yeah, well, she was in training, and she was a fitness model. And Frosty was also in training. Both of them were training at Rick Bassman's school at the time, is where I got both of them, at the Hoes Are Us Academy. There's an academy for that.
So you can be like a certified hoe?
Well, we needed a working hoe, and Lisa was by far the better of the two as far as the working went.
Well, you can see her work online. This show did big business. They started it by announcing a $1.1 million gate, and that was even announced on TV by Jim Ross. That stood out to me when this show started. It felt a little bit out of character for them. Was this a way to just kind of brag about their financial success, or to stick it to WCW, or why do you remember that actually being part of? Because it feels like Jim Ross would have been given permission, or specifically rather told to say that.
Probably because it was one of the biggest gates in North Carolina history.
Probably
so
is it
brag
not?
about it and spread your wings and flaunt.
What would have been bigger?
I don't know. What would have been bigger?
I don't know. I think that's probably the biggest.
At that time it was one of the biggest in North Carolina. So
yeah, it drew 17,000 fans. It's worth mentioning that this took place right there in North Carolina, and I don't think that a lot of people understand what a hotbed of wrestling North Carolina was. This show specifically was in Raleigh, but Greensboro was the home of Starrcade, and obviously Charlotte was a big wrestling town, and we've kind of went through it through the years. There were times when the WWF was not drawing huge there. Specifically, we covered that in great detail in 1988. Do you think at the time that was not so much based on wrestling being down as much as it was the fans in that state were more of a Jim Crockett variety wrestling fan? But by 2000, fucking everybody's a WWF fan, right?
I think that's pretty accurate. Yeah, locally they were brought up on the NWA and Crockett.
Right.
We were the outsiders.
Well, next up, we've got highlights of Kurt Angle arriving at the arena. We get a recap here from Heat, where Jonathan Coachman catches him when he walks in, and he's trying to ask him about taking advantage of Stephanie this past week on SmackDown. So to kind of give you the backstory here, there was a situation where Kurt Angle is checking on Stephanie, and she has not yet got her inflatables, and she's passed out on the couch, and she has an SMH shirt on, which I think is hilarious. Obviously that's Stephanie McMahon Helmsley, but in texting it means something else. And he kisses her, and she doesn't fight it. And now, of course, this is an issue because Triple H is married to Stephanie. That's kind of the H in SMH. And so when she comes in, she asks Coachman if Triple H is around, and Coachman says not yet. I don't know why she doesn't know where her husband is, but she doesn't. But Coachman does say that Angle's over there. So Stephanie walks in the opposite direction. Later, we see Kurt Angle enter Stephanie's locker room, but the camera did not follow. Then we cut to a Michael Cole interview with Shane McMahon, and they're trying to ask Shane about his sister Stephanie. Shane says he supports her decision no matter what, and then Blackman shows up, and Shane gets out of there. So we're going to go to a match, but I find this interesting here because it almost feels like The Rock being the WWF champion here is secondary, and that the primary storyline is Triple H and Kurt Angle feuding over Stephanie, not so much the world title. How does our focus get shifted here? Whose idea is this?
Well, it was the fact that Kurt and Triple H were both going for the championship, and they had the match where it was a three-way with the winner was going to get the shot at the championship, and both Triple H and Angle had got the pin. So they awarded both men the winner, which is how they got to the triple threat. So the entire story did center around the championship, but the subplot was the love triangle with Stephanie, Kurt, and Triple H. What it was centered all around the championship. It was Stephanie kind of going for wanting her husband to be the champion, but then is there this divided loyalty where could there be something between Kurt and Stephanie? You never know.
Do you remember shooting this Stephanie McMahon, Kurt Angle makeout scene?
I did not shoot that. That was a Brian Gewertz production. This was during a time that I was doing a lot of gorilla position and doing more administrative duties at this point.
I thought you were about to say, this is during a point when I was doing a lot of drugs. So catch me up here. Hypothetically, would Vince McMahon have really liked the idea that Stephanie was making out with an Olympic gold medalist?
Get in there, pal. Plant some of those gold medal lips on my little princess.
Maybe.
Oh, yeah. So X-Pac pins Road Dogg after about 4.5 minutes. At some point, Road Dogg blocks the X Factor and then goes for the pump handle suplex. But X-Pac manages to mule kick out of that and hit the X Factor for the clean win. After the match, X-Pac tries to make good here and says something like, hey, the better man won. Let's put this behind us. Of course, Dog has nothing to do with that. Kicks him, pump handle slams him, gives him the crotch chop. This gets a 1.5 stars. What'd you think of this match here? And fucking how over was Road Dogg?
So far, I'm not impressed with the show. Wasn't crazy about really either of the first two matches. But yes, Road Dogg was over like Rover. And both those guys were. It was the post DX era, but they were live. They were live for the Dog. And I just wanted more because both guys are such great workers. I wanted more of a match and didn't get it.
Well, is that because of the time limitation you guys put on them, giving them under 5 minutes?
That and just, I don't know if there was a lot of chemistry with them against one another. They had great chemistry as a team. I just don't know if there was enough chemistry with them working against one another.
X-Pac was so underrated during this time, and I feel like he never really gets his just due. And whenever we talk about him, somebody inevitably winds up tweeting me about the phrase X-Pac heat. That's something a lot of wrestling fans like myself have heard for a long time. What, in your opinion, is X-Pac heat, and when did it become a thing?
I have absolutely no idea. The first time I've ever heard the term X-Pac heat.
I don't know if it means they take a doo-doo in your sandwich or what. Eddie Guerrero told Shauna he wanted her to be happy, and Shauna said that one of them is going to be happy. And then we see Trish Stratus giving herself a pep talk that she's more of a centerfold than Chyna. And Val snaps, what the hell are you talking about? And he wants to focus on the match at hand. You know, when I saw this, I guess a couple things jumped out at me. First of all, how great did Chyna look here? This is the best she ever looked. She looks like another person from who we've seen before. It's clear that you guys have made, and she's made, a concerted effort to change her look. But she looked like a superstar right here, and I loved this angle with Eddie. What did you think of her look here and the pairing of her with Eddie?
Well, this was also during the time of the Playboy, the first Playboy shoot as well. Chyna looked great this period. The pairing with Eddie, magic. Eddie Guerrero, you put him in any situation, and Eddie Guerrero's going to shine. Chyna during this time with Chyna was a bit of a difficult time because her and Hunter were together in real life, and she wanted to wrestle guys. she felt that she was a good enough worker that she could hang with the guys, and she felt she was big enough and that she could have believable matches with guys. On the other side of that, Vince felt that she could help elevate the girls, and that by her working with the girls and being the female champion would give credibility to that championship, and that she could probably help bring the girls along. And it just felt like a constant battle during this time frame. And in the middle was Eddie, and Eddie was holding it all together and making everything entertaining and doing everything that he could on his end. So for me, when I watched this, I just kind of had the shivers remembering some of the conversations with Chyna where she felt that she should have been working with the guys and battling for the WWF Championship. And I didn't see that. And Vince didn't see that.
Well, it's fascinating to me that you say that because of what we're going to talk about in a minute, but we'll circle back, I guess. Val Venus here looks like a totally different Val Venus from a few years prior. He's wearing just all white here, white trunks, white boots, and he's got the short hair, and he's the Intercontinental Champion, all of which I kind of forgot about here. What could you tell us about the evolution of the Val Venus character and the version that we're seeing here as he teams with Trish Stratus?
Trying to get Val away from the porn star and the long hair and the sleazy look, and just trying to get people to forget about that a little bit, get him out of the purple, and let's change his look and change his persona where he's not talking about how big his dick is, and make him a little bit more of a serious wrestler.
Talk me through, it feels like it's a conscious effort here to change up the Godfather and Val Venus, two of your more controversial characters, when you've got one who's a porn star and one who's a pimp, and now you've kind of whitewashed them both. Is this, word from the top, we've got to get away from some of these more controversial characters, and what brings that about? Is it the PTC and their pressure?
There was a lot of pressure on us, and we were trying to make a conscious effort. There was less of the DX vulgarity, if you will, and we just scaled back a little bit during this time. So yeah, it was a conscious effort to kind of clean up the act. And I don't remember, I think Val went on to join the Right to Censor
right
shortly after this.
Well, let's talk about this match. They go 7 minutes and 10 seconds. And here's what's interesting. It's a mixed tag match, but the fucking Intercontinental title is on the line. This is the title that Shawn Michaels put on the map, Bret Hart, Mr. Perfect, Razor Ramon, all your favorite working horse wrestlers, all the way back to Ricky Steamboat, to Macho Man Randy Savage. And here Val Venus has it, and he's defending it against Eddie Guerrero and Chyna.
And technically Trish Stratus, too.
Technically Trish Stratus. At some point, Val yanks Chyna down by the hair. So we've seen a lot of that so far. Let's rewind to the first match. We had both of the hoes pushed down onto the floor by their face. And now here we've got dudes wrestling chicks and pulling them down by their hair. Anyway, Chyna takes a bump from Val, and then when she gets up, she ducks the double clothesline. When Trish goes for a clothesline off the ropes, Chyna just no-sells it. And then she press slams Trish and scores the pin. So now that Chyna has pinned Trish Stratus, she herself is the Intercontinental title holder, even though Val Venus was never pinned. Eddie wraps the belt around her waist, and the match gets a 1.5 stars. What'd you think here, man? This feels like a fucking low point for this belt. This belt had so much history once upon a time, and now Chyna beat Trish for it, and she's the champ. Sell me on it.
I hated it.
Who liked it?
Absolutely hated it. I hated that the females were in there working with the guys. Not a big fan of that.
Sure.
I've never been a big fan of the tag team with the single belt on the line in a tag team match. It works sometimes. I do like triple threats, but I just hated it. I just hated it. I wasn't a fan of it, and I thought that it diminished everything that we were trying to do with Val. It diminished Val, and you had to take it off of her at some point.
The 10 years prior, the Intercontinental belt was held by Mr. Perfect, the Texas Tornado, Bret Hart, Roddy Piper, the British Bulldog, Shawn Michaels, Razor Ramon, Diesel, Dean Douglas, Goldust, Hunter Hearst Helmsley, The Rock, Owen Hart, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Ken Shamrock, and then it would go on to be held by Chris Jericho, Kurt Angle, Chris Benoit, Eddie Guerrero, Jeff Hardy. I mean, big time players.
And I get all that. And there's gonna be people that are gonna come back and say, "But what a great moment!"
Well, the thing is,
China became the Intercontinental Champion as well.
Here's my thing, though.
Me personally, I didn't like it.
She had already beat, Jeff Jarrett in the Good Housekeeping match the prior year, and now she's got it again. So
I didn't like that either.
The footnote in history is China's a fucking 2-time Intercontinental Champion, but once by winning a Good Housekeeping match against a guy who held the company up for money, according to the rumor and innuendo, and the next time she pinned Trish Stratus in a mixed tag to win it. So you could say that it's great for women, but is it really when they win it this way? It just feels like a mockery.
I hated it. I hated it for every reason.
Yeah.
I hated it for all those reasons.
I'm sure Mr. Perfect is tickled. Highlights are aired here from the WWF radio segments we were talking about earlier. I guess it's called Radio WWF. We get, clips of Mick Foley's commentary on Kurt Angle kissing Stephanie on SmackDown. And then we see Stephanie telling the hairdresser, Janet, this is a backstage vignette, that she didn't kiss back, but that Angle is a good kisser.
Well, he is a good kisser.
Do you want to elaborate on how you know this personally?
Well, I'm just saying. He's Olympic gold medalist. Very good kisser. Manly kisser.
I mean, who kisses ass better, you or he?
He or who?
Pronouns, pal. What I really liked about the clips here of Kurt Angle in that whole kissing segment is he repeated over and over, "I really care about you, Steph. I really care about you, Steph. I really care about you, Steph." It was just almost comical. And I guess what I find most hilarious about all of this when I was watching the vignette of him, because they replay this whole kissing thing a lot. It's like the main angle of the whole fucking pay-per-view. 4 years prior to this dude's winning an Olympic gold fucking medal, and now he's making out with Vince McMahon's daughter on SmackDown. It's a weird business. I don't know where we'll fit this in if we don't talk about it now. There was news at the time that the Midian character was going to do a naked guy type gimmick. And Killer wrote in the Torch, says one WWF wrestler, he's the funniest guy in the locker room. He beats Mick Foley even when Foley is on his game. The WWF has to find some way to take advantage of that. As a worker, he is considered passable if he were over, but until he is over, he is just taking up space. Did you see Midian's personality behind the scenes, and do you agree with the assessment that he was the funniest guy in the locker room?
One of the funniest guys in the locker room. I'll say this, bless his little heart. Midian, great personality in the back, but it never translated in front of the audience. It never translated on TV. He was never able to connect to the audience the way that he connected to guys in the locker room. And that goes for a lot of different guys, from Brad Armstrong to Arn Anderson to Midian, that they're great, entertaining as hell in the locker room, but when they had to get in front of the camera, weren't able to connect in that way. And Midian was one of them.
I forgot when we were talking about that hairdresser segment. The ladies had a debate, both Janet and Stephanie. Is Kurt Angle a hottie or a hunk, in your opinion?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I mean, it was the debate between the girls in the back. So Tony Schiavone would come down with a solid answer here. I want to know, in your opinion, was Kurt Angle a hottie or a hunk?
Oh, a hunk.
And why do you lean more towards hunk than hottie?
Look at him. He's hunky.
He's just a hunky. I love you.
He's just hunky. He's just a hunk of gold medal.
While I was
spend my days working hard
We're
on
off
the
the rails.
go, but the hands on the clock keep spinning too slow. Just felt the song there for a minute.
hypothetically speaking, Johnny Ace, how would he come down on this hunk or hottie debate?
He's a hottie. I just really love the way that he sweats and he glistens. Oh, God. Not like you, boss. Nobody glistens like you. You're magical when you glisten. Kind of like a unicorn. Cowabunga, dude.
Well, it was Raw 2 hours the next night, but you guys pushed that a lot.
What? I'm sorry, I'm over here. What?
Get back on track, Rick. Why was Raw 2 hours the next night? You guys promoted a lot that it's 2 hours late. So the show, instead of it coming on, at like 9 Eastern, it's coming on at 11 Eastern. And I don't remember right off the top of my head why you guys would have been delayed here. I'm sure somebody does, and they're going to tweet us. But do you remember why it was delayed?
No idea.
Okay. All right. Well, I have no idea why you guys did this either. We're talking about Jerry Lawler taking on Taz. Taz, as we've talked about earlier in the show, is still trying to adapt to the WWF style. He comes in as a monster from ECW. Huge push there, one of their central guys, and they're trying to figure out what to do with him here. They've changed his look completely. He's no longer in the singlet. Now he's got, a totally different outfit that's more, I don't know, of what the WWF's looking for, I guess. And he's talking about how to get heat, I guess, because he mocks, and obviously this was written for him, but we've taken WCW to task on this podcast so often for this, and now here it is on your own program. He goes over to JR and he says, "I'd love to slap you across the face, but it looks like God already beat me to it." I just thought that was fucking a horrible line. And considering the hard lines we've taken on this show, saying that was shitty of WCW and Vince Russo, now here it is on TV. Do you remember that line being any source of debate?
No, it was probably fed to him by Vince McMahon.
Well, I just mean, not as to should he have said that. Well, yeah, I guess.
No, come on, man. You're talking about, they've done Mr. Heine. Or Dr. Heine, and did a whole thing when JR is laying in a hospital having half of his colon ripped out, and that's
so because there was one other
tasteless, and here's a guy busting his ass, and he's got paralysis in his face with Bell's palsy. Cheap heat, cheap, unnecessary heat.
But you don't think this is bullying?
I think it's cheap, unnecessary heat.
In this angle, of course, we see a series of things happen with Taz and Jerry Lawler and Jim Ross. At one point, we see Lawler attacked, and he's bleeding. How does Lawler get color in this? Do you recall?
Yeah, he got popped in the head with whatever the hell he got popped in the head, and the back of his head split open. Lawler's was a hard way.
That's what the way it was positioned, I thought, boy, that can't be business as usual there. Was there any sort of heat on them? Because it feels like you guys would have had that gimmicked. How did that go wrong?
Oh, God, no. Accidents happen. Shit happens sometimes. And even you can gimmick things all day long. Mistakes happen, and sometimes, like especially even if, as you saw in the match itself, that was, the sugar glass, that stuff still cuts, and it's still dangerous.
Yeah, we'll get to that in just a minute. I want to talk about the car. There's a spot where Taz goes out back, and he's spray painted up a car, and Lawler comments that that's his rental car, and for some odd reason, as it's completely spray painted, Jim Ross is sitting in the passenger seat. I don't know why you would sit there while someone spray paints your car, but he does. And then Taz rears back and smashes the glass out with a baseball bat. Any memories of shooting this? Whose idea was this? How does this go down?
Well, JR was waiting for Lawler in the car.
Yeah.
Because they ride together.
Yeah.
So he couldn't see Taz spray painting.
I love you.
So then when Taz cut the promo and he hurt him and then hit the baseball bat in the window and got his eye.
You couldn't see him. You're a dick. We're getting tweets.
Why am I a dick? Taz was squatted down. I don't know how the fuck they did it or why they did it.
Well, I
wasn't writing the shit then.
Well, look, do you want to cover anything else, or can we just end this shit show, Tony?
God damn. The booking committee did it.
This is our worst show yet, and we've been on a roll lately. This was a turd. So why is Taz feuding with managers here? Did Wade Killer have that right? You guys thought pairing him with Jerry Lawler would teach him how to fucking work a traditional heel style that you guys wanted him to do?
Okay, and here's the point in the show where I thought this was one of Taz's best matches he ever had. Because Lawler slowed it down, and they had a match. There was psychology, and people actually cared. And Lawler was a popular announcer.
Sure.
So be able to get some heat on Taz and have him work with Lawler. Last week we're being brought to task because Terry Funk had to do a job. Now you're upset because Terry Funk was doing a job, and he's an old veteran. We should take care of the old veterans, and they should go over. Now this week the veteran goes over, and it's bad.
No dirt sheet writer saying that. I'm saying I was a big Taz fan, and he came in with a lot of fanfare, and you guys put him over Kurt Angle, and he gave Kurt Angle his very first loss. And now, not that many months later, he's in the middle of the show wrestling an announcer fresh off the desk and losing. So it does feel a little fucking curious to me. And that's what
legend, the king of Memphis. And he lost because he got a candy dish smashed over his head.
Well, there's a spoiler for you. So Taz comes out wearing a Jim Ross hat and pretends to be blind with a cane. This cracks me up because this is such a stark departure from the way Taz used to approach the ring. When he had the towel over his head and he was being very serious. Here he's clearly doing the comedy routine. About 3.5 minutes into the match, Lawler pulls his strap down. The crowd knows what to do. They pop. He follows up with a pile driver, but Taz no-sells it and pops right back up. And then he whips Lawler towards the ropes, but Teddy Long goes down in the process. So Taz starts yelling at Ross. And then, of course, he gets the chokehold on Lawler. And somewhere in here, Ross stands up and picks up a candy dish that he had just showed on camera a few minutes ago that we've never seen in the history of Raw before, or broadcasting before.
Oh, it's there every week, by God. The announcer's candy dish, by God, it's right there.
It might be under the table, but it is not huge and oversized and visible on camera, and they made it a point to point it out before, so it's going to be used. And Ross breaks it over Taz's head. It shatters into 3 billion pieces, and then Ross says something like, "Now you see how it feels, you son of a bitch." And he says he might be in trouble, but Taz got what he deserved. And there was blood on Taz's head here. So there you go. It's a short but entertaining match. It only goes about 4.5 minutes. 1.5 is what Wade gave it. And you thought it was Taz's best match.
I actually thought that the match was extremely entertaining. And if you know Taz, and Taz's sense of humor, this is probably closer to Taz's real personality than anything he had done to this point.
I think most everybody listening knows Taz because of his show, The Taz Show, which is available on play.it. So there you go.
Give it a listen.
At some point in the match, this is bleeped out now. In the middle of the match, Taz yells, "Fuck you," to Jerry Lawler. The mic picks it up very plainly, and it's bleeped out on our show today on the network. Do you recall there being any sort of heat on Taz for using that language?
Oh, hell yeah. There definitely would be heat for cussing on any show, yes.
Pay-per-view doesn't get a pass.
Cheated out by Vince McMahon as soon as he walked through the backstage curtain.
Is that a particularly bad time to do it, since you guys are trying to be so conscious with the whole PTC thing?
Anytime on television, especially anything that's broadcast, is a bad time to do it. But now, when there's a sensitivity to language and everything else that we're doing under a microscope, yeah, especially bad time.
Help me understand. Vince has a problem with this because it's broadcast, but he's cool with chocolate titties.
Everybody's cool with chocolate titties.
Well, that's not the way you say it, pal.
Vanilla titties. Mm. Everybody loves chocolate titties.
Shane McMahon is reportedly high on Steve Blackman, even though Steve Blackman had earned a rep for not being that awesome to work with. Not because of his attitude, but just because of his in-ring style. That report comes to us from The Torch. And they also said earlier in the day, of course, Shane McMahon had to practice this bump on a crash mat, and he did it from the set. And this happens in the afternoon, of course, before they open doors. And the WWF obviously wants to take every precaution they can, so they hire some stunt coordinators, and they're telling him exactly what to do and what not to do. Not to be overly sensitive here, Bruce, but does anybody, when an idea about a guy falling this far comes up, does anybody say, maybe this isn't the best idea?
Well, probably not from the standpoint of when you say, hey, I want to fall and I want to do this bump onto a crash pad and do it, and you know that you're going to be taking a bump. That's a little bit different situation. And we didn't hire a special stunt man. We had a stunt coordinator that worked for the company by the name of Mike something or other. He's the gray-headed guy you see at the end of the match there.
Somebody Google something or other, comma, Mike on Facebook. Let's see if we can't find him.
There you go. I'm sorry, what the hell was the question?
We're talking about Shane McMahon and the decision to have him fall 50 feet, and it's on pay-per-view. And maybe, even though we could do this, maybe we shouldn't do this.
Well, I always hated all the bumps, but at the same time, I'm not the one making the decision.
Okay,
so
I'm not saying you have to defend it.
It's brought up, but when it's done with a stunt coordinator and it's safe and you know what the hell they're doing and you practice it, yeah, it was a perfectly safe bump.
I'm not arguing it wasn't safe. My question was, does anybody say this isn't a good idea?
Why is it not a good idea?
Well, because you just had to settle out of court for a shit pile of money for a guy who did a fall that went wrong.
Okay, in a completely different situation, a completely different circumstance, and this was something with a crash pad underneath them. No matter where they went, they were going to go through a crash pad, and it was laid out well ahead of time, rehearsed several times, and that the feeling was that it was a safe stunt to do. So that concern wasn't there. As far as doing those kind of stunts in general,
here's my question.
I don't think we're a stunt show.
Do you think it becomes a Vince McMahon? I'm not going to ask anybody to do anything I wouldn't do. So since he's not in that position, let's send Shane to do it.
Oh, Vince McMahon would do it. And
I know Vince would do it. That's what I'm saying. This is like one of the first times you guys do this fall stunt, post Owen. And I wonder if it was calculated to say, let's have Shane do it and not somebody else, so we don't get this backlash.
Oh, no.
But if Shane goes first. Okay.
No, not at all. Absolutely not. And I believe that for this match, it was Shane's idea to do something and do a spectacular bump.
Well, where do you think Shane took better bumps? Off of the Titantron or out of helicopters?
You know what? The helicopter made news.
It did.
So, maybe the helicopter. Which I talked to him the other night, so it was nice to talk to him. He's doing good.
Did he call you during the crash?
No, after.
Okay.
Let me know he was okay.
I thought maybe he was calling you on the way down since your brother love and all, and maybe you could, do your thing. Okay.
No, nothing like that.
So Steve Blackman pins Shane McMahon after about 10 minutes. He wins the hardcore title. And for the first several minutes, it's just Blackman beating up Shane. At one point, this was kind of fun. He takes a trash can, puts it over his head, and just wears this trash can out with kendo sticks in the ring. I don't know what it did, but it looked cool. It was fun. Prince Albert and Test come out, and they're helping Shane because this is a no DQ hardcore match, of course. And this is kind of fun, I guess, because you've got Test helping Shane, and in storyline, they haven't always gotten along because of Stephanie. Eventually, Shane tries to get away. So what do you do when you're running from a badass? Well, you climb up as high as you can, which is what he did up the entrance set. And eventually, Blackman fights his way down and starts to chase Shane up the scaffolding to the top. And then he starts hitting Shane with the kendo stick with one hand. And in the corniest looking situation ever, Shane jumps off and takes a big bump into a fall below. Blackman drops the cane, looks at Shane, comes down a couple of notches, and then drops an elbow on Shane from very, very high up and scores the pin. Shane didn't move, and Blackman sold that he was stunned from the fall himself, and then they stretcher Shane out of there. Wade would write, the best match on the undercard, in part because there was more substance and layers to it than the other matches, but also because of the big stunt bump, star in 3/4. What'd you think of the match? Do you have anything you can tell us about the fall, Steve Blackman, the finish, the coordination, any of that stuff?
Well, Steve Blackman at this point was finally getting some personality and finally getting over. And I think a lot of that has to go to people would point to the vignettes that he did with Al Snow and the head cheese stuff, which finally got Blackman over and got to see a little bit of personality. And all that was done by Brian Gewirtz, who just was trying to get something out of Steve and trying to get a little bit more personality out of him, because Steve was very bland. You know, he not a lot of personality. You talk to him and there just wasn't a whole lot there. Badass, shoot. I watched the match and had to laugh because it wasn't me doing it, but Blackman had that damn leather strap wrapped around Shane's neck and had him in a half crab, and Test comes in and clotheslines back. Blackman almost takes Shane's head off because of the strap being around Shane's neck. So unfortunately, Shane was in there with some inexperienced guys, and Shane not being the most experienced of the bunch. But overall, shit, I thought that they had a decent match, and the bump, a spectacular bump, it always gets a holy shit and a ooh and an ah from the audience. I like to do maybe one a year, if you're going to do that at all, and be done with it. In this situation, I think it helped the match, and I think that it probably made the match more than it would have been had you not done the bump.
What'd you think of, I mean, obviously kudos to him for being willing to take a bump, I guess. As we said, it's not necessary, but he did it. So a lot of respect for having the balls to do that. I would not do it. But the little baby wax with the kendo stick and then all of a sudden just jumping off came off a little cheese, don't you think?
No, I didn't. Because again, I thought the first time, and I went back and watched it, actually rewound it, and he just fell back. Could it have been done better, done more spectacular? Maybe so. But again, I'm not going to get up there and do that, and I'm not going to get up that height because I'm afraid of heights. So, yeah, kudos to him to have the balls to go up there and do it and fall off, jump off, whatever the hell you want. It's still a spectacular bump. It takes balls to climb up there anyway, even knowing you have a safety net.
No doubt. It's kind of funny to me to watch him climb away, though, because it's almost like in a horror movie, you know, where the baby face you're supposed to be cheering for does all the wrong things. Like, what good can come from climbing up? Anyway, let's move along. Backstage, Stephanie is shown freaking out over Shane's bump. Kurt Angle shows up and tells her Shane had just had the wind knocked out of him and he'll be okay. So Angle starts to hug Stephanie to console her, and this is when Foley walks in and tells Stephanie that he'd give her an update on her brother. So Foley at this point is the commissioner. How do you think he did as the commissioner? And was this really just designed to keep him on TV and doing these vignettes that people had just fell in love with, since it was clear that he, at this point, was not interested in in-ring work?
Well, we lost Steve. And star power wise, we were looking for every single bit of star power that we could get. Mick was available, and just trying to, again, stack that deck. put him on TV, make him a commissioner. Mick didn't want to work full time anymore. He was done at that point and really wanted, at this point in time, Mick Foley is saying, hey, I want to be that guy that really retires when he says he's going to retire, which is kind of funny when you think about it now.
Sure.
So it's like, okay, well, you can still stay retired, but you can come back and you can be the commissioner and you don't have to work or take bumps or anything like that. So you got the star power of Mick Foley. You got his promo skills, and you got him on TV every single week. I thought Mick did a really good job here, and it was fun to produce some of that shit with him.
Well, let's talk about this. We've got Chris Benoit and Chris Jericho up next. They're doing a 2 out of 3 falls match. Benoit would actually get the victory after about 13 and a half minutes, 2 falls to 1. And Keller would write, this was the first real intensity of the night, and it came at the start of this match. Jericho tapped out to the crossface after about 3 minutes. And then, of course, Benoit starts going for another crossface as soon as the second fall begins. And this added a level of strategy and realism that you didn't really see a lot of at this time. So it winds up being a pretty good match. At some point, we see about 8.5 minutes in, Jericho elbows his way out of the German suplex and reverses Benoit into the walls of Jericho. Benoit can't reach the ropes, so he taps right about 8:50. And the third fall is, of course, on right after that. They go to about 13 minutes. Somewhere in here, you hear Jim Ross say, whoever wins deserves a title shot. So they're clearly trying to make this, kind of a level up feud here. Jericho hits the lion salt, but then he's selling. He injured his shoulder on the move, so he can't pin Benoit. And this hints at a Benoit win coming up shortly. And what do you know? Jericho rolls up Benoit, but Benoit rolls through it and holds the ropes for leverage and scores the 3 count. So he gets out of there. Overall, Keller says the match had good intensity, but the middle fall dragged during Benoit's stomp fest on Jericho. He still thought it was one of the better matches on the card with 3 3/4 stars. Most people would classify this as a bit of a disappointment, though, in all the reviews I read, because the expectation for these two guys is off the charts. And I feel like sometimes matches just can't live up to the hype, and I can't help but wonder if that's what happened to this one. What'd you think of this in hindsight, Bruce, and how would you rate the match?
Well, again, this one has to go in that same category I said earlier. No, it didn't live up to the hype for me, and even watching it back, it was a good match, but it wasn't spectacular. The only thing to me that the best part of the match was the finish, the very end finish. And Chris Benoit, a heel move, grabbing the rope. To me, that part of it, I love the nuances and the little tiny things that mean so much that people miss today. That was being a heel. That was a subtle heel move that made all the difference. And they made the match in the last 3 seconds with that little move, in my opinion. I thought the build-up for the very finish of it, it all worked. But this match was all about Jericho and Benoit proving that they belonged in a big spot on a pay-per-view. And I thought they delivered in that. But overall, yeah, I think everybody was expecting more. And in hindsight, when you watch it back today, it doesn't live up to what both of those guys, in my opinion, were definitely capable of.
Next up, we see Triple H arriving at the arena, and he's obviously pissed, given that he's just seen this past Thursday Kurt Angle making out with his wife. Next up, we've got the match that most people remember from this show. It's the TLC match for the tag team titles. We've got Edge and Christian, the Dudley Boys, and the Hardys. If you haven't watched this match in a long time, I can't recommend it enough. It's one of my more favorite matches. Wade loved it too. He gave it 4 1/4 stars. It's just a damn car crash, and it goes about 15 minutes. Wade would write, all 6 wrestlers played into the crowd really well as they executed their established hot spots, and the crowd was into it all the way through the end. Tables and chairs were introduced first, and then you get some of the Dudley tables in there. You've got Jeff leaping off a very tall ladder with a swanton dive onto a table, just barely missing Bubba, who moved at the last second. Then you've got Bubba climbing to the top and then crashing through a couple of tables at ringside. Then Edge and Christian start to climb, and the crowd is going nuts. Lita knocks it over, and now both of those guys are straddling the top rope. Matt climbs to the top, and just as he's about to reach it, Devon knocks him out of the ring. He falls through 2 tables. Lita's checking on him, and Edge spears her on the floor. So that's like our 3rd or 4th time we've seen a lady take a bump from a guy. And these guys just continue to go back and forth until eventually you've got Edge and Christian swinging on the ladder as Jeff knocking him to the mat feet first. And then Edge and Christian get the belts. So here it is. It's an excellent, one of the very first TLCs, and something that people still talk about all these years later. And Wade loved it so much, he called it a match of the year candidate. I know you don't like these car crash type matches, but even you have to admit, this was fucking fun to watch.
Well, I
know you hate it, but it was entertaining.
I do. It was entertaining, and kudos to all 6 guys in the match. They all busted their ass. I hate those dangerous kind of matches. The ladders flying around and the tables and the chair spots. You said it. You talk about Shane McMahon taking the bump off of the stage being, well, that looked like it was fake, and he just falls off. The same thing can be said about this because it's spectacular and because it's in the ring, you lose sight of that stuff. Yes, it was a great match. Yes, extremely dangerous. My biggest thing with it is that guys always try and top it.
Right.
Guys are always trying to look for, the higher ladder, more tables, more gaga, more bullshit. And at some point, you have to say enough is enough. These 3 teams set the bar.
Yes.
On this. Fuck that. They exceeded the bar.
Oh, yeah.
On this.
Outstanding.
So, hats off to all 6 guys. Every one of them got balls of steel. Jeff Hardy's crazier than fucking
Pet Coon.
Shithouse Rat. But I just don't. They're not my cup of tea, and I always hate it when someone would suggest these type of matches for somebody that you don't have to be in it. But hats off to them. Yes, it was a great match, and yes, it told a great story of a rivalry of 3 of the best teams in the business at that time. But personally, I just hate watching those because I hate what the toll that it takes on their body and their careers.
Oh, no doubt about it. I don't think anybody would argue that these bumps are worth it. This obviously shortens your wrestling career and blah, blah, blah. But man, the shit was 17 years ago. Let's go relive it and appreciate what they did. They've already paid the price for this many times over by now, I'm sure. And if you haven't already, I encourage you to check this show out specifically for this match. But maybe you just want to skip right to it. It's awesome. I really dug it. It's a highlight for me. It's the thing I remember most about this entire pay-per-view. But I knew when I watched it, well, fucking Bruce is hating this, everything about it. And
I don't hate the athleticism. I don't hate the story. I just hate the punishment they're putting their bodies through with those damn the ladder shots and the chairs and the tables and shit.
Well, what you would have liked to have seen is Edge snatch an armbar on Matt and work
and hold it for about 30 minutes,
and then have the other guys on the outside start stomping their foot on the apron and clapping, yelling, "Go Matt, go! Go Matt, go!" Yeah.
Good shit.
Triple H demanded an explanation from Stephanie for the kiss on SmackDown. I don't know why he hasn't seen his wife since Thursday, but here we are.
She was mad at him.
And Stephanie said Angle took advantage of her, and she assured him that Triple H is the only man in her life. The cat did not only have one man in her life. She had Al Snow with her here tonight, and she beat Terry, who tagged along with Saturn, and they had a thong stink face match that went 3 minutes and 5 seconds. I can't wait to talk about this because in this same show so far, you've talked about how you're toning it down, and DX needs to tone down some of their lewd, behavior, and there's no more pimps and there's no more porn stars. So let's have 2 women go out there with their buttholes hanging out, and let's have them rub their buttholes in each other's faces to determine a winner. Who booked this shit?
I didn't see any buttholes.
Well, you need to get that HD.
Damn.
Talk me through this butthole match.
It's a stink face match. God damn.
Let's process this. There's
Semantics, pal.
All right. First of all, I guess I should ask, how many of the boys did the cat give that stink face to?
You got me.
Well,
no, she didn't get me. So.
Well, she fucked up.
Have absolutely no idea.
She fucked up.
Comment.
She fucked up. So when Terry strips down to a thong bikini, Saturn runs out and covers her up, which is an excellent way to get heat. I thought that was kind of fun. Of course, he's sporting his European title at the time. And then, of course, Kat strips down to her bikini. And they were getting those upskirts like we talked about last week, where as the girls would bend through the ropes, there'd be a cameraman right there for her OBGYN checkup. Who was in the truck saying, "Get me more beef," and why was it Kevin Dunn?
You're just going to keep going there, and I'm going to keep not going there.
It's a joke. I don't think that
this
anybody...
match, and I look at it and just go, ugh. It was brutal. It had its spot on the card, I guess. But the lack of, I'm not going to say wrestling ability because, bless their little hearts, neither one really had much wrestling ability.
Well, that's not true. There's rumor and innuendo that they were a hell of a hand. Hey, so they're doing lots of deep crotch slams. And I've never heard Jim Ross call it that before, but he made sure.
Well, that's because they're going extra deep in here for the slam there, Conrad.
I think deep crotch slam should be our next t-shirt. Your thoughts?
Well, the deeper the crotch, the deeper the slam there, pal. You got to get in there deep, and once you get within the crotch, you grab, you snatch it. You snatch when you get inside the crotch, then bam, in a slam. They call that a deep crotch snatch slam. Denny Hodge, when he showed me the deep snatch crotch slam, you have to go, and it's all in the knuckle when you get in there. It makes a difference.
There's a spot in here where Saturn is trying to defend Terry, and he pushes Kat down. So it's like the fifth time we've had a guy involve himself in a match with a woman like this. And then at one point, this is what happened. The cat gave Terry some head and then spread her butt cheeks in her face. And that was the end of the match.
Thank God it was the end of the match. How about Al Snow flipping her around for the reverse shoulder shot?
Yeah, the guys knew what they were doing. They made sure there was lots of butt stuff in there, and when they were getting the girls back in the ring, they were getting handfuls themselves. This is just, it's a little embarrassing. Here's the thing. If somebody came over to my house unannounced just to visit, when I was watching this for research for this show, they would look at me and say, "What the fuck are you doing with your life?" And I would be
No, they would not.
And I would be very proud that they have never seen our live show, because that's way more offensive than what this was. But still, even though it was embarrassing, I cannot lie. This was pretty damn Roll Tide. But it is amazing to me that the finish of the match is when the cat gave Terry some head and then spread her butt cheeks on her face.
Roll Tide.
Who's the agent for this butt cheek match?
Oh, maybe Tony Gurria. Back in my day, we never did the buttocks in the face, but I'll try it and give it my best shot there. Maybe if you spread the butt cheek, would be better for the stinky face.
Is anybody instructing these girls on what to wear? Because I found it like borderline fucking dangerous that these girls are out here wrestling on a wrestling mat with like platform high heels.
Holy shit. Platform high heels. My God. I don't think that Terry had more than an inch to balance on. Yeah, it was.
Don't talk about Goldust like that, dangerous. You fucker. I said, don't talk about Goldust like that, you fucker.
Easy now.
That's not cool.
They were wearing, their footwear was suspect at best.
So who's dressing them here? I know who's dressing the cat. Jerry Lawler is, but is somebody instructing them on here's what you need to wear? Because this, I don't know, this whole thing is weird.
They did it all on their own.
Hypothetically speaking, how would Dusty describe this match?
Baby, this shit was god awful fucking horrible. They got their titties all out. They're putting the butt sheath. And hang on, baby, I'm gonna let me fly my booty into your nostril area, shake a little bit, ding, 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 ring that motherfucking bell, then motherfucker be over fucked up like a monkey, if you will, motherfucker.
All right, we're not going to get better than that. Let's move along. Next up, we've got footage of Bradshaw and Farouk bartending at WWF New York. You guys are pushing that like a monster here. And then Bradshaw toasted Vince McMahon with a bottle of Jack Daniels. It's time to get to our, I guess, co-main event, Undertaker and Kane. This goes about 6.5 minutes, and Kane's wearing a new outfit here. He doesn't cover his shoulders, and you get to see more of his physique. Kane is as big as a house here. He's probably at his most jacked, and Taker here is kind of in transition. He's doing the American Badass character, and they meet in the aisle, and Taker starts going for Kane's mask early. And Ross makes mention that he doesn't remember anyone ever going for it before. So it's clear that's going to be the story that they tell. And he manages to rip the mask about 2.5 minutes in. And then Taker nails Kane with stairs at ringside. And now we've got some blood. And then all of a sudden, before you realize it, Taker has Kane's mask off completely. And Kane manages to cover his face with his hair and his hand. And then threatens to retreat, and he does. He heads straight towards the back. So Taker's music starts for no apparent reason, because technically the match never officially began with no opening bell. So I guess there wasn't really a match here, but the whole segment was about 6.5 minutes. The finish, or I guess lack of one, is one that Wade was critical of, but he still gave it 2 stars. This seems kind of out of place here, Bruce. What do you think of unmasking Kane like this without more pomp and circumstance, so to speak?
It was out of place, and it was a Band-Aid to get through the Big Show debacle. You know, there was a plan to do Big Show and Undertaker here. Big Show not being in shape made him change plans midstream. So Kane got turned heel and got thrown in to basically an old program with his brother, The Undertaker. So let's have a fight and not really have a match. But it went nowhere. It didn't do a lot for either guy. It was a decent fight, I guess, for the time being. It was unique. But yes, it was a wasted opportunity, and Undertaker taking a mask off without any real build up to it. Especially like, you know, we did it later on with Kane unmasking himself with RVD in the Garden, but this was just anticlimactic. And I don't think it did a lot for either guy.
No, I would agree. And it's kind of, I don't know, it feels like a throwaway match. You know, both of these guys are bona fide main eventers. You know, Undertaker, obviously, you know, a legend even by this point. And it doesn't feel like a very memorable SummerSlam moment. Next up, we go to Kurt Angle's locker room. He dials a cell phone, and in Triple H and Stephanie's office, their cell phone rings. Stephanie picks it up and looks nervous and says, "Hello, Mom." And Triple H said he wants to talk to her. When he says hello, there's no answer on the other end. So Triple H tells Stephanie that his mom, or her mom, just hung up on him. So they're really playing this whole Kurt Angle, Stephanie angle pretty hard here. Angle's out first, and he takes the house mic and acknowledges that there are a lot of people expecting an apology for him kissing Stephanie. And his apology is that he's sorry he didn't do it a heck of a lot sooner. He's an Olympic gold medalist. He didn't win those medals from backing down or second guessing himself, and that he can give Stephanie the type of passion that Triple H could never give his wife. So, of course, Triple H is out. They start brawling. The match doesn't officially start until The Rock's entrance. And that's when now we see that Triple H has told Stephanie to stay in the locker room. Triple H goes out to the Spanish announce table and tosses the monitors to the side, goes for the pedigree, and the table collapses. Kurt Angle lands awkwardly on his face, and the timing of the miscue couldn't have been better, since at that point in the match, Angle was supposed to be knocked out anyway. So The Rock comes down when his music's out. The story that we hear in the newsletters right after is that when Triple H asked Angle if he was okay, all he hears is snoring. When Angle does come back later in the match and finish his role, everyone is super impressed. Specifically, Kurt Angle recently told this story to our good buddy Justin over at Sports Illustrated. If you haven't already, check out Extra Mustard. They're really putting us over hard on Sports Illustrated. We appreciate their support. They've been with us almost from the beginning, and Justin really takes care of us. Angle said, Triple H led me through the match. As far as being a wrestler, he's up there in the top 10. His working capability is phenomenal, and he has the ability, and very few can do this, to adapt to any situation. And the only ones I've known that could do that are Austin, Undertaker, and Triple H. If something tragic happens, they adapt so fast. When I got my concussion at SummerSlam 2000, Triple H did so much for me in that match. When I went through that table, I was out. Stephanie brought me back out, and when we got back to the ring, I asked her, what do I do? And she said, when Rock's foot hits the ropes, pull him out. So I grabbed him by the foot and pulled him out of the ring, and then looked at Stephanie. She said, throw him into the steps. So I throw him into the steps, and then she said, get the hell in the ring. There was a spot where he was going to hit me with a sledgehammer, but I had a concussion. And at that point, I don't even know what I was doing out there. My mind was blank. I came to 2 hours after the pay-per-view. There was a spot where Triple H was going to hit me with a sledgehammer, and he put his hand on my head to make sure I ducked so he could hit The Rock with the sledgehammer. If you watch it over, you'll see that I was really clueless. He was looking out for me the entire match. They literally had to walk me through every step of the match to make sure I was safe. I don't remember any of it, but for them, it must have been a nightmare. Triple H is one of the best I've ever seen. So I'm sure we'll talk about the match in a minute, but let's talk about this concussion situation. Obviously, reading that in 2017 is like, wow, what the fuck is going on? This is so dangerous, knowing what we know about concussions and head injuries now, but we didn't know that back then. Back then it was, he got his bell rung, rub some dirt on it, get back out there. And there was great pride in doing that. That would never happen today. You were there. Do you know as soon as he rolls over after that table collapses, he's fucked?
We knew once I saw Triple H talking to him.
Yeah.
And I've got the gorilla position. I had several different shots of the action of the area. So I had other camera shots where I could see, and you can actually see it on the cut that's on the network right now, but you see Triple H talking to him, and you can actually see Kurt tries to get up, and you see Hunter pull Kurt down and tell him to stay down. And then Kurt lets the referee know, and the referee went to Kurt. But there was a spot there, and it was just a spot to get the match started and for Rock and Hunter to go one-on-one for a while and get Kurt out of the match, and then Kurt would get involved later, but never to come back. So when Kurt was out and the trainer and the paramedics went down to talk to Kurt, he had been knocked silly and he was out of it. So the decision was made, bring him back and get him checked out. And if he can't go, then we'll just have a single match with Triple H and The Rock. So when Kurt came back, they made the decision that, okay, we'll see how he is, go get him checked out. And it was Kurt's decision. And I personally talked to Kurt that night backstage and asked him, I said, are you okay to go? He says, yeah. No, I just got my bell rung. I'm fine. I've got it. Like you said, same situation today, never would have happened. He never would have gone back out there. But, kudos to Kurt, kudos to Rock and Hunter for having the match that they had without him. and then being able to adapt when Kurt came back out for the finish. But Kurt, definitely told us, no, I'm good to go. And the doctor, the trainer, everybody felt, you know what, I think he's all right. He just got knocked silly. And again, we had no idea. We didn't know the shit that they know now about concussions and head injuries and all that other shit then.
No shit, because he was cleared to perform the very next night. They go 20 minutes total. Technically, this is a three-way. The crowd pops hard for The Rock. They're all over The Rock and love him. The People's Elbow gets a phenomenal pop when it goes down. We haven't talked about the People's Elbow a lot. Do you remember anybody in particular saying, I ain't fucking selling that? That's shit. I'm not doing that.
It's one of the most over moves in the business.
I'm not arguing that, but it feels like this is the time when guys have really strong opinions about stuff and finishes. Did anybody balk at a People's Elbow? Did Stone Cold ever say, oh yeah, man, just fucking hook me in the middle after the People's Elbow? I want to get pinned with that.
If you want to get beat, you want to get beat with their finish. And he did. So, no, it was over. And he was when the most over guy in the territory. That's his finish. You're going to take his finish and sell it. It was hokey as shit. But you know what? It worked. The claw was hokey as shit.
Here's what I love.
As shit.
It's a shit finish. And I'm wanting you to tell me if anybody else thought it was a shit finish, and you just feel the need to defend the shit finish rather than telling me.
I am going to defend the shit finish because it worked.
I'm not asking you to defend it. I'm asking if anyone else didn't like it.
I'm sure a lot of people didn't like it, but you asked me if people had a problem taking it and balked at taking it and refused to take it. No.
Okay, cool. Glad we had this talk.
If you're working with The Rock and you're on top, you're happy to be working on top. And if he's going over and that's what he's going over with, that's how he's taking it.
So help me understand. For the 19th time here on the show, we have a man hit a woman. Triple H nails Stephanie in the face. She takes a bump. She's knocked out. This feels like you guys are doing this almost in every match. Why, when you're so quote unquote sensitive about PTC, is there so much violence against women on the show?
I can't answer that one. I don't know what the hell their rationale was.
You mean our?
Yeah. Our.
Well, here you go. Let's talk about the finish here. Rock gives Triple H the People's Elbow for the pin. Rock is celebrating his win in the ring. And Ross and Lawler wonder if Triple H hit Steph intentionally. Dave, forced to habit, Wade would say, a good main event, especially the pre-match Triple H versus Angle action and the dramatic finishing minutes. Rock Triple H action had a rerun feel to it, and it seemed to be filler until Steph and Angle returned to the match. Angle picked Steph and shot Triple H a stare before returning to the back. Angle fit in just fine with the two top dogs in this high-pressure spot on the pay-per-view. He gave it 4 stars. So I do feel like the world title here is still a little bit of an afterthought because the big story is Angle going down, Angle making the heroic comeback because Steph is saying, do it for me, do it for me. She goes down, and then he carries her to the back, and this feels like it's the primary source of the pay-per-view. Let's talk about the creative here. There's been lots of rumor and innuendo out there that this all happens at a time when Chris Kresge is the head writer, and many wrestling fans have heard for years and years that this guy is the fucking real genius behind WWF Creative. Can you speak about Chris Kresge and his involvement? He's somebody who's kind of a mythical figure to wrestling fans who've been paying attention.
Chris Kresge was the gentleman that was brought on to be the head writer after Vince Russo had left. There was a little gap there. Tommy Blanche and Brian Gewirtz had been hired on to help Russo and Ed Ferrara right before they left. So Brian was on, Tommy Blanche was on, and then Vince had made a decision to bring on a head writer to oversee both shows, and brought on Chris Kresge. Now, no one really knows where the hell Chris came from. Chris had done a showrunner on some talk shows. He had written a book on the Brady Bunch and had written a book on William Shatner. Kresge's a super nice guy. As I was going back and I was reading things about SummerSlam 2000, and I started getting into reading some comments from people talking about how Chris Kresge was the genius that held the WWF together after the Attitude Era and was able to cohesively keep all the storylines together and had these storyboards for all the top talent, and was this genius at putting together television. I reiterate, Chris is no longer with us. Chris passed of cancer in 2005. Unfortunately, no, Kresge was not. In my opinion, and I would dare say that anybody that worked with him at the WWE would share this opinion. I never saw Chris do anything. Chris never produced one pre-tape. Chris never ran one production meeting. At that time, the few writers' meetings and creative meetings that I was in for television with Chris, Vince would start the meeting off with, "All right, Brian, what do you got?" And turn to Brian Gewirtz, who would basically have a list of his ideas in a format for the show. Kresge would end up typing it all up and turning it into Vince. But I would have to give the credit as far as the creative and the cohesiveness to hold everything together for the years that Kresge was, quote, head writer, has got to go to Brian and Brian, and to a lesser extent, Tommy Blanchett, who did do all that. I'll never forget the very first meeting that Kresge came into, and Vince got up in front of us and told us about that Chris is going to be the new head writer, and he's got this board in his office, and he's got everybody's name on it, and he's going to have stories for everybody, and he's going to have this big board. And the running joke in the agent meeting for the next 6 months was, has anybody seen that big board? You know, he's got a board in his office with everybody's name on it, so he's got to be a genius. Got to shatter the myth. Kresge, nice guy, but I don't know of one idea that he ever came up with. I don't know. Like I said, he never did a production meeting. He never produced a pre-tape. He would sit and watch baseball during the shows. Big baseball fan, big Mets fan. But just not the case. For that time, it was all Brian and Tommy Blanchett and Vince McMahon for the most part.
He told me to ask you about Vinny's Steakhouse. Do you want to hit us with that one?
Well, Vinny's Steakhouse, there was an advertisement in the middle of the pay-per-view for Vinny's Steakhouse. And Vinny's Steakhouse was run by a gentleman by the name of Dusty, who was Vince McMahon's best friend growing up. And I always get asked about, there was an episode of Raw around this time where it was dedicated to Rose. And Rose was Dusty's mom, who ran Vinny's Steakhouse. And I just figured people would ask about what the hell Vinny's Steakhouse was. Vinny's Steakhouse was Vince's best friend's steakhouse, who named the steakhouse Vinny's, and that's where we all partied in Raleigh, North Carolina all the time. And it was a great steakhouse, unfortunately out of business now, but it was a good time. It was in the middle of the pay-per-view.
We actually asked you on Facebook, hey, do you have a question? What would you #love to know about SummerSlam 2000? You can participate in this every week over at facebook.com/something to wrestle. Let's rapid fire some Facebook questions. Are you ready, Bruce?
I'm ready.
What was Jerry Lawler's relationship like with his real life son, Brian Christopher, during this point?
I don't want to say it was estranged, but I don't know that Jerry really had much of a father-son relationship at any time with Brian. It was distant at best. they were cordial, but I never really saw a strong father-son relationship at any time with Brian and Jerry.
Who put together the TLC match, meaning who were the agents?
I think it was Michael Hayes.
With it being in the Hardys' backyard, was there ever any real thought to giving them winning?
There probably was, especially if Michael Hayes was involved. But the storyline, was all about Edge and Christian going over, so not for long.
We've all heard the story about Triple H and Kurt Angle, where Triple H in a meeting said something like Kurt Angle was little. Was there ever any animosity at this point between Kurt Angle and Triple H in real life?
At this point, as far as Kurt to Triple H, no, because Kurt was pretty damn naive, and Kurt was just happy to be there and wanted to prove himself. I do remember Triple H talking about how Kurt was too small, and who's going to believe that? But Kurt being an Olympic gold medalist, once you get in the ring with him, he makes you believe her pretty damn quick.
Any heat on Shane from the boys for taking these kinds of bumps?
Probably so. There were probably some guys that felt that he was taking liberties being the boss's son and doing things that they couldn't do or felt they would be restricted. But because he's the boss's son, there was the perception that he got special treatment.
Was there anyone actively campaigning backstage against putting the Intercontinental belt on China?
No, not that I remember.
Do you think that she got that spot because of Triple H's influence?
I think that was simply a case of wearing Vince down, wearing all of us down.
She did. She
did it. Oh my God, she did it. She wore me the hell out. Every chance she got, she felt that she should be competing with the guys. She felt that she should be competing for the WWF championship.
Clear this up. At this point, were Triple H and Stephanie hooking up?
I have no idea, but there were no rumors at this time that they were at all.
Coming out of SummerSlam, it looked as if Steve Blackman was being set up for a big push. Why was he never featured in a more prominent role?
I don't think that Steve was ever being set up for a big push. Steve was a guy that was on the card and had an opportunity here with Shane. It was an opportunity to elevate Steve a little bit, but there was no big push plan, just trying to get everybody's character out there.
We saw Trish Stratus smash glass over Chyna's head. Then we saw glass be smashed into a car on Jim Ross. We saw glass smashed on Lawler. Then we saw glass smashed on Taz. Where did you get all the glass here? And whose idea was this glass? It seems like somebody was obsessed with it.
Smash glass are us.
I knew that.
It's where we got it. Sometimes you reach a point where, hey, that's a good gimmick. How about if we do this? And then it just becomes over and over and gets overused. And this is a perfect example of shit getting overused.
What would Vince McMahon sound like pitching the Stink Face match with Kat and Terry?
God damn, I want you to get your ass in there and get it as stinky as you can and stick it right in your nose. But then I want you to wiggle. Yeah. You know, Terry, your titties look kind of chocolatey. I like it.
My goodness, this is what we're doing now. Hey, join the conversation, man. We want you to like us on Facebook. We've got some cool stuff coming up over at facebook.com/something to wrestle. And how about this? Next week's poll is on Facebook. And next week is our 1 year anniversary, Bruce. Can you believe you've put up with me doing this shit for a whole year now?
God, no.
This is my longest running podcast ever. We wanted to do something special. So we held a contest on Facebook where you had to like and share a post to enter. The winner would receive a couple of Something to Wrestle koozies that you can only get at our live shows, a couple of Something to Wrestle t-shirts, and you get to pick an entire poll. And the poll we're about to go over for next week is that winner's poll. Thanks for entering, and thanks for hot-shotting the whole territory with your selections this week, AJ. Before we get to that, we should remind you that next week this show will drop at noon Eastern, at somethingtowrestle.com. That's the new spot. You can catch all of our shows going forward. Somethingtowrestle.com. It'll be loaded there first. We get lots of questions. Why isn't it up on Stitcher yet? Why isn't it up on Google Play yet? We don't control where it goes and when it goes. I can only tell you when we post it and we release it to those third parties. The very first place to get it each and every week at noon Eastern on Friday is somethingtowrestle.com. And you can actually watch us record the show next Thursday night on our Facebook page. You guys have asked for this for a long time. When will there be a video version? I want to see Bruce do the impressions. Well, you can do that without coming to a live show. Of course, we still want you to come to a live show and encourage you to come see us. You can see all of our upcoming live events at boxofgimmicks.com. But we're doing a live show on Facebook Live next Thursday night. Now, if you're used to listening to this on your podcast app, you still can next Friday at noon Eastern, business as usual. But if you want to join the fun and actually be here live with us when we're doing it, it's next Thursday. Go like us on Facebook right now, facebook.com/something to wrestle. That's facebook.com/something to wrestle. You'll be able to vote in the poll, ask questions about whatever wins, and then watch us do the whole show early on Thursday at facebook.com/something to wrestle. Here we go. Bruce, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Before we get going, I should mention a lot of these clips of stuff we're going to cover today are on youtube.com. And the place I go for wrestling YouTube clips is youtube.com/GoPro Wrestling. They help us out with the research on the show, and you'll love their stuff. It's youtube.com/GoPro Wrestling. And these 4 poll topics are from a poll winner, or a contest winner, rather, over on Facebook. Poll topic number 1, Shawn Michaels' comeback in 2002. One of our most requested topics. I was saving it for something special. Fuck me. We're hot shot in the territory. Who reached out to him? Whose idea was it to come back? How does he come back as part of the NWO? What leads to his match at SummerSlam 02 with Triple H? Was that supposed to be a one-off? Because it lasts for like 8 years. We'll cover Shawn Michaels 02. Of course, we're going to wind up in Madison Square Garden at Survivor Series, where he wins the big gold belt in those doo-doo brown tights. What else interesting do you think we might talk about for Shawn Michaels in 2002, Bruce?
Well, I personally think that it was some of the best work of his entire career, and just the whole decision-making process. But not only that, we'll even get into the wonderful meeting that we had one time where I suggested Shawn maybe have another match, and the chastising I got after the fact. But we'll only talk about that if Shawn Michaels' comeback in 2002 wins. But the second poll topic
is Austin Rock 3 from WrestleMania 19. You've got all the behind-the-scenes circumstances leading up to this one. We've already covered Austin walking out. We've got Rock coming back from Hollywood so he can do his Austin can take his ball and go home promo. Then you've got Austin's return. Austin's got some real-life personal stuff going on. Now he's got some health stuff going on. And they decide this is the last match. But who knew it was his last match? And when did they know? And what went down in Austin Rock 3? Clearly one of the biggest, if not the biggest trilogy in the history of wrestling. Wouldn't you agree, Bruce?
It is the biggest trilogy in the history of wrestling. And then you go to poll topic number 3. And can I handle this one?
Yeah.
Paul Heyman in the WWE, from the closure of ECW to the conversations that took place to bring him into the WWE soon after ECW closed. Or did those conversations take place before ECW closed? Whose feathers that he ruffled on commentary? Whose feathers did he ruffle backstage? Whose feathers did he ruffle in production meetings and in writer meetings? How the rest of the writing team dealt with Paul Heyman. We'll even go back and we'll tell some stories of Paul Heyman pre-ECW. And for you, Conrad, sir, we will talk about Heyman's place of residence until roughly 2004, 2005, sir.
Last but certainly not least, maybe one of our most requested topics of all time, Hulk Hogan and Shawn Michaels, 2005. They had a very famous match at SummerSlam. They involved the whole Larry King build-up, and then the actual match itself, the negotiations, and the ridiculousness that took place. Who pitched the idea? How was it received? How did these guys work with each other? What were the tempers like? It's something to see. If you haven't seen this one in a while, go watch SummerSlam 2005. We'll find out who would agree with what and what didn't work for me, brother. If poll topic number 4 wins.
To get Shawn Michaels spray tan for the Larry King segment.
So poll topic number 1, Shawn Michaels comeback in 2002. We've never put Shawn Michaels as a solo act on the poll. Here he is, thanks to AJ. Austin Rock 3, Austin's last match in the WWE from WrestleMania 19. Paul Heyman in WWE, one of the more controversial figures in wrestling history. People loved our Vince Russo. People loved our Jim Cornette. People loved our Eric Bischoff. Well, here is Paul Heyman in the WWE. And if you want controversy, man, here it is. It doesn't get more behind the scenes controversial than Hogan Michaels at SummerSlam 2005. It's a barn burner of a poll. Something's going to win. Something's going to be awesome next week right here on Something to Wrestle. You can watch us tape it live and join us in the fun at facebook.com/something to wrestle. And you can also vote on this week's poll and ask questions. So join the conversation. Cruise on over to Facebook. It's facebook.com/something to wrestle. We haven't forgot about you, Twitter. You can always go ahead and keep up with what's going on the show at Prichard Show. He is at Bruce Prichard. I am at Hey, it's Conrad, and we are out of time. Keep up with all the brand new shows, kids. SomethingToWrestle.com. We'll see you next week right here on Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
Welcome to Something to Wrestle with.
Something to Wrestle with. Bruce Prichard. Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
I am absolutely excellent, and I have to correct you. We are now the award-winning Best Sports Podcast of the Year. Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
How about that, man? It's a pretty big deal, from this just being kind of an idea this time about a year ago to now. You went to the Academy of Podcasting, and they had the Academy of Podcasting Awards yesterday, and we had some stiff competition with shows from ESPN, shows from CBS, shows from Podcast One, well-established shows, and here we are, a couple of guys in a pool house and a garage making it work.
Kind of scary, isn't it?
Well, it just goes to show you, man, that anything can happen here in the World Wrestling Federation, right?
Well, that's what they say, but anything can happen right here on Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard, by God. It was crazy, man, and just to be up there, it took a minute before I realized, and I had to look up at the big screen, and it had the logo up there, and I was just kind of had to pinch myself a little bit to realize that was really us. They like us, man. They like us.
Yeah, and we really like you guys, man. I'm still kind of in shock that we've got these awards coming back to Alabama and Texas here, and that this is a real thing. So we need to thank everybody who's helped make this possible. Of course, Court Bauer and MLW took a chance on Brother Love and the Mortgage Guy more than a year ago, and since then, we've made a lot of new friends along the way. Dave Silva has been doing our graphics, since, almost the very beginning. Matt Kuhn has come on board and has started to make our show sound a little more fun with some music here and there. And just all the people who've helped along the way, whether it's, Chris or Wilson or any of those guys who have helped out in a big way. Mike, we have had tons of support with the show, and we had a lot of support last weekend in New York City, man. We had 2 back-to-back shows. I had a blast. I've got really good feedback. We need to give a special shout-out to James Mattern and Shuley from the Sturm Show. Man, Shuley was awesome. Such a cool guy. I feel like I knew him already just from being a Stern listener. And James Mattern, a super funny guy. But what a show we had on Sunday, man. We promised a big surprise, and did we deliver or what? We had Dan Soder there, who, if you haven't heard, and Bruce has even admitted this now, has the very best Macho Man Randy Savage impression of all time. He also does one hellified Andre the Giant. But the big surprise to me was the shadowy figure, Oz himself, Brian Gerwertz, or however you say I'm supposed to say his name like a redneck. He attended our show. You know, Brian never does this. I've never even seen a picture of Brian. And not only did we see a picture, he was there telling stories, and he stole the show, Bruce.
Yeah, you know, when I was sitting on the couch with Brian in the back and looked at him and said, "Hey, do you want to come out and be a part of the show?" The hesitation in his voice when he answered, "No, I don't think so." That gave me that small opportunity that you need when there's just a little bit of hesitation to go ahead and jump on it and say, "Okay, hey, great, man, we'll just bring you out for a couple of minutes." And we brought him out for a couple of minutes, and he ended up staying for the whole show. And yes, the little son of a bitch stole the show. And thank you to Brian just for coming out in general, because it was great to see him. Been several years. And frigging Dan Soder coming out with the Macho Man, and I had totally planned on having a macho off with him, but when I closed my eyes, Macho Man was in the room, and I knew I had nothing. I just had nothing.
It was awesome, but what we had was a great time. Thanks to everybody who made it possible. The folks at Gramercy were so awesome. We hope that we're able to come by and come see you guys again next year. It was a blast, and it wouldn't have been possible without your support. Thank you so much for supporting the show the way you did. It's pretty cool to meet you guys before the show and just chat about what your favorite episode has been, or what your favorite bit has been, or what you'd like to hear more about. But there are some stories that we just can't share here on the podcast. And Brian gave us some great ones about a little Freebird bed and a little Freebird house, and Gunther. And there's just the Rock with the Triple H.
Stupid babies, all the stupid babies, the stupid baby. You just stupid baby.
All right, Bruce, you can't go any further. We actually didn't tell that story on stage. That was a backstage story. All right, Bruce, it's time for What Happened When? The WWE presented SummerSlam 2002. It went down 15 years ago today, August 25th, 2002, from the Nassau Coliseum in Uniondale, New York. Of course, the year prior, there's no competition. WWE, or F at the time, I guess, had swallowed up both WCW and ECW. We're down to just one company, and we're in a little bit of a transition. Lots of things are happening. We're going to cover it in long form today. But, Bruce, you watched this pay-per-view for the first time in a long time this week. What'd you think?
Top to bottom, like I've said here before, sometimes I tend to fast forward through the matches. I watched intently and thoroughly enjoyed top to bottom this pay-per-view. I thought that the matches were great, and it was a lesson in psychology. So for all you guys out there that want to be wrestlers and want to know how to tell a better story in the ring, I suggest you go back and you watch SummerSlam 2002 and learn.
No, I totally agree. I'm a big fan of this pay-per-view. I'd kind of forgotten how loaded the card was until I started to get going on this one. But it did huge business everywhere you look. They did 14,797 paid for a gate of $893,625. This was a sellout. Bruce, any guess on how long it took to sell out?
3 minutes.
Well, 90 minutes. 90 minutes, but pretty close. I like that you went 317 because it's just one after Austin 316, right?
Well, of course.
A gate like this and an automatic sellout like that, is this something that everybody's all high fives about? Or are you kind of wondering, shit, man, if it sold out in 90 minutes, could we have got a bigger venue somewhere?
Most of us were wondering why the hell it took so long to sell out.
I love that you were.
It's like, damn, what are we doing wrong? It took almost 90 minutes. We were really sweating it there the last 22 minutes because thinking, shit, maybe it's not going to go all the way.
I love you for that. All right, speaking of revenues, I've got to break it down when I can. Dave Meltzer wrote about it in the July 8th 02 Observer. saying that revenue was down only about 7% from the prior year. 456 was the record-breaking year that the WWE had in 2001. Here, they were on pace for 425. Meltzer would write, "It should be noted that while business began to sink almost literally the day after WrestleMania X7, the really serious collapse just started this past May and will not be reflected until the next quarterly report. Next year's fiscal 2003 report could potentially be one for the ages." You know, I know you were just bragging a minute ago, Bruce, about how quickly this sold out. But at this point, were you guys already starting to feel that business had dipped a little bit? Was somebody hitting the panic button, or was it just cruise control because there's no competition and you're still profitable?
No, there was no panic, and business was still good. It was simply a different time, and we were happy with what we were doing. We were doing less shows, and so we knew that the revenue was going to be down over doing more shows the previous year. So there was no need to hit the panic button because television was still selling out, and house show business for the most part was good.
Okay, Bruce, some of this is going to start to sound familiar. Live event revenue is down 10%. It was 81.9 the prior year. Now it's 74.1. But here's the real kicker. They're running more events this year. They're running 237 events compared to only 212 the prior year, which means that your average show, this is an average show now, guys, in 2001 drew a gate of $386,320, and now it's down to just $312,658. Attendance, therefore, is down 17%. Your pay-per-view revenues were also down from 128 down to just 112 million, and that's because the buys went from 8 million down to just 7.1. However, television rights fees were up, and that is a significant improvement. So chat me up about the way the business started to change, because this feels like the first time we see all the other, indicators start to show that business is on a downward trend, but television rights is kind of making up the difference. Is this the first time you remember that shift in business being that way?
Well, it's, again, when you go public, they're looking at the bottom line, and they're looking at what the company makes at the end of the year. And obviously, I think there's a lot of ways that can be skewed and that they can write some things off. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take a loss for this quarter because we're going to increase our revenues next quarter. And obviously, I'm not the financial genius and don't understand all of that completely, but all Vince cared about was the bottom line. And if we were making more money in rights fees, then that compensated for making less money in overall live events. The model that had been in the past of live events driving your business is we see now that model was slowly changing right before our very eyes.
Meltzer would break down with much more detail here if you'd like to see this. This is in the July 8th, 2002 issue of The Observer, but he's specifically breaking down how everything is moving up and down and all around. But one of the things I was fascinated with is how home video revenues were up 12%, which is one of their biggest growths. And I wondered, well, why is that? And then Meltzer made it plain here, because DVDs got hot. So the idea being lots of wrestling fans, and how about this? Lots of Disney fans and movie fans, they had already established their VHS collection, but now the world is catching on to DVD. They like this new medium, so they're going to go buy the same shows again just to have them in the new medium. That has to be something that Vince and company has their finger on, and they start releasing some of that old stuff on DVD again, right?
Well, not only that, but it's you're looking at a whole brand new delivery system that was cheaper, and you could deliver it a whole hell of a lot more. A CD is much smaller than a VHS, and like you said, there was this whole phenomenon that people who had already purchased all those WrestleManias before on VHS, now we could do a box set in DVD form. It just was a whole new deal when it went. I remember going from 8-track to cassette to CD. That's what we were experiencing right now. So the revenue, you're just repeating what you'd already sold on a whole new format.
Merchandise was down 9% to 26.2 million, and they pegged a lot of that on the attendance drop, which makes sense, right, Bruce? The bulk of your merchandise was sold at house shows back then. Obviously, the WWE Shop Zone is a big portion now, but back then, folks came to the arenas with cash in their billfolds to get these shirts, right?
And that's where you sold your gimmicks, the old school, man. Come to the live event, get your pictures, get your T-shirts, get your posters, and that's where a great bulk of the merchandise money was made.
Licensing took the biggest hit. You see revenues go from 120 million down to just 101 million. Do you remember there being a time where putting WWF on the logo on anything, that old scratch logo, just meant it was going to fly off the shelves, and you were getting ridiculous offers for licensing to products? Do you remember one in particular where you heard, hey, we were just pitched a WWF version of this, and you thought, God, I hope they don't make that?
There were a lot of those, and a lot of them we made, from Beanie Babies to just ridiculous stuff that the marketing people would come in, and like you said, they would just pitch these horrendous ideas of, right now I can see them going in and somebody doing the pop sockets they're really hot now with the WWE logo. But if you could put a logo on it, we were being pitched it, and it was any and everything under the sun. I believe that was during the time that Jim Bell was in as well, or maybe he had left by then. But popcorn, every kind of drink cup you can ever imagine. If like I said, you could put a logo on it, we were pitched.
One of the things that I've always been fascinated with is the nightclub, the World Nightclub, and they actually do a cutaway here on the show, so we'll talk about a little more there as well. But this used to be called WWF New York, and you guys tried this a few different ways, but it seemed to be a fairly consistent money loser. And here Meltzer's reporting it's down 15%, and he says that they had kind of sort of blamed it on September 11th. How much of an impact do you think September 11th had on the WWF's, restaurant and bar and nightclub effort, given that tourism and travel and some of that was certainly going to take a hit?
I think you can attribute some of it to that, but the rent in Times Square was astronomical. The food was not good. I mean, when you want to go out to eat, you don't go to the Hard Rock Cafe or Planet Hollywood. You sure didn't go to the World, to the WWF New York. Great location, expensive, but people looked at it, the general tourist, if you weren't a wrestling fan, there was no reason to go in there. And it just kind of fizzled, and it fizzled, and they tried to rebrand it as the World and just do it a nightclub. And the rebranding of the World was try to get people in on the Thursday, Friday, Saturday night club scene.
Right.
In New York. That was the first, it was, matter of fact, it was the first place that Chris Angel ever played and got a lot of national attention. And I remember we used to have to go and see the acts and go down and watch these guys, see if they had anything, and can we do something with them on TV to promote them. And Chris had this gimmick where he was going to submerge himself in water for 24, 48 hours, whatever the hell it was. And we did it live on Raw, and it was a disaster, would be the nicest thing I could say about it, because he was pissing in the water, and the water got murky, and it's like, he's got a tank, he's got a tube. How hard is it? It didn't look difficult. You know what I mean? I'm sure it is to be submerged in water that long. I'm sure it's a great stunt, but it didn't look impressive, and just kind of sucked. I don't know how much that helped Chris, because Chris was great. Chris was great live, and he was a hell of an attraction at the World. But Chris was probably the best act that we had kind of coming through there at the time.
When Vince McMahon sees that this Chris Angel thing is getting sideways and the water's murky and blah, 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 what's his reaction?
God damn, what's in the water? Did he poop himself? Ugh, can you imagine the feces floating around and getting up his nose and under his nails? Ugh, disgusting.
It's amazing.
Don't let him shake my hand.
It's important to recognize too here that overall profit is down, but let's carry what they had going on at the time. You've got 164.8 million, which is down from 197 million. That's profit, boys and girls. But expenses increased from 104.1 to 109.6. Now, what costs more? The name change, you got that going. The World Nightclub, and increased promotional costs. So there's a lot going on here. But the prior year, even when they had $197 million profit, that included the way they picked up WCW and this is a big deal, the Owen Hart settlement. So you've got lots of stuff going on here. And even though business is down, they made $164.8 million. That's some major cash. They gave this forecast for 2003. Revenues are expected to grow 7% for the next year. I find that interesting, given that all the indicators were that business was down. They thought they could still somehow get a 7% increase. And how did they do that? Well, they said they plan to run 339 events, and that is way, way, way more than what they were running in 01 and 02. This is still a fraction of what you guys ran in the 80s. When it comes out that you guys are going to be ramping up the house show business this much, in the idea that maybe fewer people are coming out to see you per show, so the methodology is let's just have more shows. Is there any pushback from the younger generation who weren't there to see the crazy schedule you guys had in the late 80s?
No, because they wanted the money. They wanted to be able to get out and work, and they wanted to have the opportunity to work more. So that was great for them, because the more opportunity, the more live events, the more events of any kind, that was a plus for them. They loved it. Guys wanted to work. That was a beautiful time in the business when talent actually wanted to work.
It's a big deal. And if you'd like to see more of this sort of breakdown of the finances, it's the July 8th, 2002 issue of the Observer. I love it. This is also the same Observer, though, where it comes out that Bret Hart had a stroke. And I'm sure we're going to talk about this in great detail about Bret Hart and his return later and all that stuff. But do you have any memories of Bret having this stroke and what the conversation was inside the office at the time?
Well, we were all concerned for him. This was still during a time that Bret and Vince had not kind of reconciled. They haven't hugged it out at this point. But anytime that you hear one of your comrades is down, you feel bad for him. And no one really knew the extent of Bret's stroke, especially when it first came out. You heard he was in a bike accident. Well, first thing that goes through your mind is that he was on a motorcycle.
Right.
He was actually on a mountain bike and was wearing a helmet. But it's scary, someone that age having a stroke. And the concern, we were just concerned for Bret. And no matter what your differences are at the time, you still hate to hear that, bad shit about anybody.
So let me ask, did Vince call Bret and check on him? Does anybody call and check on him, or does that not happen?
I believe that Vince called the Hart family. I don't think that Vince spoke to Bret directly, but I know that he did call the family and make sure, see how Bret was doing and send him flowers. And it wasn't too long after this that the reconciliation with Vince and Bret took place. As a matter of fact, took place in Boca.
Okay, we'll talk about that another time. I just wanted to at least mention that this is around the same time that the accident happened.
Right.
I do want to talk about Les Thatcher here, because Les Thatcher is running the HWA, the Heartland Wrestling Association. It's down in Cincinnati. And around this time, as a cost-cutting measure, according to the rumor and innuendo, Shane makes the call and has it approved by Vince to cut all ties with the developmental territory HWA that Les was running. This kind of leaves Jim Cornette and Danny Davis and their Ohio Valley Wrestling in Louisville as the sole development group at the time. Why did this happen, and what kind of went sideways with Les?
Nothing went sideways with Les, and it was not Shane McMahon's call either. It was Jim Ross's call. It was a cost-cutting measure where we had several developmental systems working at the time and cutting back. And Les, unfortunately, did not have nearly as big of an operation as OVW had at the time. And OVW was able to run several live events. They were doing live television and cost cutting. Something had to go, budget. But that was Jim Ross's call. Shane would have had nothing to do with that.
Around the same time that they're trying to cut costs here, they open the WWE Films department. This is right out of the Figure 4. A new Los Angeles-based division headed by Joel Simon, the producer of Wild Wild West and X-Men, among other films, will handle the movie careers of all the WWE superstars. Catch me up, Bruce. Why is this a good decision? If we're worried about showing less profit, so we're trying to cut a developmental territory, why would we open a films division?
The opportunity to make more money. And there was an opportunity in Hollywood to be able to utilize the WWF superstars, WWE superstars, and by having studios and having representation in Hollywood to be able to get our talent in movies, but also to be able to produce our own movies. And while people may laugh at it and go, oh yeah, well, the Marine and all these other movies went straight to video, there's a lot of money in straight to video movies and in low budget movies, and it gets exposure. And there is a market out there to do that. And that's what we were looking at. We weren't looking, well, that depends on who you ask. Vince would tell you that he was looking to be the next Disney and the next Universal. The reality of the situation was that we wanted to get a foothold in Hollywood and have a presence in Hollywood to be able to get our guys in roles and get them in movies. And that's how you do it. It was to grow. It's not like, okay, well, that was a growing deal and it wasn't going to make money right away.
It was said at the time that, and Simon said this, Booker T, Big Show, and Triple H were the superstars who he thought had the potential to be in the WWE films. Do you know of any ideas for characters or movies or angles or storylines that were discussed with those guys that ultimately were shot down?
Yeah, one was, well, first of all, Vince and I had an idea of doing this story with Booker T as a drug dealer that eventually turns good. He's a mean, nasty drug dealer from the streets who ends up helping the cop, just your typical bad guy turned good, who's really a good guy at heart. That was one of the original deals that came out with Booker T that never came to fruition. Of those guys that he mentioned, Booker T and Undertaker were two of the best characters that, in my opinion, would have done very well in film. And they're two of the guys that they never really utilized. But it was, from later on, John Cena, Stone Cold Steve Austin. Austin was another one that, good God, with his chops and his name recognition alone, I thought would have done a whole lot better than anything that they did. I truly enjoyed the first movie that we did with him, The Condemned. I thought that was one of the best movies that WWF Studios ever did.
Let's talk a little bit about ribbing The Undertaker. We've talked about this before with the Cucumbers and Owen Hart and Paul Bearer and these guys. But once upon a time, Booker T got one over with the Spinneroonie. Can you catch us up on this story? Because this is a story that a lot of us have heard about, and then some of us have even seen on DVD as an extra. But you were there. What do you remember about the Taker-Rooney?
One of the, I guess, things that you would strive for as a talent is to break the unbreakable. And Undertaker would be one of those unbreakables that he didn't bust in the ring. He rarely, wouldn't break character. So if you could get Taker to break character in the ring, that was a victory. It was an internal victory. You felt good about it. And that's what we attempted to do here with the Taker-Rooney. Every night when Booker T would finish up, Booker T would have whoever around, whether it be a tag match or whatever, everybody to do their version of a spinneroonie. And this one night, without smartening Taker up, Taker went to exit, and we got word to Booker, hey, man, get Taker back in the ring and call him out, basically try to get him to do a Taker-Rooney. And Taker refused and refused and refused. And finally, he got the hell out. Rock, yeah, whoever came out. But, yeah, we broke him. We broke him.
So at this point, Booker T is in the ring, supposed to be competing in a match, and Undertaker says he's not lit. The fans aren't leaving until they see a spinneroonie. Booker T turns it on him, says he needs to see a Taker-oonie, and one by one, The Rock, Hunter, Vince McMahon, everybody comes out and does their own spinneroonie in an effort to make sure that he does it, and he didn't do it. How long did you guys rag on the Undertaker for refusing to do a Taker-oonie?
Not too long, out of fear and respect. But it was positively classic. And the more people that came out and the more people that tried to get Undertaker to do the Taker-oonie, I think the further in that he dug his heels in, that he wasn't going to do it, that now he was going to basically be in control and say, okay, what else you got back there?
Supposedly,
I ain't doing it.
Supposedly this goes like 40 minutes.
Yes. That would probably be a kind estimate.
Do you remember ever seeing a Taker-oonie ever?
No. Saw a Shakespeare-oonie, but that was as close as you were ever going to get.
What's a Shakespeare-oonie?
A Shakespeare-oonie is when Undertaker kind of kneels on one knee and holds the hand up, the Shakespeare pose. But no, he wouldn't go any further than that. And really, the Shakespeare is kind of how Booker starts off the spinneroonie. So yeah, that was about as close as you were going to get to a Taker-oonie.
Let's get to the actual show itself. SummerSlam 2002. When I watched it this week, I kind of forgot that they had JR and Lawler calling the Raw matches and Michael Cole and Taz calling the SmackDown matches. Cole and Taz are down by the ring. JR and King are up on the platform near the Titantron. How does that work? You guys draw straws for that, or how does that go down?
Well, no, that was the way that the TV shows were set up at the time. SmackDown announcers were at the ring, and for Raw, they were up on the platform. We didn't have the Raw announcers at ringside at that time for Raw. So they were in their usual announced positions. Okay,
I'm with you on that. So let me ask another way. As far as who is going to be where, not on the pay-per-view, but on the TV show, does Jim Ross prefer to be on the platform and Taz prefer to be ringside? How is that delegated on the television shows?
It was only to be different between the two shows.
Sure.
Jim Ross preferred to be ringside. I think any great commentator or play-by-play guy wants to be right in the middle of the action. And being at ringside, you're right there and you feel it. The further you're removed from the action, the less you can feel it.
I kind of imagined you were going to say that, and here's a reason I ask. It feels like something where JR would campaign to be ringside, and everybody else would say, I'll do it wherever you want me to. And just to be Vince says, cool, put JR on the platform.
I wouldn't doubt that may happen at some point. At this point in time, it was strictly a form of how they had it on the separate shows.
Was JR difficult to deal with in a situation like this where he's not calling the pay-per-view the whole way through? He's only doing his part of the shows. He's not getting to sit where he might like to sit. Any of that a challenge?
No, not really with me. No, JR could grumble and groan sometimes to Kevin Dunn and to production people and to whoever would listen. But for the most part, JR was there to do his job, man. Tell me what you want me to do and I'll go out and do it.
Taz was here rocking a suit, but Michael Cole is in a casual shirt here. Same with JR. When did the dress code for the announced team change and why?
Well, that was kind of in the time of our casual dress. And thank God for Steve Austin that we got away from the suits and we got away from the coats and ties everywhere every day. And we got to just be a little more relaxed. So it was during that time that he felt that the on-air talent could have a little bit more relaxed look as well. But it's funny because that is actually in my notes of how they were dressed. And I thought that just comparing to where we are today and where we were before that, I thought that the guys looked way too casual. In particular, JR and Michael Cole.
Well, it's the other announcers, the Spanish announce team and the other announcers ringside. Some of those guys are just in T-shirts. This just feels way different. You know, you've got black mat and the black barricades and a black ring skirt and black poles and black ropes and black turnbuckles, and everything is much more understated here than the kind of over-the-top presentation that we get now. And it feels like Vince's taste just sort of changes as the wind blows. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Cool.
Exactly. And it was the whole the black mats and the black barricade was to accentuate the ring, and the ring being with the light blue apron, that was to accentuate the wrestlers and the action in the ring. And if you can dull everything else out around it, then it brings your attention to what you want the attention to be, and that's on the talent in the ring.
Let's talk about the first match and what an opener this is. I mean, when you've got Rey Mysterio Jr. and Kurt Angle working in your opener, that tells you how stacked this card is going to be. The crowd was super hot for this. There's one spot in particular they loved where Rey was flipping over the ref onto Angle on the floor, and the crowd's just super hot for it. Lots of crazy stuff going on here. There is a spot somewhere in here where he hits the 619 and manages to not get the pin even after the West Coast pop. He goes for a top rope maneuver. Ultimately, that winds up in a submission, and he winds up tapping out. And this was Rey Mysterio's pay-per-view debut. Mysterio had just debuted in the company in June, and this is well after the Invasion angle had started. I'm sure we'll talk about him again another time on long form, but catch me up. Why did Rey not come in with everybody else the year prior? Why the delay here? And ultimately, why was it the right call to have him make his pay-per-view debut but go out with a loss?
The reason that Rey didn't come in a year before with everybody else was because Rey had a great contract with WCW, and Rey opted to go ahead and wait out and get his contract paid out. So it was a lucrative contract. I don't blame him for doing that. He chose to stay home during that time. So Rey coming in here, his debut, in my opinion, what better way to debut than against a guy like Kurt Angle? And the match itself, off the chart, the innovativeness of Kurt Angle being able to take a guy like Rey Mysterio. And I thought that Kurt made Rey shine and made him a mega superstar in this match. And in addition to, just making him that mega star, being able to hang with a guy like Kurt Angle, I felt that the tap out right in the middle of the ring was the right thing to do, because people believed it. And the way that they worked the match and the way that they told the story of the underdog Rey was just absolutely masterfully done. And I think that it got Rey over more than if Rey had come in there and beat Kurt. I don't think people would have believed it at that time.
Well, it's just curious that you guys would book him against this type of opponent right away, but it is a credit to Kurt because Rey did get all of his hot moves in. He did make him look good, but he didn't go down to the finisher. Was Vince kind of on the fence as to what Rey's upside might be? Of course, we would know he would go on to win the world title, but was Vince still with his old school, he's so tiny attitude at the time?
Well, yes. And you add to the fact that Vince's reaction to Eddie Guerrero several years before that was, he's so tiny. He's a little fella. Now you bring in basically Eddie's baby brother. This little guy, what the hell can he do? and I can't see his face. What the hell does he look like? He's a cute little guy. That, yeah, I think it took time for Ray to kind of win Vince over and win over the WWE audience too.
So chat me up. When Ray is finished up with WCW, he's not wearing a mask. He comes in here wearing a mask, but you just kind of, and I'm sure you're doing it tongue in cheek, you're referencing that Vince said you couldn't see him because he's wearing a mask. The whole idea behind wearing the mask is to sell a shit ton of merchandise, right? I mean, that feels like a Vince call all day.
No, Vince hates masks and just didn't see it. He didn't like the mask. The sell on it was to those of us that understood the lucha side of the business, it's a heritage, and you can tell this story of the luchador and the mask, and felt that a guy like Ray, with his legacy in the business, that was something that we could capitalize on. And that's a tough sell to Vince, because Vince wants to recreate everything and own everything. So he doesn't want something that has been used and done before. He doesn't want somebody that owns their name and that has established their name somewhere else. So it was a tough call, and it was an uphill battle for Ray, but he was able to do it. And that was one of the selling points, was being able to say, good God, look at the merchandising that you can do with kids wanting to wear this Rey Mysterio mask. And kids could identify with Ray because of his size. And the other selling point was, hey, Vince, we got your Mighty Mouse. He can be Mighty Mouse. Look at that cute little Mighty Mouse motherfucker. And again, he eventually got sold.
So I find it interesting you talk about Ray's history in the business, but you guys actually wind up dropping the Junior from his name. Is that because Vince hated being called Junior? Or if you're trying to embrace the history of Ray, why would you drop the Junior?
Well, Vince does hate juniors. Vince hates juniors just in general, and feels that Junior is less than. And Vince wasn't a junior. That's just how people referred to him. And he hated that. And I think that when people, John Meekum, who his dad was John Meekum Jr., okay, a friend of mine. He was the original owner of the New Orleans Saints. His dad, John Meekum Sr., was one of the first big four oil tycoons in the world. And Meekum always hated the Junior because he felt it was less than. And Vince felt that same way, that a man should be a man. He has a name. He's not Junior. Junior's a kid. And just didn't like it.
I'm curious to hear what Kurt Angle thought about working against Ray here. I ask because he's in the opening match, and a year prior to this, he was in the main event for the world title. Any sort of pushback from Kurt over his positioning here?
Not at all. No, you got to understand, Conrad, the opening match is a feature position. It's the very first thing. It sets the tone for the show.
Okay, I get that. I'm just curious, why did Stone Cold and The Rock never open a show? It's a featured match.
They did.
When?
Sure they did. All throughout their career. Both of them opened shows.
Not once they were in the title picture.
Well, no, not when they were in the title picture, but they've all opened. So it's a feature. John Cena just opened up a pay-per-view the other night.
All right. Let's talk about, I guess, the elephant in the room. Is this just the old traditional rumor and innuendo? We've all heard this. The WWF guy has to beat the WCW guy in the big match. Can you defend and say that's not what this was?
No, it's not what this was.
Can you think of a time when a WCW guy, a WCW creation that was a big star there, beat a WWF guy in his first big pay-per-view right off the top?
I have no idea. Not off the top of my head. I don't remember. If I had a whole list of stuff in front of me, I could probably come up with something, but no. Off the top of my head, no. I just watched this show, Conrad. I didn't go back and do a study of every pay-per-view in the history of pay-per-views.
You can look at them all because it never happened, brother. What do you think of the match? In the dirt sheets, it got 3 3/4 stars. What say you?
Well, if it was in the Tokyo Dome, it would have gotten.
Oh, goddamn. How many times are we going to do that joke? What'd you think of the fucking match?
Because, goddamn it, I don't give a shit about his star rating. I thought that the match.
I asked what you thought. Okay, thank you.
I know. I thought that the match was positively excellent. And I kept writing down about great psychology and great story, but that was a theme of this entire night. And this damn thing set it off. And again, Ray's selling in this particular event was another lesson in how young baby faces could learn how to sell and get a crowd. And it was masterfully done on the part of Rey Mysterio.
Well, and I think Kurt Angle doesn't nearly get the credit he deserves. And these days, of course, he's the GM, but I think a lot of younger fans have forgot just how off the charts he was. Think of the type of match he would have with a Steve Austin or a Triple H or even a Brock. And now here, this type of match that he's doing with Mysterio, it almost feels like Kurt Angle can do anything he wants.
That's because Kurt Angle can do anything. And Kurt Angle is one of those talent that can adapt to his opponent. So Kurt Angle, when you worked with Kurt Angle, you didn't have Kurt Angle's match. Kurt Angle made the match that you had with him unique to you. So every opponent that worked with Kurt, their matches didn't have to be Kurt Angle's matches. He was able to adapt and make his opponents look better than they ever could have on their own.
Next up, we see Stephanie walking into her dressing room, and the Raw GM, Eric Bischoff, is there sitting on her couch. And they have decided to share an office here, and they're going to watch the rest of the event together. This is the stereotypical GM office at the time. A couple of posters, some of them are backlit from below, a fake tree in the corner, a couple of black leather couches. Who put this together, and whose job was to set up this dummy GM studio every single show? That
beautiful ficus tree?
Yeah.
That traveled the entire world, by God? You got to love the ficus. Richie Posner is the one who originally designed all of that. And everywhere we went, the idea, Vince wanted the damn general manager's office to look the same every time so that it was the same office. It's got to be the same. It just, God, with the pipe and drape sometimes, some buildings, they just look like ass. And Nassau Coliseum backstage looks like ass. And that's what this was. But I produced all of these and we did them live. And this was not the best night for Eric Bischoff and Stephanie, in my opinion. I felt that they just were kind of, if you go back and watch it, there's almost like a hesitation between the two of them on everything they do. They're waiting. It's almost like they're counting, waiting for a reaction. And the chemistry or lack thereof between them was real. But watching it 15 years later seemed off to me.
Do you think that you did these live because you're lazy as shit and just wanted to do everything live so you didn't have to do it over and over? I mean, that's what the rumor and innuendo on you is.
Oh, okay. I like doing everything live. And here's the reason I like doing everything live, because you can't redo it. And when you are doing it live, there's an energy about it. And there is a definite feeling of liveness in anticipation that anything can happen. And whatever the fuck does happen is real. And if you pre-tape shit to ad nauseum, it comes across that it's been pre-taped and overproduced till it's just the drizzling shit. So fuck you and fuck anybody else.
I love it.
Because you know why? Because I can produce live and I'm good enough that I can fucking do it. And some people can't because they're not good enough to produce live. Because they're afraid, because they want the net. They want to pre-tape it so that it's perfect and pretty, because they can't handle the stress of doing it live. That's when I excel, is when I'm live and I don't have a net.
I'd invite everybody to rewind about 2 minutes where Bruce said that this segment was not very good.
No, all of them that night were not very good.
And who produced them all?
I did.
Live.
Yeah.
Okay.
It wouldn't have been any. No, it wouldn't have been any better. Trust me, it would not have been any better pre-taped.
Oh, because you're just terrible at your job. Got it. Taped or live.
That's it. I suck.
I mean, Jim Cornette agrees.
Hey, thanks for coming, folks. Sports podcast of the year out here in Anaheim, California, and greatly appreciate all your support, and thanks so much.
We're not winning this yet back to back. We have to have Tony win it next year. Hey, so let's get to the next match. Ric Flair, Chris Jericho. What a phenomenal, surprise. I kind of forgot this match was even here. But it's a pretty fun match. The match actually gets about 3 stars in the dirt sheets. It's kind of weird when I watch this back, though, that Rick had his original WWF theme music from 1991. Any guess as to why that might be? Because for so much of this era Ric Flair stuff, we get the real theme, but right here, not so much.
I don't know. I don't know what that issue is with the network and what when they change out some music and some music they change out. I have no idea. It's probably just a licensing issue.
What led to this, of course, is Flair was doing a backstage interview on Raw, and Jericho attacked him, and Flair got some color. Well, then later in the show, Jericho's band Fozzy is performing on Raw, and Flair comes out and knocks over the musical equipment. And this is all happening, of course, during a time where we're seeing Jericho make a really big push for his band Fozzy. And we've never really talked about Fozzy before here on the show. What did Vince think of Chris Jericho as a rock star and specifically his band Fozzy?
What's with this fuzzy shit? I don't get it. Does he want to be a wrestler or a singer?
Vince didn't really get it, but it was an opportunity to let Jericho do something else and change up his character somewhat. So why not give it a try? And if Chris was successful with it, it benefits WWE and vice versa. So why not try it? And just was able to change up the Jericho character somewhat and still staying true to the Y2J character. But I remember Flair going out trying to beat up the set when he attacked Jericho on the set.
That was super fun. I dug that.
Fun or funny? It was hilarious because I remember going back and Rick having the damnedest time trying to knock things over and destroy it, and things are bouncing back on him. And they did a masterful job of editing it in the package that made it look fun. But this was Rick at his best, in my opinion, just being crazy Rick and kind of out of control, but also, especially in the match, being in control of the match, setting the pace and taking Jericho on a nice little ride. And it was nostalgic to just go back and help everyone understand why Ric Flair can be regarded, in many people's opinion, as the greatest of all time. Because even at this age, Rick was still out there able to hang. Some things he shouldn't have been doing, and some things. Here was a guy, think about this, Conrad. 2 years before that, was embarrassed to take his shirt off on television, and was out there hanging with this kid and making the kid look like $1 million.
And it's got to be a pretty big deal because you've referenced it already. Flair's 53. He doesn't come back until November of 01. But he gets talked into wrestling Vince at the Rumble in 02, then has the big match with The Undertaker at WrestleMania. He's teaming with The Big Show to face Steve Austin at Judgment Day. He's working Eddie Guerrero at King of the Ring. I mean, so he's putting together some big name matches through 2002. And he allegedly didn't even have a lot of confidence in himself or his work or his performance or his appearance or any of that here. When it comes out that Flair's supposed to go over, McMahon tells Jericho that Flair's going to win with an inside cradle. And Jericho wants to lose with the figure 4 since Flair at this time was losing or winning so rarely with it. According to Jericho, Flair disagreed with that suggestion and said he didn't deserve to win that way because he wasn't himself. So this leads to the scene of Jericho actually giving Flair a pep talk, making him realize that he's Ric Flair and that he deserves the best for himself. Do you remember there being some sort of hubbub about the finish here?
Well, the hubbub was, Jericho's right. Vince wanted Flair to catch him with a quick one. Flair catching Jericho with a quick one. And Jericho made the suggestion. It's like, and go back, here's one for you. Go back and tell me how many pay-per-views Ric Flair has ever won with figure 4.
Not a lot.
I don't think he's ever won any. So here was Ric Flair's finisher that he never beat anybody with. And it was Jericho's like, if he's going to beat me with your finish. And it just goes again to show, as I stated over a year ago when we started doing this, and I was talking about current product and saying Chris Jericho is the best out there. this was the seeds of that, and Jericho understanding how to get people over, how to get himself over. And at the time, Rick, as you've stated several times, Rick was a shadow of himself, extremely insecure, didn't believe in himself, and was second-guessing everything. And it was an opportunity to say, you know what? You're Ric Flair. Go out and beat him with your finish. And I thought it worked great. It was the right call and the right thing to do, and it worked.
No, it absolutely worked. And it's an underrated match. And you see Jericho here pulling out all the stops. Jericho had obviously been a student of the game, growing up a big wrestling fan, and I imagine is pretty excited about being in a match like this here, because just a few years prior, Flair was the top guy in WCW, and Jericho sort of felt like he was being held down. Did you ever have a conversation with Jericho about him being excited to work with Flair here?
Yes. Good God. It's Ric Flair.
Right.
It's no different than Undertaker going to Vince and saying, I want to work with Flair at WrestleMania. He was Ric Flair.
Right.
And the other part that kind of went through my mind is here Rick is at 53 years old, and I'm going back. This is 2002. Go back to 1992 when Vince felt at 43 years old that Rick was too old for the WWF and that he wanted Rick to get a facelift. And here we are 10 years later.
He's still there.
Rick's going over this kid in Jericho with the figure four. Go figure.
And he's going over right now in Atlanta. Shout out to Rick, and obviously prayers are with the family as he's still.
Hey, Rick, I love you.
Still trying to reverse that figure four down there in Atlanta. We're pulling for you, bud. Let's talk about Charles Robinson. What was the rap on Charles? Would Rick request him for most of his big matches? It feels like he did a lot of big matches for Shawn and for Rick, but we're seeing less and less of him these days. You know, why do you think that is? Can you freestyle a guess, and can you tell us, you know, who was a big fan of Charles and who would campaign for him?
Charles was a great referee, and Charles, there's certain guys that work better with other guys. So Flair and Charles actually, you know, they had a rapport for a long time, going back to WCW, and also Jericho. So it's a logical when you have a referee that you enjoy working with that knows it's like dancing. Whoever you're working with in the ring, you like working with a certain guy, you want to work with them a lot. Same thing with the referee. If the referee knows your moves, knows your mannerisms, you want that referee in the ring versus having to call everything with a new referee who's in the wrong place, doesn't know your moves. So Rick definitely loved working with Charles. So we tried to match up referees with the talent in the ring. And if you notice, that's kind of the norm. You'll see the same referee with the same guys an awful lot.
Overall, you know, this 2002 year is pretty critical for Rick. What was the general impression from the office about Rick's performances in 2002? I mean, he's working with Big Show, Austin, Vince, Undertaker, Eddie Guerrero, Chris Jericho. He's got all the big names here. Is this, at the time, did it feel like maybe this is Vince's opportunity to let Rick have his last hurrah? Little did we know he would keep going, or what was the takeaway?
Yes. To answer your question, in Vince's mind, this was, you know, give Rick a year, maybe a year and a half, put him back in the ring, let him get kind of a nice little farewell, one last hurrah before he hangs the boots up and goes away.
Right.
And we would have him as an on-air character, and we would use him as an ambassador, goodwill ambassador outside of the ring, and continue to be Ric Flair. It was a way to just get him out there.
Little did we know he still had a half a dozen more years in him, and he'd keep going. Somebody else who would keep going is Paul Heyman. He's doing a promo backstage with Brock here, and he's referring to him as the next big thing. Whose idea was that for Paul Heyman to be paired with Brock, and then most importantly, for him to be called the next big thing? That sounds like a Paul Heyman idea. What did it sound like when he pitched it?
100% Mr. Heyman's idea, sir. Because Brock Lesnar is the next big thing, and the only person to handle his career going forward would be me. But I will not be an agent. I will be an advisor.
Thank you. Let's volley on over to Edge Eddie Guerrero. I can't believe this is this card, man. So far we've had Ray and Kurt, and then we had Flair and Jericho, and now we've got Edge and Eddie. I'm curious because this is an era of Edge where he's not really the main eventer, but he's no longer the tag guy. He's trying to make a name as a single. He's scooting to the ring here in a new white trench coat. The dirt sheet's at the time, right? I'm not sure what it is, but he is just missing something as a worker. And unless he finds it, I don't think the people are ever going to buy him as a top guy. That's what Brian Alvarez wrote about him. What did you think of Edge here at this time? Obviously, we know that Brian would prove to be incorrect, or maybe he says Edge found it, but Edge certainly became a top guy. But this character Edge right here does sort of feel like he's not really sure who he is. Your thoughts?
Edge wasn't sure who he was, but I will say this about Edge. From day one, he had it.
Right.
And he had that intangible it that was special, that we did know that he was going to be a top guy. There was just time getting him to that place. And I think that, just a sidebar, the light bulb with Edge was when we put him with Vicky Guerrero. In my opinion, I thought that was
what leveled him up.
Oh my God. He went into Heath Ledger mode. He became that character. He lived it. He breathed it. And that took him over the edge. And it was get that? See how I did that?
Yeah.
I took Edge over the edge. But this was just a time that he was coming into his own, and we knew that there was something there. And just looking to find it and hoping it was going to come out here.
This is one of those really, really great matches to me, because we see these guys really work on a body part, and maybe that's the old school fan in me, but they're trying to tell a story here with Edge's shoulder, and I thought it was phenomenal. It gets 3 stars from Alvarez. I thought it was great, though. There's a spot here somewhere in there where Edge and Eddie are on the top rope, and Edge gets shoved off, and he lands on the bad shoulder, and then Eddie does a splash on the bad shoulder, and Taz even says Jesus. And it's just awesome because they're doing such a great job of selling, hey man, he can't hang on here. When all of a sudden, seemingly out of nowhere, Edge hits the spear and gets the pin. A great story. I love the match. It really highlighted what a great performer Eddie Guerrero was to me. What'd you think?
It was logical. Everything that they did in the match was logical. And they told the story from beginning to end. And this brought me back to the time, and I'll say this publicly, I love Michael Cole, but I absolutely, positively hate the fact that Michael Cole calls Eddie Guerrero,
right?
Vicky Guerrero, Chavo Guerrero. It's Guerrero. And Michael's wife is Hispanic. He should know this stuff, but he just had a mental blank with the Guerrero name. I guess he must have had a Guerrero somewhere in his past that he just couldn't get it out. But that drove me nuts throughout this entire match. The match was logical and told a beautiful story. And the commentators, I thought, told a beautiful story as well. They knew what the hell they were talking about, and they knew what they had to get across. And again, go study this match. You want to be a wrestler? You want to learn how to tell a story inside the ring when the bell rings? This is a beautiful one.
You know, it's funny because you can't see my notes here on this side, and I swear I wrote, this seems like a great match to recommend to aspiring wrestlers to watch, because, you know, they managed to have an incredible match where they tell a story and work a body part, but they still get all their high spots in. So it doesn't have to just be Ole Anderson working a shoulder. You can do some other crazy shit in there too and still tell a story, and that's what they did here. Let me ask you here, was at this point Eddie Guerrero almost like the gatekeeper to being a top guy? It feels like this is a little bit of a test to see, hey, what does Eddie think about him? Can Eddie get a good match out of him? Can Eddie get a top guy match out of him? Because we would continue to see his career kind of go up. But if this match would have been a stinker, does Edge's career look the same, or is this kind of the litmus test of sorts?
Without it actually being a litmus test, yes, it was. because if you get out there and you're going to stink the joint out with Eddie Guerrero, then you cannot have a good match. So yes, there was a lot of onus on Eddie to get the very best out of him. And if you can hang, then we know you can hang. But if you're going to go out there and stink it up, then by God, maybe there's no hope. Yes and no. It just was two great guys together with a good story.
On the way here, of course, Edge had won the King of the Ring the prior year, so he had a little bit of momentum for a while as a singles worker. Since Eddie had come back to the WWE a few months prior, he had already won and lost the Intercontinental title to RVD. He was starting a feud with Steve Austin before Austin walked out. He worked in the King of the Ring against Ric Flair. So these guys are both very active, but it feels like one of these guys is going to be leveled up, and that night it was Edge. And I do think it's funny that, we're in the middle of talking about this, and you say, hey, the way he became a top guy to me is working with Eddie's wife. Isn't that awesome?
It all comes around.
Next up, we see the promo for Our Season Never Ends. This is a commercial right in the middle of a pay-per-view. At the time, there's some rumblings that Major League Baseball may be going on strike, and we may not have baseball that season. Whose idea was it to push this and do it on pay-per-view, in fact?
Well, it was a campaign we were doing on television. It was the campaign at the time to just show everybody, hey, they're going to leave you and they don't care about you, the fans. They're more worried about their contracts and they're more worried about themselves. We're worried about the fans. Our season never ends. We will always be here for you 52 weeks a year, 365 days a year, and you can always count on us, by God.
Well, unless you walk out. Next up, we've got the evil Canadians, the Un-Americans, taking on Booker T and Goldust. The Un-Americans, help me understand. I know that I'm going to get some shit for this, but it's Test, Christian, and Lance, and it's an underrated group in my opinion. I kind of dug this. I kind of dug the guys. I didn't really understand the upside down flag and doing a no-2. That feels a little bit like poor taste. But I think some of these guys are just criminally underrated. How did it come together? Whose idea was it? And in your opinion, was this really just kind of piggybacking Brett's 1997 angle on some level?
They're Un-Americans. Regal was also going to be a part of this group as well. The idea behind it was Vince's idea. He loved it. Vince loves anything that is, nationalist and show your American pride and America. We're America. And America hates foreigners, especially those damn Canadians, especially after that war that we had, there with Canada and all the horrible stuff that they did to us. But Vince gets caught up in us versus them an awful lot.
Right. And
it was an opportunity to take some guys that he really didn't know what to do with.
Right.
And let's throw some heat on them. You couldn't, at that time, we eventually ended up doing it, but you couldn't go and get a Middle Easterner and do that. So we'll do it with Canadians and they'll just bash America because America hates that. The problem was that what was being written for these guys was some pretty heavy stuff. And Christian and Test both lived in Tampa and were American citizens. I think they're American citizens. But they're both, now they're all Canadian. But they were afraid of the heat. They didn't... Maybe afraid's the wrong word, but they did not embrace the heat. They did not relish going out there and saying these things, even though it is, it's fiction. You're just playing a part. You're reading someone else's words, someone else's idea. You're going out and portraying something else. We know you're not really un-American. We know you really don't hate America, but go out and play this part and get people to hate you and to boo you. Those guys didn't like that. They were uncomfortable with that. So the words, when they said them, they did not ring true. They didn't ring true to them. They didn't ring true to the audience. And it was a fart in church. Regal was the only guy that was interested in really going out and getting heat.
I mean, do you think this was, you're on board with this upside down flag business just a year after September 11?
No, I hated it. Absolutely hated it. I hated the whole un-American gimmick and idea because, again, the country was unified at this time.
Right.
And for once, America was feeling good about themselves. And like I said, because they're feeling good about themselves, do you go out, do you find an Osama bin Laden type character? No, that's too close to home. Don't want to do that. But go out and find someone anti-American and we'll hate them because we're so unified. I just felt that type of heel and that type of storyline had run its course. I just think that the business was beyond that, especially at this point.
Did you think that in 97 when you brought the Sultan in, or did you think that in 91 when you did the Slaughter thing? When did
91, I was 100% on board with that.
When did it jump the shark for you?
Here.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. Because it was the first time that America had ever really been attacked on the mainland.
Right.
Like that. So it was fresh and it was still new. America had never been attacked. We'd never had anybody come in and do that on our soil, our mainland. Yes, they did it in Hawaii, but this was brand new, man. It was still fresh. And I just thought it was just too far, too much, too far, too soon.
I'm a big Lance Storm fan. I always enjoyed his matches, but I feel like Vince had a strong opinion one way or another. Did Vince have a Lance Storm impression or a takeaway, or what did Vince think of Lance?
Match over yet?
All right, so let me ask you, Bruce Prichard. You thought Lance's matches were boring?
I think Vince felt Lance was boring.
But that was kind of his gimmick, right? I mean, his gimmick was to be that way.
Okay, if that's his gimmick, he did it well.
No, I'm just saying.
I don't think a boring gimmick is something that is going to sell a lot of tickets, in my opinion. I thought that Lance, bell to bell, excellent.
I mean, hard to beat. I mean, the guy's outstanding. I guess I meant in terms of, he's not putting on silly face paint and he's not doing, ridiculous screaming promos. He was very about his business, and I thought it was kind of old school. I dug Lance Storm. Well, what did he think about Christian? What did Vince think about Christian?
Vince felt that we should put a blue dot on Christian's face and have the blue dot follow him around wherever he was in the match or whenever he did promos.
Are you fucking serious?
Just get a big blue dot. What's that thing that they do when they have the people up on the newsstand in the courtroom, and the jury, and they put blue dots on their face. And someone testifies and you don't want to see their face. It's a blue dot. Blech. I'll put a blue dot on him. Now it's gonna be some tricky editing there, but just get a blue dot.
That's what he thought.
This is real life right now.
Oh, you can't make that one up.
He actually pitched putting a fucking blue dot on one of his own contracted performers' faces.
More than 7 times, yeah.
That'll get him over.
Who kept talking him out of
that? The reality of trying to logistically do it.
Oh, so nobody was like, "Oh, don't do that to Christian." It was just, "Fuck, boss, that's a lot of work. Can we not?"
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's like, geez, this could add like.
How about a blue mask? Can we just do like a blue mask?
No, it's got to be a dot. I'll be able to see his eyes and his nose through a mask. I want a dot.
Do you think Christian knows this story?
I don't know if he does or not. I'm sure he does by now. Sure, it's been out there. I mean, this in Revelation.
A blue dot.
Blue dot.
These Christians fucking rolling back prices, I guess.
And I will say this about Christian. From when Christian and Edge came in at the same time into our developmental system, and we saw them and spent a week with them, I used to say, and this probably helped kill Christian in the beginning. I used to say, in my opinion, Christian was probably for a long time the best pure worker on the roster.
Wow.
That son of a bitch could do any and everything. He was believable. He was smooth. Loved his work. And I thought, and my praise probably just bit him in the ass from the get-go. And then later on, once, I thought he did well for himself. I was thoroughly entertained by Christian for many years, but I thought that you put somebody in the ring with Jay, he was going to get everything out of him.
That seems like that's a t-shirt from Blue Dot to Champion, because he would go on to be world champion. And so let me ask, on the Blue Dot, did Vince just think that Christian didn't have any charisma, or that he didn't like his work? He thought he was boring. Did he not like his face?
He just felt that he had no personality.
That's amazing.
I know.
Well, let's talk about somebody who we know has some personality. How fucking great were Booker T and Goldust together? Goldust had come back earlier this same year. How did he compare here in 2002 to the Goldust of old, in your opinion? And what can you tell us about this Goldust Booker T pairing at the time?
Okay. The Goldust Booker T pairing is a brainchild of Brian Geworks. And Brian was entertained by Booker and Goldust. He liked Goldust. He loved the character and liked Dustin an awful lot. And Booker and Goldust together was just instant chemistry, and they could do any and everything. God, their shit was so entertaining. Brian could write something and deliver it to them, and they would perform it to the T. And it was fun. Everybody kind of looked forward to it. So I think that it was a time that people got to see the acting chops. And you were talking about earlier, the WWF studios and Booker T. The stuff that he was doing with Goldust was the reason that Vince saw, God damn, he's a star. Look at him. And chocolate all over. Chocolate muscles. Yes. Vascular. Creamy. Oh, sorry. But it was this time, and I thought that the guys had great chemistry. They enjoyed each other, and two great workers. I think that they both were able to breathe life into one another.
The match is pretty fun. I enjoyed it. It got 3 stars from Alvarez. He would write a very old school tag match. Booker finally got the hot tag and ran wild. Sure enough, this meant it was time for Test to hit the ring. Ref took a bump. Booker hit the axe kick on Storm and Christian. Then Test killed him with the kick of doom. Christian got the cover and pinfall when the ref woke up. Loud boos for that. What did you think of the match? I thought it was a pretty fun match for what it was, but then again, I enjoy the Un-Americans.
Okay. Worst match of the card.
Really?
Tells you how great the card is.
Right.
Look at the guys involved in this. Goldust, Booker, Lance, and Christian. It was a great match. It was old school. They told a simple story. So for this to be the worst match on the card speaks volumes to everybody else, because this was a damn good match. Well, you can sit back and go, damn, there wasn't anything that I wouldn't want to see again.
Let me ask you this. Goldust as an in-ring performer, 1995 or 2002?
95.
1995 or 2017?
17.
Isn't that crazy? 22 years later.
Yeah.
The Concerto was a big deal around this time, and they're teasing one here. Any memories of one going awry? This feels like something that, if you don't do it right, you could really hurt somebody.
Well, I wouldn't let anybody but Edge and Christian do it to me. But I don't think that I cannot ever remember one going awry. And it was safe enough with those two guys doing it, guys that allowed them to do it, trusted them. So fortunately, knock on wood, no one ever got hurt doing it.
I know we referenced the Spinneroonie earlier with The Undertaker, but seeing Booker try to work one into a match here with the Spinneroonie, it made me wonder, and this is around the same time, of course, that we've got the People's Elbow and some other kind of silly moves in wrestling, and we're on the heels of the Worm. Was Vince a fan of the Spinneroonie? This feels like something he would have had trouble pronouncing.
Spinneroonie. What's so damn hard about that?
It just feels like he wouldn't have remembered it. My apologies. I was trying to be funny. You're clearly not in the mood.
No, it's he looked at it as, God, look at him go. He does the spinny thing and the Rooney. Yeah, gotta love it.
There we go. That's what I was looking for.
I love those Roonies. I don't like it when they put cheese on it, though. Cornette used to smother his in cheese.
Speaking of smothered in cheese, talk me through the makeout contest with Nydia at WWF New York. This is one of the most interesting things on WWE pay-per-view. And I guess as you're talking about it, I'm going to need you to wrap us up here talking about this with you doing an impression of Jamie Noble promoting the Kiss here. My God, this was hilarious. It just feels like something Vince McMahon would love.
Woo!
If you haven't already, kids, go watch this Jamie Noble Nydia at WWF New York makeout contest. It's something to see.
Come on, baby. Get your tongue down up in there. Get your tongue out there. Get that tongue down that boy's throat. Come on, baby. You can do it. Get down there and squeeze you some of them buns, baby. Come on. Oh, yeah. I see a little spit going in there. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Save some for later now. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah. Get that lip lock in there, baby. Ooh. Oh, man. Okay. Jamie.
Let's roll credits. We're done. We're not going to beat that.
Oh, well, Jamie and Nydia and I had gone out to the Playboy Mansion to do some vignettes. Because since I don't know when we're ever going to talk about Nydia again. And Hef is there. Now, the Playboy Mansion, this was during a time that they were very friendly to us and they were letting us do a lot of stuff. And I had a pretty good rapport with the PR guy there. But Hef can be a little eccentric at times. Really, really nice guy, but a little eccentric, believe it or not. So he's home, he's working, he's up in his bedroom, and all this stuff. And they're allowing us to shoot on the outskirts of the house. And the front door, I had Jamie going up and ringing the doorbell and demanding that Hugh Hefner come out and talk to him. And I had a guy inside that was going to answer the door and so on and so forth. And I'm showing Jamie. I said, now, Jamie, when you go up to the door, you just like hit right here. Here's the doorbell. You just push right under it. Don't ring the doorbell because it's a real doorbell. Do not ring the doorbell. Just push right here and raise hell. You have no, I know you're in there. You're going to answer this door right now. My baby she's going to spread it right there for you and all this shit. Well, Jamie goes up and we're shooting all this. And Jamie goes up and he's actually hitting the doorbell. Well, I don't know this because I'm watching a monitor and I can't see the actual button from the way we're shooting it. And all of a sudden, Hefner's personal security guy comes to the door and opens the door, and he is livid because Jamie has been sitting there hitting the doorbell, ringing the doorbell. Hef is upstairs in his bedroom on a conference call, and he's hearing the ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, just over and over. And then through the window, he can hear this. Hey, I know you in there, Hugh Hefner. I'm going to get you out here. When you get out here, you're going to look at my baby's titties, and you're going to love it. And when she spreads that thing, you just going to have it in your magazine because, by God, my baby Nydia, she's the most beautiful thing. I don't know why you put Tori Wilson in your magazine because I got the hottest damn thing for you. And the security guard opens the door, and we almost got thrown out. I mean, it was... Yeah, that took some talking to, but Jamie Noble, man, is a classic. One of the most underrated, underutilized guys in the business.
Well, I don't know if he's...
Here's a guy who, if he had been 6 inches taller and maybe just put 20, 30 more pounds on him, top guy, top champion forever. Today he would be.
I think he's still one of the champions backstage. It would not surprise me to hear that he's running SmackDown or Raw anytime.
No, it wouldn't shock me at all. Great mind for the business, but talent, just innate, natural talent.
Do you think we should?
Get that tongue in there, baby. Get it in there. Come on. You know what to do. Do the swirl thing you do.
I think.
Now backwards. Come on, backwards. I'm talking about. Uh-huh.
Let me just say that Jamie Noble is my new favorite impression of yours. I didn't know you could do it, but now that I know,
I didn't.
She's gonna go ahead and spread that thing for you.
Her arms, welcome in, baby.
Oh, I love it.
Some of that.
Next, if you haven't seen the skit, man, you gotta go see it. You're missing out.
I was crying watching it, laughing. Just it's good shit.
Next up, we see Bischoff and Stephanie in the back, and Bischoff says something to Stephanie like, "We'll see who's on top later." That feels like a Brian or Vince line. Who should claim the credit for that?
Me.
Okay, cool.
We're watching it live. We don't know what the hell they're going to do live.
Next up, we've got Benoit coming to the ring, and they have the belt blurred out on the network. What's up with that?
I have no idea, and I didn't even notice that. I saw somebody on Twitter ask that, and I didn't even notice it when I was watching it.
It's really, really weird here. Tony Chimmel is on the announcing duties here and hands the mic to Howard Finkel. I suppose the gimmick here is one's the Raw announcer, one's the SmackDown announcer. It was cool to see Fink call a match here and introduce a guy, but I don't know that a lot of people listening are in the loop on Tony Chimmel's job and how it has evolved. Can you catch everybody up about Chimmel's history with the company?
Tony Chimmel was on the ring crew when I first started in 1987. He was one of the guys that hung out with Joey Morella. He was a friend of Joey Morella's, and Joey Morella's Gorilla Monsoon's son. And those guys always hung out, and they were a part of the ring crew. And as it evolved, Tony was put out in the ring to be a ring announcer one night, did a pretty good job. So they kept him, and he was able to go out and be a friggin' ring announcer. The fact that we actually put him on TV just astonishes me, because Tony ain't a pretty man. And that was always funny, but neither was Howard.
I was going to say, I mean, the other option is Howard. Let's talk about Howard, because Howard's not on TV anymore. How was he phased out? What did that conversation go down like? Whose idea was it? Was it a Vince call? What's he doing with the company these days, as best you know?
These days, I don't know that Howard is doing much of anything beyond working on the WWE.com. I saw him at a convention in New Jersey not long ago and seemed to be very happy and doing well, but he's mainly doing appearances and being Howard. But he still goes into the office every day and goes in and works on WWE.com.
When was he removed?
Howard Finkel. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
When did he get moved out of the ring?
Out of the ring? I guess 2000, right about 2000, when Lillian Garcia, we had hired Lillian Garcia to be a part of, originally we hired her to be a part of a show on Univision, Los Superastros, El Bocadito. And Vince liked her look. And when he saw the other girl that we had for Super Astros, he liked her look better for the on-screen deal. And we put Lillian out to try her out as a ring announcer. So you have Howard Finkel or Lillian Garcia.
Sure. In
2000. Which one would you rather look at?
Howard.
Okay.
So we've got RVD.
I'm moving to Huntsville, Conrad. You can look at me every day.
All right. RVD gets a win over Chris Benoit here to win the Intercontinental title. Pretty good match here. 3 3/4 is what Alvarez gives it. What'd you think of the match?
Tremendous. They beat the shit out of each other. One, it was solid, and being able to watch, Van Dam, because there were people that looked at Rob as being stiff and being hard to work with. Benoit loved that. Benoit loved you to be stiff, because Chris would be stiff right back with you. And their styles, I felt, meshed very well. It was really, on paper, you would think they would clash. It wouldn't be that great. But going back and watching it, it makes you remember how great Benoit was bell to bell in the ring.
Sure.
And just sit there and say, man, Van Dam, you give Rob somebody that can dish it out and hang with him. I thought he shined in this match. I thought both guys, it played to their strengths.
These guys are working very stiff, as you said, and both have a reputation for working snug. RVD's really laying the kicks in. You got to assume that, as you said, Benoit would have asked them to. They're both here with busted, bloody lips. Benoit misses the headbutt off the top, which in hindsight, maybe not the best call. RVD misses the big frog splash. Benoit goes to put the crossface on, but RVD makes the ropes. Eventually, these guys go back and forth doing lots of different flips and Northern Light suplexes. And I mean, there's a lot of big moves going on here. And eventually Benoit gets a crossface and RVD even manages to get out of that. Eventually Benoit goes for a top rope back superplex, but RVD reverses it into a high cross and then hits the frog splash and gets the win clean. Alvarez would write, the total wrong man won this match. Finish came out of nowhere because the ref all of a sudden started rushing them towards the finish, saying they needed to go home. With about 5 more minutes, this would have really been something else. Benoit looked like the best wrestler in the entire world here. What'd you think of that assessment from Alvarez? Did the wrong guy win? I got to say, in hindsight, it did feel like, and this is me saying this, not Alvarez, let's give them an Intercontinental title switch at SummerSlam. Was the office split on this, or why was the decision made to put RVD over Benoit here?
Well, first of all, I'd like to know who said that the match was rushed and the referee was telling them to go home.
You don't believe that was the case?
No, it wasn't rushed. It wasn't rushed at all. It was simply a build-up for the match. It was simply a build-up for the finish to get to that spot that everything's going. Guys are going for false finishes, false finish. And then finally, out of nowhere, bam, he hits the frog splash and he gets him for a 3 count. I thought the story was beautifully told. And you can debate all day long. The right guy won, the wrong guy won. If Benoit had gone over that, you'd have the same people saying, oh, well, I don't know why they didn't put the title on RVD. And it was a beautiful match with a beautiful story that I thought, got everything across, but it wasn't rushed. I love when these guys sit there and they think that they know what the hell's going on. And
all right, let's move on here. The decision was made a month prior to have Benoit defect over to SmackDown, and he took the IC belt with him. Well, here the IC belt is coming back to Raw a little after a month later. Was part of the plan here just to keep that belt on Raw, and that's the reason RVD gets the win, more so than which direction are we wanting to go?
Yes.
Okay. Both RVD and Benoit, as we said, both have a reputation for working snug. You remember any of the boys having really particularly strong feelings about one or the other? I heard one top guy once say casually to another guy who was working RVD on Raw, oh shit, you're working Van Dam? Get your fucking hands up. Do you remember hearing any sort of strong feelings one way or another about the way either guy had a tendency to work snug?
Yeah, and there were some guys that liked it, some guys that didn't. Like I said, Benoit and RVD working with each other, they love it. Jericho and Benoit used to beat the hell out of each other. They had an agreement. Hit me anywhere other than in the nose or the mouth. You hit me anywhere else on my head, I don't care, as hard as you want to. Van Dam had a reputation for having really snug kicks, and he would throw them. But anything that Rob gave, Rob would gladly take back. And he's a tough son of a gun that would stand up and go toe to toe with anybody. So it's one thing to just be the guy that likes to dish it out, but if you're not willing to take it, then you don't really deserve to dish it out. But no, some guys like to work a little bit lighter. Some guys like to work snug.
It's funny the parallels as far as in-ring go that the two guys, Benoit and Guerrero, kind of work together, because ultimately Guerrero has to miss some time because of some personal issues and he's away from the company. Well, around that same time is when Chris Benoit has to have neck surgery and he winds up missing quite a bit of time. So Benoit hadn't been back a terribly long time here. When do you think the decision was made, for different reasons, of course, we can trust these guys and we're going to push them to the main events? Because they'd kind of been in this mid-card U.S. title, Intercontinental title, but now in 18 months, they're both going to be world champs. Carry me through when you remember that sort of becoming the talk of the direction we should go.
Well, for Eddie in particular, it was just kind of came, and that was a battle. For Benoit, it came from having matches with Hunter, and Hunter just loved working with Benoit. He loved the matches. And then Sean came to him, and Sean got involved in the whole thing, and they were like, you know what better way to really get Chris over? Have him beat us both. Let's go to WrestleMania and put the title on him, because people will believe it. It was just a steady, no different than Stone Cold Steve Austin. When Steve Austin first came into the company, he worked every night doing jobs for Shawn Michaels as champion. And his work every single night, he worked harder than the next guy and would have the best match on the card. Benoit was doing that. Guerrero was doing that every single night. And you can't deny talent. So it was just a progression over time that you sat there and went, those are the guys that people are reacting to because they're having the best matches. And in Eddie's case, his personality, everything that he was given, every issue, every angle, every storyline, he hit it out of the park. And Benoit, everything that you put him in, no matter what it was, no matter who the opponent was, Chris delivered on the in-ring. So you looked at those two guys and said, you know what? Let's give them a chance.
The next night on Raw, and it happens in Madison Square Garden, Rob Van Dam defeated the hardcore champ, Tommy Dreamer. So Rob is at this point unifying both the Intercontinental and the hardcore titles. And that's actually the last time we ever see the hardcore title in the WWE. Well, why was the hardcore title abolished?
I don't think that Vince ever expected the hardcore title to become what it became in the first place.
Right.
The hardcore title was a gimmick, a one-time gimmick that he was doing with Mankind.
Right.
And the fact that it caught on, he just looked at it like, why do we have hardcore matches? Ugh. And he didn't like the matches, and he felt that it had run its course. Time to move on. And I think that at this point in time, he kind of felt that the hardcore title represented that ECW crap, which, as we see later on, will be revived. But he just was sick of it at this time.
After the Benoit RVD match, we again see Steph and Bischoff in the dressing room, and Bischoff is gloating to her about how now she can watch the IC title on Raw. And she does some sort of weird laugh and walks away. What'd you think of the laugh? This laugh just, I don't know why, but it cracked me up. I watched it twice.
And was it any different the second time you watched it?
No, I guess I was thinking, God damn, I hope Bruce produced this horse shit, because if he did, I'm going to rib him forever.
I did.
So next up, we have got Undertaker Test. And Test is someone who left us too early. Bruce, were you shocked by that, or was he having trouble even during his WWE run?
I was shocked by it, and I don't remember him really having any problems when I was there. So it did shock me, and I hate it any time that someone leaves us before before their time, and especially at a young age like that. Just tragedy. And Andrew was a great guy. Yeah, sucks.
At one point, was Vince high on Test as a top guy? And if that changed, when and why?
Well, yes. Vince was high on Test from the first time that we saw him. And he came into our first developmental with Edge and Christian and Val Venus and all of those guys. The kiss of death with Test was Russo, who, believe it or not, didn't always look at in-ring talent and looked at guys and would have ideas. And he looked at it as, this is acting. I can just put anybody into that spot and they'll work, because I'm such a great writer, bro. Whatever I write, if they do it right, they'll be a star. So he envisioned Test being a part of DX early on.
Wow.
And Hunter hated it. Sean hated it. Everybody hated it. And Russo made the comment that he's as big as Kevin Nash, but he's younger and he'll be better. And that, of course, just set Sean and Hunter off. He's no Kevin Nash. And then on top of that, and again, we don't know this from the talent relation side. This is when I was really just doing talent relations and getting in new talent. From my vantage point, I wanted Test and developmental to go out and learn and to get better because he's a big guy, had a lot of potential. He wasn't ready for prime time by any stretch of the imagination. I didn't realize Russo had this idea for him and had already approached people about it. It was like, he can't go, man. He's not ready. He's not seasoned. He's just not ready yet. So he's at TV, he being Test, and I guess Hunter and Sean were talking to him and found out he'd only had like 5 matches in front of people at that time. So 5 matches, and Russo wants to make him a part of DX. He wasn't ready. And so that was just a little backstory on Test. We did think that he had potential. We did think that there was a big upside to him, but he kind of was missing it throughout his career. He never got really to that next level.
But why? When did it change? When did Vince say, nope, he's not a top guy, stop writing shit for him? We're not doing that.
Probably took a couple years because the first few years were, Vince, he's still learning.
Right.
And it wasn't fair to him. We put him in a lose-lose situation.
Sure.
Because he wasn't ready, and we put him into a top spot. And we put him in a position where there were so many eyeballs on him, and everybody was looking for him to fail. So he couldn't win. And then he was against the 8 ball coming in. I do think that if he had more seasoning and just more time before he ever made his debut, that it might have been a little bit different. But I think his confidence was shot. And he thought because he came in that top spot that he was already there and already over. And he wasn't.
Taker is over here as the American Badass. We haven't touched on this character a whole lot on our show so far. Anything you can tell us about the American Badass character? I'm sure we'll get into it long form, but give us a little bit of the American Badass.
I am American Badass. Watch me dump when I can. Oh, I'm a great singer.
Compared to what?
I don't know. The American Badass was just a reinvention for Taker. It was something to get him out of the dead man persona and to be able to let that character grow. I don't think Vince ever saw The Undertaker in its original incarnation being gone forever, but I do believe that Mark saw the American Badass as the character that he wanted to be. He wanted to be The Undertaker, but not having to do the dead man walk and the signature Undertaker stuff. If that makes any sense to you. Undertaker, Mark Calloway's a motorcycle riding badass son of a gun. And that was the American Badass character was more true to who Mark Calloway is than, I guess, the Undertaker character. And he liked it.
Why do you think the American Badass character didn't resonate with the crowd more? They just missed the old dead man, and that's what they wanted?
They knew the dead man, and that's what they wanted. They wanted their old Undertaker. They wanted the dead man. They wanted the head snap. They wanted the tombstone.
Of course, eventually we get here with all of the Canadians doing a run-in. Taker beats them all up. He dominates everybody. Lots of boots and chair shots, and then ultimately hits Test with the tombstone for the clean pin, and he's celebrating with the flag in the middle of the ring afterwards. So it's a feel-good moment, you know, against the Un-Americans with everybody's favorite, The Undertaker. Brian Alvarez gave it 2.25 stars, and I actually agree with him. I thought this was the worst match on the card. I thought the tag match earlier was better. Did you prefer this match even over the tag match? What did you like about it?
I did, because I enjoy watching Taker go back and work. You know, he was doing leapfrogs in the match, and he was working like a wrestler. And that was always fun for me because I know how much he enjoyed it. So that's probably just my personal preference. And watching that, he worked the arm, and he worked not like the dead man. So that's probably why I enjoyed it. It was a little bit different. Yeah, I didn't think it was a bad match at all.
Yeah, he did some moves here. You mentioned a leapfrog, and you see him, you know, climbing to the second rope and posing with the American flag. A much different presentation of The Undertaker. What did Vince think of the American Badass in this iteration of Taker?
Vince liked it because it was different, but in the back of Vince's mind was we're always going back to The Undertaker.
Right.
I just don't think that Vince ever really explained that to Mark. Because in Mark's head, he was the American Badass, and he was going to stay the American Badass. The transition to get him back to Undertaker, boy, that was a battle. That was a long, and we'll talk about that when we do another Undertaker in longer form over those years. But that took a lot of convincing, and that was a battle to get him to do it.
How great were the Lance Storm and Christian choke slams from The Undertaker here?
Get some height, baby. Get on up there. Let's see that little skinny ass of yours with the little blue dot on your face. Get up and touch them lights, baby. Let them burn that little honey and go on down. Ooh, that's good. You too, little mullet head. What's that little flat top little motherfucker in there? Get on up in there.
You know, I know we will talk about him again, but I don't know when we'll talk about Test again. So I got to bring it up here. You know, after the whole wedding angle goes sideways, it certainly feels like when Triple H reveals that Stephanie can't marry Test on Raw because he's already married her in a Vegas drive-thru, that they were building towards a big program with Test and Triple H. And you didn't say it earlier, but I feel like when that didn't happen, this is what cuts the knees out from under Test and his run as a top guy. In your opinion, did Triple H, not just when he was young and not ready as a part of DX, but did Triple H crush the career of Test here by not letting that feud happen?
Well, that was why it didn't happen, because he was young. That was the very first introduction of him. And that was the first time that Test was introduced. He had no right to be in that position. He wasn't ready. And Hunter did not want to work with him. Sean didn't want. Sorry. Sean didn't want to work with him. Hunter didn't want to work with him because he wasn't ready. But that was the beginning of his career right there.
Well, I guess we'll take it up another day. Let's talk about the video package. Speaking of Hunter, building up Sean and Hunter here. They show some clips from 1997 with DX, and then they show Sean coming back in 2002 with the DX shirts and the skit. And ultimately that sets up the pedigree where Triple H gets to turn on his best friend, Shawn Michaels. And there's a great line from Hunter in this package here. I used Shawn to get to the top just like he used me to stay at the top. I thought this was one of the more well-done packages that were on the pay-per-view. What did you think of the package and the angle to bring Shawn in? And then we'll talk about the behind the scenes.
I thought the package was excellent, and I thought the angle was excellent because it was logical, and everybody can understand jealousy, and everybody can understand a friendship and a bond getting broken up like that.
the video of someone jumping Shawn from behind and then putting his head through a window, the bloody aftermath, and then the reveal from Shawn enhancing the video and then challenging Hunter to a match at SummerSlam, this feels like, you know, exactly what Vince was talking about in Beyond the Mat. We make movies. What did you think of the whole jumping Shawn Michaels, head through the rental car, enhancing the video, the big great reveal? I thought it was some of the better storytelling, even if it was a little predictable.
Well, here's what you have. You have a guy that we didn't know what we really had in him in Shawn Michaels. This is going to be his one-off, the only match we're going to do. We couldn't do a whole lot physically with him prior to that. So you can't have him work a match on TV. You got to get creative in how you get him involved. And we didn't want the audience to see them have that physicality. So yeah, you got to get creative and get out there with your storytelling. And I thought that it was beautifully done. And again, especially for us, because we had no idea what the hell we had.
Let's kind of talk about the backstage here, because I think everybody knows we're going to cover this at some point long form. DX has been on the pole 9,000 times and they lose every time, but I'm hopeful that they'll win eventually. But the story with Shawn Michaels and Triple H and DX is a fun one. It's been well documented. We'll get there eventually. But Shawn ultimately becomes injured at the Royal Rumble 1998 in a casket match against The Undertaker. He goes over the top, whacks his back on the edge of the casket, and supposedly this causes all kinds of back problems. That leads to a rather interesting first quarter in the WWE as we build towards WrestleMania 14. Shawn is not in a good place mentally, physically, or emotionally, storms out of the press conference, and he's gone. And now this is going to be his first match back in the WWE. He has some trials and tribulations personally while he's out. He finds God. He turns his life over. He also had struggled with addiction. There's rumor and innuendo that he showed up under the influence to a WWE show once and kind of showed his ass. And Triple H even tried to put him in his place and actually, according to the rumor and innuendo, take your pills, Bruce, tries to have Shawn removed. What can you tell us about the time in between? Because I think most people know that Shawn said he was done with wrestling, never coming back, does things that are uncharacteristic of Shawn. He does an RF video shoot interview. He opens a wrestling school. Thank goodness he did. We got, Bryan Danielson out of it. And in an effort to build his own promotion, actually works a match that I think people have forgot that went down in April of 2000 for the Texas Wrestling Alliance against Paul Diamond. What was going on in the downtime? Did he really get kicked out of an event? What was the relationship like with Shawn and Vince during this 4-year gap? What was it like with Paul and Shawn, to the best of your understanding?
From my vantage point, there was not a whole lot. I don't remember Shawn getting kicked out. That's totally news to me. Maybe it happened. I have no idea. I wasn't there. Don't remember that. I do remember from time to time when we would be in San Antonio or maybe Austin that Shawn would come by and say hello. That's where Undertaker and I nicknamed him the little Dutch boy when he cut all his hair off and he had kind of a bowl cut. And we didn't even know who the hell it was when we saw him. He had stopped training. He got way out of shape. I had gone down because Shawn had started his wrestling school. So the only interaction that I had with Shawn during that time was, hey, do you have any talent?
Right.
Get anybody that we might want to take a look at? I'd really love to come down and spend a weekend with you and see what you've got. So at first I was met with, no, none of my guys are ready yet. And then eventually he warmed up to the idea, and I went to San Antonio. Shawn picked me up and went over to the house, and then we went to a show. And then the next day we went out and saw his training class with Rudy Gonzalez there. There was Spanky. Brian Kendrick. There was obviously Daniel Bryan. There was Lance Cade. And I want to say there were 4 total. I can't remember the 4th one. But he had some really good talent there. And we talked back and forth. And Sean would get in the ring with these guys. He wouldn't take bumps, but he would show them little things. And I remember after watching him in the ring training these guys, we went to a town that night where he had a little spot show. And I said, man, you know you've got another one in you. He said, nope, I've wrestled my last match. I'm done. And I said, you know, they all say that, but I'll use the old bruiser and crusher analogy. All you've got to do is go out there and give them the entrance and kick and punch and throw a super kick, and they're going to be happy. His mindset was that if Shawn Michaels is going to appear, he has to be Shawn Michaels.
Right.
He's got to be the showstopper. He's got to be the main event. He has got to be the guy they remember, not a fragment of that guy. So he had no desire. He's like, I'm done. I'm not training anymore. And I remember he was eating a huge chocolate chip cookie. And he says, I'm eating chocolate chip cookies. He says, I'm done. I'm done. I'm not going back in the ring. And then eventually, I don't know, 6 months after that is when he had the street fight that he had in San Antonio for his own promotion. And he was cleaning up his act. You know, we'd heard that he was doing a lot better. He came down and saw us in San Antonio and looked great, completely different than when I had been down and seen him in San Antonio before that. Floated the idea out there. You got one more? Just one. And that's how we got here. Just floated it out there. And he said, yeah, he trusted Hunter and felt that he and Hunter could have a match, but they wanted to do a street fight so that he would be forgiven and not have to go out and have that Shawn Michaels wrestling match.
So was the idea always to just do the one story here with Triple H and that be it?
Yep. 100%. One match, one time. This is it. He's not coming back. Not going to get another one. This is it.
Any sort of heat that you recall at all between Shawn or Hunter here?
At this point, no. No, at this point, they were excellent. Long lost buds. Happy to be back together.
Hebner's the referee here, and he has a big part in the match where he admonishes Triple H for his behavior. It's not something that we see very often in a match, and it was weird kind of seeing him here because Hebner was such a staple in the WWE, and now not so much. You were there when Hebner was, exiled. Briefly tell us what happened there. We've never talked about it on the show before.
We were in, somewhere in West Virginia or something like that. I can picture the building. I don't remember the particular name, but there was some kind of story that allegedly Dave and Earl had been selling bootleg WWE merchandise, and they were released. It's one of those stories that has never been told from really either side. And people put, it's all rumor and innuendo. What I just told you, we weren't told. We got that surmised from Earl later on. That's what they were accused of doing.
There's rumor and innuendo out there that the Hebners were actually doing a bit of an embroidery type business, a screen printing business, and they were making WWE logo and branded swag, but actually giving it to the boys, including the McMahons themselves.
That is true.
So the allegation is they weren't just doing it to hook up the cast and crew. They were doing it to profiteer as well. And that's what Vince had a problem with.
Well, and apparently, and again, this is all
rumor and innuendo,
was that whoever had the shop in St. Louis or Kansas City, wherever the hell they were, was selling stuff out of his shop. And
that they had made unlicensed without letting the WWE participate.
Right. And that's where the rub came. And because Dave and Earl were associated with them, that was the last straw, and they were gone. Was quick. I mean, it was they came in and left and were escorted out by security.
Did you think that was a fair way to handle them, given their time with the company?
I don't know all the particulars, but it was shocking to everybody. That was definitely something that had everybody buzzing. What the hell happened there? But it's also the culture. It's the culture of the company that things happen and you go on with your life and business continues. You still have your job to do and you just move forward, put your head down and go.
I mean, that's kind of what happened with you, right?
Right.
Do you think that if there is a flaw, because you don't often kind of fault Vince with much here, do you think that is a character flaw of his, that he can just so quickly move on and throw so many years, because the Hebners have been here forever. And now, because of maybe a misunderstanding, I mean, I don't know, I wasn't there, maybe a misunderstanding, their lives are forever changed. Do you think that that's maybe a character flaw of Vince's?
I think it's a flaw, but it's also a defense mechanism for him too, because that way he doesn't have to, deal with it, and he can just move on and you're dead to me. So he just goes on and next. So I guess it's a blessing and a curse all at the same time. When you're there, nothing else. It's just, man, it's just the culture. It's just the way that it is.
Right.
And you accept it. And you accept it blindly, and you move forward. So, everybody talks about Paul Heyman and the Kool-Aid. The same can be said for, the WWE. Because once you are in that bubble, that is all that exists. Life on the outside doesn't matter and doesn't exist.
Let's talk about the card again, because I feel like this is maybe the strongest year as far as the card that we've ever had for returns. You've got, in 2002, Triple H, Hulk Hogan, Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, Eddie Guerrero, Chris Benoit, and Shawn Michaels all coming back in 2002. Definitely, the biggest comeback year in history. And to this point on the roster, 15 of the 18 wrestlers would be world champions, either past, present, or future. And Shawn Michaels is still in one of the more featured matches here after, more than 4 years on the sidelines. And Triple H had come back just that prior January. So he's only been back for about 8 months. What was the expectation going into the match? Because it feels like this blows away every expectation possible.
The expectations were low.
I mean, I think that's fair. You've got two guys who haven't worked each other in a long time, no matter how good of friends they are. And yeah, Shawn was one of the greatest of all time, but after a 4.5 year hiatus, you don't expect him to come back and somehow be fucking better than before.
Well, also they had never worked together against each other.
Not like this, for sure.
Yeah. And so you've got a lot of just unknowns. We weren't, this sounds funny, but we weren't sure what the hell Shawn's body looked like. We weren't sure if when the damn shirt came off and the gear came off, what he's going to look like. So we definitely didn't know after he got in the ring and being in front of that crowd. You can go out and do all the cardio you want, do the stepper for hours at a time. That is different than being in the ring and working a match. Completely different cardio, completely different just blowing up factor. So we didn't know if Shawn was going to go out there and blow up in 10 minutes.
Sure.
We didn't know if he was going to get out there and his back was going to seize up. If he was just going to be off half a step, had no clue at all.
The angle leading up to this, Who was in charge of the majority writing for that, and who was the agent for the match? Do you remember?
I want to say it was probably Michael Hayes for the match at this time. Brian would have written the majority of the storyline.
Sean has went on record as saying he didn't feel like he got closure from how his career had ended after WrestleMania 14, where he lost to Steve Austin. And so he goes to Triple H and says he wants to wrestle one more match. And he specifically says he wants to do this because he wants his son to see him wrestle. And he asks Triple H to have the match with him. Is that the way you remember that going down, that it was important to Sean for his son to see him wrestle, much like we heard Goldberg say earlier this year?
Yes, definitely was. His son had heard about him and had seen, tapes and different things, but he had never seen his dad wrestle.
Do you think, and I'm sure we'll cover this long form at some point, but do you think Sean's back was as injured as we were told it was at the Royal Rumble in '98, or was Sean just burnt out and had so much other stuff going on that he just needed to get out of the race car for a little while?
Well, I do believe that his back was injured badly, but I also think that everything else combined exacerbated that.
Right.
Exacerbated the attitude, it exacerbated the injury, and it was the right time to go away.
So it makes all the sense in the world that Sean wants to come back here, but it also makes sense, and Triple H has said that going into this match, Sean was scared, Sean's wife was scared, and even Sean's mom was scared. And Triple H says that he told Sean's mom something like, "I won't let anything happen to your boy." That feels like a big emotional dump that you're going to have in this match. And you guys all kind of felt that you had low expectations. Do you remember that being the thought amongst the writing team, amongst Vince, amongst the boys, or was it just more of a curiosity and just the natural assumption, man, 4.5 years off, I mean, it's not going to be the Sean of 96.
No one expected the Sean of 96.
Right.
And I, as I had said to Sean when I was in San Antonio, people aren't expecting that. They're just going to be happy to see him come back, throw some punches, and by God, hit the super kick and sell. That's all he had to do. And as I expressed earlier, Sean wanted to be Shawn Michaels of old. He had to be the showstopper in the main event. Nobody, and I mean nobody, expected what we got.
Probably one of the best comeback matches of all. Let's hit some of the high points here. The sidewalk slam onto the folding chair, the backbreaker onto the folding chair. Holy shit, what a spot that was, knowing the history of his back and the story that had been told. And how great was Triple H being bloodied and then Sean nipping up to a big pop. The crowd was so with it. They were on that emotional roller coaster. That's when you knew, to me, this is a great match. And they're pulling out all the stops here. The elbow through the table to the floor seems a little uncharacteristic for a comeback match, but certainly, they're wanting to pull out all the stops. They do the elbow off the ladder, where beforehand Sean points to the crowd and says, "I love each and every one of you." And then Sean selling from that elbow and then tuning up the band was just awesome. So one of the better closing sequences, and maybe the best comeback match ever. And Sean is teasing the super kick, but all of a sudden Triple H catches the kick rather than just taking the super kick and giving the fans their happy ending. They do a pedigree counter, and all of a sudden Sean steals a pin. And Sean's victorious, but Triple H attacks him after the match with a sledgehammer. What'd you think of the match? This is maybe one of the best matches of 2002. If you haven't seen it, you should go out of your way to see it. Meltzer gave it 4 3/4 stars, saying that, this is a match that lines him up for the WWE Hall of Fame, or the Observer Hall of Fame. What'd you think?
Ooh. I thought that the match, top to bottom, emotionally, physically, everything about it delivered on all levels. These guys went out, they're friends, and you're always going to work best with somebody that you like. They proved it. They tore the frigging house down, and it was the right finish. It was the happy finish, but again, it was a one-off. We knew we had Hunter. We knew that what we were doing with Hunter going forward, so we had to get some heat back and make him whole at the end. It wasn't about a 50-50 thing. It was, okay, let's make him happy, but now you know, I got to worry about the guy that's going to be here tomorrow. And we thought, okay, hey, great. We saw, you know, Sean's last match. He went out in style. I don't think, well, no, I'm not going to say that because I know better. For me, I did not think that was Sean's last match. I look at everybody. I do think we have seen Sean's last match, but I'm skeptical. I always look at all these guys from Undertaker to Angle to everybody is like, they got another one left in them.
What was the thinking here? Obviously, they do the stretcher job. The doctors come out. What was the thinking here in the sledgehammer finish? It feels like you could have just sent them home happy and let Sean get the pin with a super kick. And then if you wanted to attack him with a sledgehammer, you could. But if you think this is his only match, why not just do it clean with the finish? Was the idea, hey, he's been gone 4 years, Sean's going to have to steal a pin because at this point Triple H just passed him?
No, it's twofold. Honestly, twofold. Because you got Hunter. Hunter's going to be there tomorrow. And what you're being told going in is Sean's not. Sean's gone.
Sure.
So you get your happy win. You won. But now I got to worry about the guy that's going to be here tomorrow night on TV. On the other side of that, you get some heat. Now I got a match. I got to return.
So that's my question. When did you know this is not just a one-off? That may have been what we were signing up for, but Sean's having fun at TV, so this isn't going to be it. We're going to do a series here.
That's a whole nother show. In the back of our mind, we were hoping that was going to be the case. In the back of our mind, we always hoped that Sean was coming back. In Sean's mind, in Vince's mind, in the presentation, that was it.
The finish seems like a compromise to me.
No, it's not a compromise.
There's no negotiation here. The Triple H isn't politicking to get a win. Sean's not trying to negotiate, hey, I'll take a win, but I'll do the screwy kind of deal.
One off, Sean comes back, he's victorious, and he puts Hunter over with the heat at the end, sends him away.
Who was the goofball doctor who comes out? Do you recognize him?
Yeah, as our actual doctor.
I love that.
What a goofball. He's a nice guy.
I want to ask you briefly about a line that Lawler had on the commentary. I didn't remember this at the time, but somewhere in here, they're fighting outside, and Sean takes a bump off of Hugo's boot, and he hits Triple H in the head with the heel of the boot, and Lawler said a heel for a heel. And it's not often during these times that you would hear the terms face or heel on TV. Do you remember there being any sort of comment from anybody about saying a heel for a heel?
No. I think people understand what a heel is, and it's an inside term, but it's also an everyday term. Yeah, that guy's a heel.
When
he's a bad guy. He's a heel, motherfucker.
When Sean comes back through the curtain after the match, knowing his relationship with Vince, what was that moment like?
Oh, it was very emotional. It was emotional that Sean delivered what he delivered in that match. And it was great to have him back in the ring being Shawn Michaels. And I think that he delivered on what he wanted to go out and be Shawn Michaels and be the showstopper. So very emotional on everybody's part. Just, God, I love him. Sean's like a son to Vince.
Right. Well, it's one of the better matches of his entire career. I can't recommend it enough. He made everything look effortless. Of course, as we know, this one match would turn into like 8 more years, and Sean didn't officially retire until 2010. In fact, he would win the world title from Triple H just a few months later, I guess, at the Elimination Chamber at the Survivor Series, which we may or may not be covering for the 15-year anniversary this November. Let's talk a little bit about the next skit, which I guess you had to have some sort of buffer before the main event. You don't want to have something follow this, but you've got Howard Finkel out here, and Howard is putting himself over, talking about, I've got a few things I want to get off my chest. And there's a collective groan from the crowd. He says this is his first pay-per-view in that arena since WrestleMania 2. And that was something called commitment, which is something that the Major League Baseball guys can't say because they might be going on strike, but the fans can always count on the Fink. Here comes Trish Stratus, and Fink says 2 weeks ago she slapped him on Raw, and then last week she pushed him into the pool, but not to get too cocky, because she's just in an arena full of Long Island skanks. And of course, she says she has a surprise for him, takes her jacket off, and Fink says this is a dog-eat-dog world, and she has the puppies, but he has the wiener. You have...
No. But I have the wiener.
That's what I needed. Can you do the whole line? I feel like people need this as like a ringtone.
Well, Trish, while this may be a dog-eat-dog world, you have the puppies, and I have the wiener.
Thank you.
Look, man,
The wiener.
people can shit on it all they want and talk about, oh, this was all trash. Go back and listen to the pop Trish gets when she comes out for this little gaga light moment.
Well, then Lillian Garcia.
Great shit.
I love you defending this. Then Lillian comes in from behind as Trish's surprise and kicks Fink in the dink dink. Who booked this shit, and why can I imagine Vince laughing about all this?
She dinked him in the dink dink. You gotta love it. Take that, Finkel. Yeah, you goddamn fucking.
Yeah, Vince did love it. Again, you got to give credit where credit's due. Send your hate mail to Brian Gewirtz. Heel Finkel, come on. Heel Howard was a great character. Cool. Allow me to introduce to you why the long face, Lillian.
Oh my, let's move on.
It was great shit, man. Howard is a heel and feuding with Lillian because they both had this sense of self-importance that you have the puppies and I have the wiener.
God, I love it. Look at him. Kick him in the wee-wee. Kick him in the wee-wee, Lillian.
Kick him in the wee-wee. Kick him in the wee-wee. Coming to the t-shirt store soon. A little bit
in the wee-wee.
Can we move on?
Yeah.
A little bit of history about the world title match. During the in-ring promo on Raw, we have Vince announce that Austin's gone and that the winner of the King of the Ring tournament is going to get a shot at the undisputed title at SummerSlam. Well, Brock wins the tournament, beating RVD in the finals. So that gets us here. Rock Lesnar for the undisputed title. And man, the build-up for this was super fun. You know, they're showing that Brock is now a monster. There's a training video for both guys, which is super old school. It feels very Hogan-esque. I loved it. Something cool about seeing The Rock work out in Miami at the football stadium, too. And they're positioning Brock as a monster. They're showing him smear Hulk Hogan's blood over his chest. And what do you know? This is when we finally see the next big thing become the big thing. Lesnar gets the win here over The Rock. I enjoyed this match. It got 3 3/4 stars. I thought it was a pretty good match, and it had a lot of heat from the crowd. There are some fun Rocky sucks chants. I guess at this point, some fans are ready for a change. They're tired of The Rock, and they're just really into the Brock character. But I thought for what it was, this is a pretty good match. What'd you think?
I thought it was a great match. It was a great story building up Brock. It was just beautifully done. And to see that big bastard go in there and deliver on the level that he did. And for Rock, Rock was going away. People knew that he was leaving. So they were ready. They were ready for him to go. They were pissed off that he was leaving because, anytime that somebody leaves, it's like, why are you leaving us? This is bullshit. But it was the anointing of a new champion, and I thought it was done the right way, and it was just perfection, and it was a perfect way to cap off the night.
I think it's a match that I would recommend everybody check out. I know I've said that for a few segments here, but that Nydia thing is awesome. the damn Shawn Michaels match is incredible. And this is hard to beat here with Rock and Brock in the main event because the crowd is so far into Lesnar. It's not even funny. And remember, Rock's one of the most over characters ever, but it is New York. They know he's leaving. So they're chanting at the top of their lungs, "Let's go Lesnar," and Rocky sucks. Eventually, Rock even looks to the crowd, flips them off, and says, "Fuck you." It's just super fun stuff here. And Brock is being relentless. He's throwing Rock around like you see him do in 2017. And eventually, I saw something that I kind of forgot when I was watching this back. Paul Heyman took a bump through an announcer's table. I don't remember seeing that before. It feels like something that would have had to be negotiated. But, you know, right after, because maybe the move didn't go extremely well, you see The Rock get in his ear trying to check on him. What did you think of Paul's job taking a bump here through the announcer's table?
I thought it was great. No, and no, there was nothing wrong with that bump. That's always customary. And if you know what you're looking for, some guys are more obvious than others, but you always want to check on somebody in some kind of crazy bump like that. And Paul wasn't a worker. Paul wasn't somebody that took bumps every night. So you just want to make sure that he's okay and everything's all good in Heyman Town.
According to the rumor and innuendo, when Paul takes the bump, Taz is seen cheering loudly, which I thought was hilarious. I thought it was a cool deal here where they do the rock bottom and it looks like that's going to be the pin and Brock kicks out. Eventually Brock hits his own rock bottom and Rock kicks out. Rock goes for the people's elbow, but Brock hops right up and levels him with the clothesline. They go into a great series of spots here where Lesnar finally hits the F5 for the clean pinfall, and the crowd just goes nuts. I don't think that The Rock could have done a better job putting the guy over, and it capped off one of the best pay-per-views ever. There's a fun spot in here that I'd kind of forgot until I saw it again this time, where Rock and Brock do simultaneous kip-ups, and the crowd is just hot for everything. I think this might be one of The Rock's best matches ever. What say you, Bruce?
Yeah, they went banana. The Papas are beautiful. It was great on every level. It was the way to make a champion, and it was way to take a guy like Brock Lesnar that people were still on the fence about Brock. And it was a way to take him to the next level and having the big star put him over the right way and make him the champion and take him to that next stratosphere. I thought it was absolutely positively beautiful. Enjoyed the shit out of it. And you keep saying about how, go back and watch this match. What you have been saying this whole show, go back and watch this show. Top to bottom, it delivered. And we talked about the Shawn Michaels Triple H match right before this, which was great and could have ended the show. But like I said, we didn't know what we had. So we ended it here, and this didn't disappoint as well. Putting the last spot, it delivered in the last spot and was a fucking excellent match.
Now, right after the match, according to the rumor and innuendo, Rock jumped right on a plane and went to the hospital to go see the birth of his first child. Is that how that went down as far as you remember?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Isn't it a little ironic that Kurt Angle gets his first world title win beating The Rock, and so does Brock Lesnar?
Well, there you go. If you're gonna do the job to somebody, wouldn't you like to do it to Kurt Angle and Brock Lesnar? Well, these two guys that you really couldn't.
Sure, absolutely.
Wanted to.
There's been some discussion that once upon a time someone pitched there being kind of a screwy finish here, but Rock vetoed that and wanted to lose clean in the middle. Do you remember that?
100%. I don't know anybody ever pitching a screwy finish. But I do know that Rock was adamant about putting Brock over in the middle with his finish. He's like, if I'm going to lose it, I'm losing it in the middle with this finish.
This is just a few months after the Rock Hogan WrestleMania, where Rock was supposed to be the face, but everybody was cheering Hogan like crazy. And here, Lesnar's supposed to be the heel, but New York is cheering him like crazy. Was that expected going in? You knew, hey, it's a smart crowd. They know he's leaving. They're going to boo him.
Well, we knew because of the reactions that we had been getting leading up to it.
Right.
People knew The Rock was going away to do a movie, and the writing was on the wall. The smart fans knew it, and they didn't like it. And they saw Brock coming up. They're like, okay, hey man, give me the big man and let him squash him. So, yeah, we knew it. We expected it. Rock knew going in. And that's kind of, as you see the match go on, he flipped everybody off. He turns heel in the middle of it just to give them that. Okay, you want him? You got him.
Was Brock winning the belt something Heyman had lobbied for? Heyman's the head writer of SmackDown. Obviously, Brock is real-life friends with Heyman. So now he's got the title on his boy, and he's writing for the show. Was that something he was campaigning for, or did Vince just see it because of the size and the natural athleticism in Brock?
We all campaigned for it. It was a natural progression. Yes, Heyman was definitely in on it, but we all were in on it. And Rock was in on it big time. Rock felt very strongly about Brock being the guy and felt that he could be the guy to take it to the next level.
Lesnar became the youngest world champion in history here, winning it at just 25 years old. Of course, a couple years after this, Randy Orton would break that record, being the youngest man to win it. All in all, though, this kind of explained the Stephanie laugh from earlier in the show, because now Lesnar is taking the world title to SmackDown. It's no longer on Raw, and Bischoff the next day would award the big gold belt, the old WCW title. He would just hand it to Triple H on Raw. And so now we've got two separate belts again.
Hated it.
Yeah.
Hated it. Made no sense.
Well, it happened, and we'll break it down on another time. But first, let's put a bow on SummerSlam. A great pay-per-view. Was this high fives all around? Everybody knew this was a home run?
Do. Hell yeah.
Is this the greatest SummerSlam of all time, in your opinion?
In my opinion, after watching it again, yeah, I would go home and watch it again, and probably will.
Well, anything else you want to mention about SummerSlam 02 before we get to this week's poll?
I think I'm good.
Well, we're going to be good next week because we have got an old school poll for you. If you're a big fan of the 1980s, I have got a surprise for you. You can vote in our poll, and it's going to be all about the 80s, baby. Cruise on over to Facebook.com/something to wrestle. That's where you'll find the poll this week. Like us on Facebook, and be sure to check us out during Raw and SmackDown. You never know when we might jump in and do a little Facebook Live action, and we might even get a chance to do it on Thursday since Bruce's ass is fired from yet another wrestling company. Poll topic number one, Bruce.
You know what, though? I am the number one sports podcast in the world. Time and actually shooting boss man vignettes inside of an active prison, which was kind of crazy, and the transition from him from heel to babyface, and all kinds of fun Raid trailer stories along the way.
Third up, here we go. The Macho Man Randy Savage. He's poll topic number 3. What might we talk about if Mach wins the poll?
Freak out. Yeah, we're gonna talk about this a bit. We're gonna talk about the relationship with the Macho Man,
traveling up and down the roads with Randy and Liz, staying at his house, one of the few people that he ever opened his house up to actually stay there. But so many Randy Savage stories that if this one wins, we're going to have to do a two-parter at least for Randy Savage, if Randy Savage wins, because there's just so much to cover.
Last but certainly not least, he's been on a few times. I hope he wins this time. That's just me being a homer. Jake the Snake Roberts, one of the most underrated performers of all time, is poll topic number 4.
We're going to talk about the creation of the DDT. We're not only going to talk about Jake's career, and we can go all the way back to Mid-South when Jake the Snake Roberts was working for Bill Watts when I first got to know Jake. But when Jake made his move over to the WWF, Jake also being somewhat instrumental in me coming over and the evolution of Jake. And we'll talk about some dark times and, of course, get to the happy ending that is Jake the Snake Roberts today.
So there you go. There's your poll this week. Check it out. Go ahead and vote right now. It's facebook.com/something to wrestle. Honky Tonk Man, Big Boss Man, the Macho Man, and Jake the Snake Roberts. I should have put another poll topic in with man in there. I got 3 men. Anyway, which one is your favorite man? Go vote right now. Facebook.com/something to wrestle. And we'll see you next week right here. Probably talking about the Macho Man on Something to Wrestle With,
the award-winning podcast of Bruce Prichard.
I was going to say it's like the number 1 sports and recreation podcast in the world. And that's not just a rumor and innuendo. It's award-winning.
Now I got a trophy to prove it.
You know, what's funny, too? We won the fucking sports and recreation category. It's not even real sports. Like we're up against UFC, NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball,
NBA.
It's a fucking rib.
Bill Simmons,
yeah.
Dan Le Batard,
smashed.
They're like real like sportscaster guys.
How many other wrestling podcasts were nominated?
That would be 0.
The same number that won. Roll title on that. Bruce Prichard.